Hello, listeners, and welcome to episode 31 of the Avocado Gamescast, the Avocado's gaming podcast. This is our final episode of 2017, and we'd like to take this opportunity to look back on the year that was in gaming. And it was a stellar year, as I think you'll agree. Gaming this year took us to a post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with robotic dinosaurs. It showed us a depressed Midwestern town populated by anthropomorphic cartoon animals, and it even took us on a globetrotting journey on an airship that was shaped like a top hat. 2017's games just took us all over the map, and we would love to chat about them with you. That's why later in the podcast, we'll be bringing on some members from the community to talk about their favorite games of the year. But first, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Merve, and I'm joined today by our diligent editor, the Kappa.
Hey, what's up?
And also by the Avocado's most prolific meme generator and high priest to the garbage ape, the Radio Cat.
May the ape be with you, my child.
Well, it's great to have you guys here to talk about 2017, because it's been a really good year for video games.
That it has.
It has, yeah.
Yeah, so let's just actually launch right into it. First, we're going to start by talking about the year's news stories. And one of the biggest news stories of the year, I shouldn't say the biggest news story of the year, one of the most recent news stories of the year, more accurately, was the Game Awards, which just happened. As from the time we're recording this, it happened 2 days ago on Thursday. We're recording this on Saturday the 9th. So what do you guys think of the Game Awards?
Actually, the production was better than it had been. The weird thing about it, I think somebody mentioned this in the live chat we had, it's always like the serious juxtaposed with this just goofy, throwback idea of what a gamer is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's always kind of grating because it's like you can't have it both ways. You can't try to be this prestigious thing and then a guy showing up and get to receive the reward in a T-shirt. It's just...
Yeah.
I think the Game Awards is trying to figure out its place, right? It's trying to figure out where it belongs, and that's what I kind of mostly noticed from the production side of it. First of all,
yeah, it seems like for me, it's not even so much that not everybody's dressed in a suit and tie. It's more like there's this conflict between wanting to be taken seriously artistically and the crass commercialism that sort of underlies it. Like there's an ad break every 20 minutes, and then there's like everything's sponsored by somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like, I don't know, it feels like it's trying to sell me shit, and then when it's really just supposed to be celebrating video games.
yeah, and I mean the Oscars and other awards networks don't really need to do that, but if you think about it, they're all just one big ad anyway. It's an ad for the studio, or it's an ad for the channel. I mean, so it's not like the Game Awards are unique in that aspect. It's just that it feels weird when you're listening to, and you suddenly see an ad for Nintendo Switch. Just picking on that because it seemed like they had every other ad on there was the Nintendo one. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels out of place, and I don't know, maybe a little bit less than impartial, I guess, because some of the winners I was like, huh? But yeah.
I will say though that the winners, by and large, and the nominees too, seem deserving this year.
Yeah.
Which is
definitely
more than I can say for previous years.
And that's always been Jeff Keighley's thing, right? He wants it to really celebrate, good games, and I think his heart is in the right place, and this has been his baby for forever, And I mean, I think I watched it on Steam. There was something like 150,000 people in Steam alone, so I'm guessing the viewership was all right, but I don't know where to go from here with it. I wish I don't have any advice from him, but I enjoyed watching it. It wasn't as cringy as it usually is. I mean, yeah, there's some stuff. There's going to be. But, I think they kept it to a minimum this year.
Yeah.
That one.
So go ahead, Radio.
The drunk brothers guy, I can't remember what his name was.
Yeah, I think it's something like Jose Farnes or something like that.
Oh, man. Somebody should have grabbed that mic from him about 2 seconds in.
Yeah, it's not so much like... Whatever, you want to say fuck the Oscars, go ahead. It's more like, at a certain point, like 30 seconds in, he'd made it more about himself than, being a guy at the Game Awards. Like, if Jeff Keighley's like clearly trying to move the show along, just let him,
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I'm not like against the sentiments, he expressed. I'm not saying, man, this guy shouldn't have ragged on EA for microtransactions, because, spoiler alert, we're going to rag on EA for microtransactions.
Yeah.
But he definitely should have, taken some social cues.
Yeah. I mean, it was, I don't know. I thought this year was better. I think it's progressively gotten better. I usually watch it. I missed years here and there. Don't get me wrong. It's not like appointment viewing for me, but if I remember it's on, I watch. I usually enjoy it. But I think this year it's kind of at that, like, that scale, right? Which way are we going to tip, more serious or stay fun? And I think a lot of that is the developers behind it. They're not rock stars. They're not actors. They're not comfortable being up on stage. You know what I mean? Like, for a lot of these guys, they want to just go back to their studio and code. I don't think they all want to be there on a stage. I mean, obviously some people did, like a Top Hat guy. But other ones, it's like, okay, cool, thanks, see you later. I don't know. I think that the audience that watches it doesn't know what they want. The people getting the awards know what they want. So it's kind of up to Jeff Cayley to figure it all out in some ways.
I think they would do well by, and I think some people may disagree here, is try to get rid of more of the sponsorships, because I think it was less cringy than this year, but it felt also more commercial. I think, I don't know, maybe they need, this is going to sound really shitty, I think they need maybe some, like, rich benefactor just swoop in
Go back
and fund
to
the
Spike.
awards.
Like, go back to the old Spike.
Oh, God, no. No. Oh, fucking God, no. We don't want, like, the nominees written on, like, naked women's bodies or shit like that, which I think actually did happen one year.
What?
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's just not, like, we don't need, like, the casual misogyny of Spike, like, bleeding into the awards.
See, I could see somebody kind of like, I don't want to say agnostic, but somebody who's not, one of the top 3 developers, like Valve or Steam, I guess I would say, just buying it and just saying, look, Gamer Awards are on Steam now. We stream it from here. We get exclusive streaming rights, but we're not going to, Valve really doesn't have much to say besides, go buy our games on Steam, which you're going to do anyway. So, that's the only thing I could, like, that's the only company I really think might be a perfect fit for it. But like, I'm sure
Valve
that
doesn't even make games anymore. So
right. I mean, they really don't. I mean, what are they going to plug? The new hat in Team Fortress. So, yeah.
They plug Artifact, which you've already forgotten about.
Yeah,
I'd never heard of it in the first place.
It's their new trading card game
Dota
that nobody
trading
cares about.
Oh,
and
dear
it's
Lord.
not even out yet. It's in development, but nobody gives a shit that Valve.
yeah. So I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, though. Somebody who's kind of a disinterested party buying it and taking it over. Because like that's kind of what the Oscars supposedly is, though. There's lots behind the scenes, and I think that's where you got to go with it. But I don't know if the Game Awards is a moneymaker yet. I think they're trying to build it into something that is, but until it's getting enough revenue, enough clicks, enough whatever for somebody to buy it, I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, so I think we're stuck with this for at least another couple of years, but it's better than nothing, as somebody mistranslating Keiji Inafune would say. All right, so that's the Game Awards. Let's dive into some of the other important news from this year, or some of the actually important news, I should say. And let's start with talking about something that is not necessarily directly related to gaming, but has a lot of implications for the video game industry and gamers more broadly. The YouTube Adpocalypse has reached a fever pitch this year. So, for those of you who don't know, what happened was PewDiePie had made some videos with some controversial content that some might consider anti-Semitic. He was making, Nazi jokes and the like. So the Wall Street Journal did this expose on PewDiePie, and there's some argument to be made if they took some things he said out of context or what have you. But it had the effect of major corporations realizing that their ads are being played on PewDiePie videos with controversial content, as well as many, many other videos out there. So major corporations began pulling ads from YouTube. YouTube began, in an effort to retain advertisers, YouTube began filtering and demonetizing more videos, messing around with the search algorithm so that controversial videos can as easily be discovered. But these rules sometimes were really arbitrary. So if you mentioned guns, you might get your video demonetized, even if the thumbnail had a gun, but you don't talk about guns in the video, you might get your video demonetized, things like that. So it caused a lot of problems for a lot of YouTubers, and especially people who stream video games or upload Let's Plays to YouTube. They saw their ad revenue drop in some cases by 70 to 90%, and now they're turning to places like Patreon and Twitch to fill in the revenue gap.
Poor them. You're getting paid to play video games. I mean, my heart doesn't bleed for any of these guys, to be honest with you. Yeah. I mean, it's a generational thing, though, right? If I can't tell you how different it is for my kid and his friends when they talk about video games. It's not so much it's who's playing what rather than what game are they playing, you know? Mm-hmm. And this has kind of trickled down in another way. I don't know if you guys are current with Elsa Gate, which is another annoying name.
Yeah. So it's people taking characters from Frozen and other Disney properties and remixing them into really weird, not necessarily always inappropriate videos, but just really bizarre shitposty kind of videos.
Okay.
And under fair use, they kind of can't stop them because it's kind of like considered a parody. But you've got like the Joker punching Elsa in the face just for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, but when your kid searches Joker and Elsa, guess what comes up? You know?
Yeah. Some of the stuff is filtering into the YouTube Kids app.
And a lot of it is just it's not even it's like crap designed to get clicks from kids who will watch a video, and I'm talking young kids 3 and 4 who just watch a video 50 times, you know, and they're 10-15 second videos of goofy things, and they're hoping kids play it over and over and over again, and they collect their money. So this has been a reckoning for YouTube for a while, right? I mean, subscribers and views and clicks and all that stuff is kind of what's ruined, I think, YouTube. It shouldn't be a race to get the most by saying the most outrageous things. I mean, for some channels, sure. But I don't think YouTube should encourage a lot of the stuff that they seem to, like those shitty prank videos. And, I mean, the gaming stuff they have is literally just half the time. It's just guys screaming as they play Five Nights at Freddy's. I mean, do we really need 5 million of those out there?
I mean, it's interesting you say it's a generational thing because I'm a bit younger than you, and for me, I feel like somebody who sort of, entered his 20s with Let's Plays being becoming increasingly popular. It's been sort of really frustrating that because there are people on YouTube who I think are doing genuinely good work. Like, yeah, sure, they're getting paid to play video games, but they're also entertainers. They're also providing some sort of public service in that they're teaching gamers how to play certain games, and they're doing genuinely good work, and they're getting screwed over. Not like, yeah, they're getting screwed over by their quote unquote employer YouTube, but they're also getting screwed over by other YouTubers who are kind of like in, like you said, this race to the bottom of like putting out crappy content and like purposely controversial content or starting up YouTube drama just for the clicks, and like everybody suffers when that happens, I think.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking back to like this E3 when, what was it, Ubi and a bunch of other people had, what are they called, influencers or something like that on the stage to come out there and demo their games and stuff. And I mean, I don't like when most people say this, but you could tell those people weren't very good at video games in the first place. Do you know what I mean? So I hear what you're saying, like that maybe Let's Play started out as, wow, hey, I'm going to play Dark Souls with bongos just to do it because it's difficult. But now it's not so much I'm good at games or I play games or anything like that. It feels like it's just I react the craziest or I yell the loudest or I do the dumbest stunt. It's and it's that race to the bottom that has me feeling not a lot of pity for most of these guys. I mean, I watch my kid has them, yeah, good luck banning your kid from YouTube, by the way. But, he's got a tablet and every now and then I'll be watching it and I'll watch them with him. And I'm like, nothing's even happening in this video. It's just a guy screaming or it's just, so, those are the ones I try to get him to avoid. But I mean, good luck. It's really hard. It's a lot harder than it seems these days.
Yeah, it's just, for me, I think what bothers me about the way YouTube's been going about this is I think there are fixes that wouldn't reward the people who are in this race to the bottom, that would help YouTubers who are putting out quality Let's Play content. Like one way they could do, like that's been suggested, is that YouTube become a little bit more like a television station and implement like content warnings.
Yeah.
So, or content classification, like, this is appropriate for kids, for teenagers, for adults. And if you don't comply with the standards of each category, then your video gets flagged and demonetized, but otherwise you can let it run as is. I think that's probably a better system than these weird, complicated machine learning algorithms that, filter out, any mention of a gun or...
Oh, yeah. YouTube's always been kind of wonky. I don't know how much you guys upload to YouTube, but, like, I uploaded a 10-second video of something funny my baby did in the car, right? Just to, like, basically send to my parents and my grandparents. I think it has maybe a dozen views, right? And then I got an email, and it was like, hey, there's been a copyright claim against this video. You can't monetize it. And I was like, oh, okay.
I wasn't monetizing it anyway.
Yeah, I guess they have some kind of software that goes through and, like, heard the song that was in the radio on the background of my car,
Wow.
And it was just like, yeah, that's a copyrighted song. You can't monetize this video because of that song. And they said, like, I could mute the song. And I was like, well, no, I don't care about monetizing. But it was just weird as just a regular person uploading something to YouTube that, they go to my 3-subscriber channel, and that's their first order is make sure that I can't monetize it. It just feels like that wasn't what the heart of YouTube was about when it kind of came around, right? It was about sharing videos with you. Now it's like, no, you can't make money off of us. Sorry. Okay. Cool. All right. So that was my adventure in getting a copyright strike on my YouTube account.
Yeah, and I've had similar experiences. I occasionally upload like really shitty Let's Play content to YouTube. Please don't watch my YouTube channel. There's much better things to do with your time.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, so sometimes I'll upload like this like really crappy Let's Plays because I'm really bad at video games, and I've gotten copyright claims on like the music contained in the video game. And it seems like the licensor isn't the actual licensor for the music, if that makes any sense. Like it'll be some like song that's like an original song in the video game, like part of the soundtrack, and then like Universal Music Japan will claim it, and it's like, why do you even have the claim to this? There's even a soundtrack CD for this game. Why?
There's no way to buy it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't buy this song. What do you care?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's weird, but I'm glad that YouTube's finally looking at itself like in two different ways. One, we're not going to be a cash cow anymore to people because I don't know what the ad rate, click, blah, blah, blah is or whatever. But, I mean, it doesn't seem right to me that these people are making millions and millions off of screaming at the internet. And, I mean, I hope that it filters down to, okay, well, I'm not going to be a millionaire, I've got to at least be interesting, or I got to at least do something cool, rather than just
it's
rank my way to the top.
It's an extremely small minority of people who are millionaires off YouTube, though. Like PewDiePie is an exception. Of course, PewDiePie's kind of ruined himself forever now since he dropped that N-bomb on a stream.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I used to like defend the existence of PewDiePie, but not so much anymore. Yeah, but like most streamers aren't that famous, right? So it's usually most Let's Players aren't like they're struggling to make ends meet. So I feel bad for those guys who got essentially screwed over by PewDiePie. It's like the millionaire bully who fucked it over for everybody else.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I would say is probably what most of them have said. That's get good. Go get good at being interested rather than just, you know what I mean? Like, do something different. Do something, don't just copy him and expect different results, He's already got his own little army of viewers. You're not going to steal them. Go do something different.
Don't make videos about screaming rape when you play Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh God, I know.
Yeah, like maybe don't do that. But again, this is affecting people who are playing, violent video games like Call of Duty and streaming that, or Let's Playing that. So I don't know. It feels like people like the bad actors on YouTube need to be curbed somehow. YouTube's got to get its shit together, and I think it would be smart for other YouTubers to look to places like Twitch and Patreon for alternate sources of revenue.
Well, maybe not Patreon right now.
Oh yeah, Patreon recently. It's in controversy because it's announced some changes to its payment scheme.
Yeah. It's weird anyway. I've always thought they can make adjustments to like what tiers they have. I never really understood that part of Patreon. I've only backed like 2 or 3 things, and usually it's like journalists, But I never really understood how like they can change the tiers after you've already pledged. I think that's kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on with Patreon, so I won't
Well,
speak to it
pretty
for a moment.
much. I mean, my basic understanding is that they're adjusting like the way that you pay for it. Like, so now donors, instead of like if you're pledging $5, it used to just be $5. Now it's $5 and like a fee on top of that.
Yeah.
And additionally, they are taking a different, like the method of percentage that they're taking is different. So now they're trying to take like a larger cut, I guess. I just have a brief understanding.
Yeah,
but...
the whole thing's kind of weird. I mean, I don't like it. I mean, but yeah, everybody needs to make money these days off the internet somehow, it feels like. But Patreon's always like, it seems like it has good uses and bad uses, just like anything else. But I've never really liked that model of just give to me once a month and I'll put your name in my video. That seems to be like what most of it is.
Yeah, it seems like there's got to be a better approach than that. Like honestly, I don't even care about that part of it. It's more like just if I'm funding you, I'm not funding you because I want recognition. I'm funding you because I want you to continue to produce content.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think it should be. It shouldn't be, pay my bills and buy me a boat. It should just be this is what it costs for me to make these, help fund that, and then go from there. But yeah, everybody's trying to get rich. I can't blame them. But
yeah, everybody's
speaking of getting rich, I'm ready for the Thunderdome, and I'm ready to somewhat defend EA whenever you guys are ready.
Oh, you're going to defend EA?
Somewhat.
So yeah, let's talk about AAA companies starting to get rich. Let's talk about loot boxes and microtransactions.
All right. I think I might be with Kappa a little bit.
Yes.
Fun.
Oh man.
Let's get into it.
This is what happens when you get like a commie hosting the podcast up against these guys.
I get where everybody's coming from, and it sucks to be nickeled and dimed after you've already feel like you've bought a product, right? Yeah. I get it, but there's only really I see like a branch where we go from games from here. I think branch 1 is games go up to $99. That's it. You pay $99. I see 2 where they continue with the season pass, DLC model, and then but games stay at $70. Or I see 3 where games stay where they're at, and then they have these microtransactions or loot boxes or whatever. And I really mean this. I feel like if you could never buy a loot box and you get the same roughly experience as everybody else, I feel like you should look at it as people are subsidizing that you get more game for your buck. Because that's really what I think it comes down to in a lot of ways. I don't want to defend these guys, but I mean, cosmetics don't bother me. I don't know if
cosmetics
it's a generational thing. Overwatch to me is the perfect example, right? And I know Overwatch, people will act like it's all EA, but this came out with Overwatch too. Loot boxes were a big deal. I think China had legislation based on Overwatch's loot boxes scheme. But to me, that's the perfect example. It doesn't change whether or not I have the Mercy skin I like. I can play long enough, and I can eventually get that skin if I get lucky. I can buy a bunch of boxes, try to get lucky, or I can, do whatever, play an event and get enough whatever, currency they have in game. But that doesn't bother me. So when you're talking loot boxes, I think the main thing is you can do loot boxes, but you have to do them right. If you don't do them right, it feels cheap. And I think people, what they're calling out is rightly so, is what EA did, which was do loot boxes wrong, right? I mean, you can't put what most people would consider core components of the game, playing as Luke and Darth Vader. That's 90% of Star Wars to me. You can't build a game around them, but then only make them available in loot boxes that you can only get randomly lucky in, and then even then at a super low rate, and then also a bunch of other stuff in loot boxes to progression that I would consider part of progression.
Yeah.
When I was reading what was in those loot boxes, I mean, you could basically make your weapons like 3 or 4 times more powerful based on stuff that comes off of loot boxes. That's not loot boxes done right. We can all agree on that.
The balance of the game. Yeah. To clarify for the listeners, we're talking about Star Wars Battlefront 2, which prior to release had plans for implementing a lot of unfair, arguably, systems for microtransactions. And because of the consumer outcry, they removed basically all the microtransactions before release, with the caveat that they're probably going to be reintroduced later.
I mean, if you name your favorite developer, for the most part, they do microtransactions or loot boxes or something. I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head who does it. Maybe CDPR, but they also, I mean, we know how they treat their workforce. They're not exactly shining.
And they have Gwent now, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
they also have GOG.com to make up for a lot of revenue.
Yeah. So I mean, there's some weird stuff out there, but there's not many. Blizzard's doing it, EA's doing it, WB's doing it, Ubi's doing it. I mean, I don't necessarily see it as an EA problem. I think EA kind of is the one that they're all looking at and blaming now for killing the golden goose. But now all of a sudden people are paying a lot more attention to these loot boxes and saying, I hear people on the internet, I don't want them at all. I'm not going to buy a game with microtransactions. Well, you're not going to buy many games in 2018 if you don't buy a game with microtransactions. I mean, they're going to have it. It's just going to be, I think what we need to do kind of, as a community is just say, look, this is a necessary evil for me to keep playing, paying what I want to be paying for a game. But, have a little tacit agreement with developers that I'm only going to support games that I think do loot boxes fairly or right or whatever. I mean, but right now, it's kind of like the anger's just run rampant. I mean, we talked a little bit out in our Destiny podcast, but even Bungie got kind of caught up in some of this stuff where people who play the game are like, well, I'd say most people play the game understand it's not as big a deal, but it just gets lumped into everything else, loot box oriented.
Well, it's not just EA though, right? It's
not
just
everyone.
Like what happened was that sort of caused this to boil over first. Before, like, the anger was already there before Battlefront even came out. Like Shadow of War this year had the microtransactions and the loot boxes for the orcs.
That's what
made people super angry. So if we didn't have that coming first, I don't think people would have been as angry about Battlefront.
I think there's something to be said about the two types of games, because you have like a single player game, and then you have like, whenever it's a multiplayer, it's more of games as a service. If they keep creating content for it, you pay in order to get more content eventually and keep the game going. Because back in the day, it's like, that's the game. You don't get anything new. So whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot of the. You're right, and it's tacked on into a lot of these modes that I don't even really enjoy. Like I'm thinking about like Metal Gear Solid's base building. Metal Gear 5, like who gives a crap about that stupid fob, and in Shadows of Mordor, I didn't really care about my orcs. I know I bitched about it for a whole podcast, right? But I would say like there was that. Have you guys heard about the new mode in Shadows of Mordor at all?
No.
It's basically Pokemon, right?
What?
So you send your orc
Shadow
into
of War or Shadow of Mordor?
Yeah, Shadows of War, the new one. I always get that mixed up, but yeah, you send them into like an arena, like an online arena, and it's basically random. Like, how like the orcs have like pluses and minuses. You stick them in the arena, one kills one, you lose your orc or it levels up, and you move on, which is a really weird system to me because a lot of those orcs you're going to be fighting are probably ones people bought,
Yeah.
And then if your favorite orc dies, well, what are you going to do? You're going to go find another one game? Nope, not an epic one.
Could you imagine Pokemon with microtransactions?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it would be like Pokemon Go.
Yeah, but that's
except for you don't buy the Pokemon, you buy the Pokeballs. Anyway, not.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it goes from here. I've come to accept microtransactions. I don't know another way to put it. I've come to just accept they're going to exist, and I won't buy a game. I didn't buy Battlefront. I won't buy a game that I feel like does it wrong. I've got my own little personal code, but I'm not out there telling people to avoid everything with a microtransaction because you're never going to play anything if you do.
It's just the state of the market now.
Yeah. So, like 2 points on that. I think there are ways around microtransactions, even for established franchises. I think, like you said, there are 3 models. You either increase the price, you do season passes and DLC, or you do microtransactions. And I would much rather path number 1 or 2. I think those path number one, you're going to have to get people to understand that inflation is a thing, and that might not be feasible. Path number two, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with people who really like the game supporting the game with by paying more for some substantial content down the line.
Well, remember where that started to go though, which was on disc DLC, day one DLC. You know what I mean? Like there's slippery slopes on that one too. I mean, there was a lot of games that were like just straight up withheld the content that was ready just so they could sell it as part of their, as part of their whatever package. So, I mean, I think you got to hold everybody to that standard where, if you're going to do it, you're still going to do it right. I don't necessarily see that as being 100% better than the other way.
I mean, I think it's possible to have a game with good microtransactions up against a game with bad DLC, but I think it's easier to make bad microtransactions than it is to make bad DLC.
I definitely agree with that.
And the other point that I want to make about this story is now, because of the backlash to Battlefront, the Hawaii State Legislature is considering legislation to prohibit the sale of games with microtransactions to minors.
Yeah, good luck.
Right.
Doesn't seem legal to me. I mean, I don't know. I guess that they're trying to go along the lines of it being gambling. I don't know. That just seems kind of weird to me.
But also, like, you can't sell M-rated games to minors, but they still get them. So
yeah,
I mean, that's not by law. That's just
ESRB,
like stores policy. They fought a Supreme Court case to make this not law.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I mean,
change.
I think that we can probably get there through consumer pressure. I don't know if a law is something that I think would be a good idea, because laws are usually poorly written. I mean, there's usually something about it that makes it, scummier or something. I would just say, let's try to do this on our own for now as a community and a group and say, this game does it wrong. This game, it's 50-50, but let's keep an eye on it. Or this game, it's okay. And let us kind of police our own for now.
I mean, I don't know if it's possible to get the ESRB in on this, but the ESRB has been instrumental in keeping government censorship out of video games. And if the ESRB can step in and say, we're going to start content rating games that have microtransactions or in-app purchases, then I think
that would be an interesting way. That'd be an interesting workaround.
Yeah.
Like, if you have microtransaction, your game is automatically teen or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
or they amend like a little seal where it's like it's E, but there's
E, but with like a little dollar sign next to it.
yeah.
cash.
But I that's kind of the crux of my argument, is that let's just try. Let's give everybody everybody take a step back and realize that this is going to be something that just we live with now. And try to figure out how we can make game developers realize what is and what isn't fair to screw your consumer, or to make your consumer happy based on microtransactions.
Yeah, I think people are so just opposed to the idea in general that they initially push back against anything. It's like, you gotta meet them halfway.
It's a big business, and but look, it sounds these poor $1 million companies, but every time a studio goes under, every time a studio goes bankrupt, we go, oh man, look at all this stuff we made. Well, yeah. But if they don't stay in business, they don't get to make that stuff, So
speaking of studio closures, there was a big one this year. Visceral Games got shut down by EA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the studio behind the Dead Space series is no more. And what's interesting about this particular closure is that Amy Hennig of Uncharted fame was helming a single-player Star Wars game for Visceral, and there's Jason Schreier of Kotaku did this investigative piece exploring what happened and why it got shut down. It sounds like it's a mixture of problems at Visceral and EA being a bunch of corporate douchebags.
Yeah, it does. At first, I was all ready to be blaming EA, but it does sound like there was some kind of weird culture there that I'm not sure I even knew about until that report kind of came out. And I think Jason Schreier is really the only one who gets those kind of reports now, right? Yeah. I mean, like those behind the scenes, here's what really happened type stuff. And I mean, yeah, it does seem like there was some dysfunction there. It doesn't seem like they were as all put together as they might have seemed on the surface.
Yeah, it seems like they had like internal culture clashes, and what Amy Hennig thought was feasible or doable for the game was not necessarily what the programming people thought was feasible. So it did result in a sort of culture clash. But what kind of, I think, ticked gamers off afterwards was when the president of EA Worldwide Studios, or sorry, the VP, Patrick Soderlund, said something along the lines of, like, he suggested that it was because the game was this linear single-player game, and their focus groups were saying that wasn't what they wanted, and that meant what gamers interpreted that as
is it was going to be another multiplayer cash-in,
yeah,
game as service type thing.
Yeah, and that's like people want a single-player Star Wars game, which they're not. I mean, they're kind of getting it for Battlefront 2. It has a short, 5-hour campaign that wasn't even complete for launch. But I mean, that's because it has Last Jedi story content, which they're going to add as free DLC. But still.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why the campaign is quote unquote incomplete.
That's odd.
Yeah. It feels like you'd want to release it alongside the movie in that case, so you could release it all in one go. But they probably wanted to juice those nice holiday sales.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When they did. Yeah, it's the problem with doing tie-in games from movies. It's that movie release schedules are very different from video game release schedules. Like prime video game release time is October, November, but movies, if you want the big blockbusters, there's like the summer blockbuster season, and there's like the winter blockbuster season, like the few weeks around December, late December. So yeah. Those schedules are going to conflict, unfortunately.
I don't know. I mean, I played the shit out of single player, but I think when people are hearing that people don't want multiplayer, I don't speak for everybody. I know I don't, but for me, what I'm getting kind of burned out with is just versus only type games, or the multiplayer is just me against you. I love co-op games, so if you can sell me a good multiplayer that has good co-op, I'm interested. But what I'm not interested in anymore is team deathmatch.
I think there's a problem with the what a big chunk of the market does want, like those versus games. But I mean this, if I want to tie it back to something we were talking about earlier, I think it lends itself to the current video game culture of streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
Because everyone wants that. That's what they play. It's like PUBG, and I mean Fortnite was initially just it was 4-player co-op, and it was not doing great. And then they released the Battle Royale mode, and now it's actually, a pretty big contender, and people are loving it.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if that holds water for me that EA canceled it because it was just single player. I don't know. Has anything ever really been leaked about the game other than those screens from like 15 E3s ago?
Not much. I think you can read Schreier's report about it.
Yeah, I read that. I just didn't see that any actual because that game's
no
been
footage
kind
or whatever.
Yeah, that game's been quiet for a while. Like it was announced 2015.
Yeah, it was announced a long time ago.
Yeah, and usually when games are announced a long time ago and you don't hear much, it's not a good sign. So. I mean, I can buy that there was developmental problems as well as EA being assholes about a lot of it, but with a license that big, I don't know if you could release another Battlefront level bomb. That license is supposed to print money.
EA's really not been managing.
No,
it looks
Star Wars
like
license
they're.
very well.
I mean, from what I hear, it looks like they're trying to completely restructure the payment thing. So I think they're trying to hopefully push Battlefront 2 with a new payment.
The hard thing about a shooter though is once that community's gone, it's gone. I mean, they're on to the next game by the time you fix your shit.
Is anybody playing Lawbreakers right now?
Yeah, exactly. But I'll save it for one of my surprises, but there are a couple games out there that have fixed their problems and regrown a community, but it is so rare these days, especially for shooters. Once
didn't Evolve sort of fix things?
no.
I was gonna say
Oh, they just made it worse.
They did. Then they went then they just closed it down. They had a good idea. It should have been free to play to start. The problem was once they finally got around to it, the game was actually really fun, but there wasn't enough. The community was already dead. The word was out. Don't buy Evolve. It sucks. And it's hard to relaunch a shooter.
Yeah, Battlefront 2, if nobody's... I mean, lots of people are playing it because it's friggin' Star Wars.
Yeah.
But the second that community dwindles, they're never going to get it back unless they release new content.
Yeah, and I mean, like we could tie it back into what we're talking about right now. If you ever want to kind of take the pulse of a game, look how many streamers there are for it right now. I mean, shooters especially, right? I mean, you'll find 10 million PUBG people streaming when you'll find 100 on Battlefront, maybe. That's a good way to check the pulse of where a game's at. And I mean, I think that's a bad sign for Star Wars if they're not outselling some game that looks like it was made in the basement.
Yeah. So let's continue dunking on EA, and let's talk about Mass Effect Andromeda, which apparently, I mean, I think initially its sales were strong, but in the end it ended up flopping. And both critical and fan reaction were harsh.
This one's hard for me to talk about. Yeah, I think Mass Effect Andromeda is the best bad game I played this year. I actually liked it. I liked getting through it. I liked, as I was playing, the story never really connected, but the combat was a little bit better. And I was like, if this is the first game of a new trilogy, I'm okay with it. That's kind of where I was at the end of Andromeda. I thought we'd get a couple of story DLCs. Do you know what I mean?
Where they kind of clean it up a bit.
Yeah,
yeah. How the Knife of Dunwall is much better than the main base game.
Exactly, yeah. And I would say that, especially even, Mass Effect 1 and 2 both had really crucial DLCs that came out. So, I mean, I was like, okay, they'll drop a couple story DLCs. They'll tighten some of this ending up. It'll make it a little bit more sense. We'll introduce some more characters, some new aliens that aren't so boring. And then, that was kind of my thought. And then we'll get surely we'll get a sequel. It's a Mass Effect game. They'll announce the sequel, and this will be the beginning of a new trilogy. And man, was I wrong. I mean, they just were like, fuck this game. They didn't do anything to support
BioWare Montreal actually got shut down.
Yeah,
and it was absorbed into EA Motive.
Yeah, I did not. That's the part I did not see coming. Was them just giving up on it. I mean, I think there are examples of games post-release getting fixed and getting made better. One of my surprises of the year we'll talk about later, Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six Siege. Perfect example, right? Enough support, enough love, enough, you can bring the community back. You can make the game better. The worst story to me about Andromeda is them just leaving it a fucking mess. And not paying enough love or attention or care, whatever you want to say, to that really, really good series to fix that mess of a game that they left it at. I don't know. It almost hurts to talk about it. But
it hurts, and it hurts for me because I'm a huge Mass Effect fan.
Yeah.
And I didn't even buy Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever play it now.
I think if it hits the sales, it'd be something I'd recommend. I mean, I'm sure it's going to hit the EA Vault, so you can play it for $5. It's not unenjoyable to me. It's just that it's not Mass Effect. I hate when people say that about like Fallout. Oh, it's a good shooter game, but it's not a good Fallout game. Like there was enough to keep me interested, but I felt like a lot of the stuff that was being held back in my mind was like, okay, they're going to get back to this. This is going to come back. This is going to be important later. I'm just. If I choose a military base here in the second one, who knows what might happen instead of a science base. But you never get to see any of the choices play out because they just fucking cut and run. So that's why I think the game's even worse in retrospect now, thinking about it, because that's all you'll ever see of these people. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of weird question marks in designing that game, and I wonder how much we're made with them planning on a sequel and how much we're like, let's get this thing out the door because apparently we need to rush out a Mass Effect title, which makes no fucking sense to me.
It's because they had a 5-year development cycle, and like half that time was spent on ideas that ended up getting scrapped. That's why.
That's got to be studio mismanagement, though. I mean, at some point. I mean, so when you hear, I mean, we talked about, you know, a little bit ago, like studios getting shut down. I mean, there's reasons studios get shut down. I think you got to deliver, you know? I mean,
they most certainly weren't delivering.
Yeah.
And one of the, like, people complain about, or they were complaining about how the Frostbite engine was hard to work with or what have you. But Dragon Age Inquisition figured it out. They were able to create less of a shooter game with this garbage engine. I mean, Dragon Age Inquisition is glitchy as hell. Let's be real. I mean, it's approaching Bethesda levels, but they made a functional game, right? It didn't stop them from doing it. And, why couldn't they have shared some of that knowledge with the Mass Effect team?
That's another story. I mean, it feels like that game was made in a vacuum in some ways. It feels like nobody communicated with anybody about, like, hey, in the Mass Effect world, all the Asaris don't have the same fucking face. You know what I mean? Like, nobody bothered to tell them that. And they're like, oh, we'll just use the same face. Like, why do you make those little changes or do those little things and there's nobody around you who, you know, supposedly is, you know, the keepers of this game that tells you, don't screw this up. This is an important game to a lot of people, you know?
Yeah, for me, it's my big sci-fi franchise.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I never got into Star Wars or Star Trek as a kid. So for me, playing Mass Effect this is sci-fi for me.
Yeah, the good thing about it, though, now is you can just erase it from your memory. There'll be a Mass Effect 4 that carries on, you know. Some of the complaints I didn't care about. I didn't care that Shepard wasn't involved. I don't care. I didn't care that there wasn't much blend over from the original trilogy. I'm okay with that. You know, this was going to be its own story. So what we're probably going to get now, if I had to guess, is a Mass Effect 4 sequel after, you know, remember at the end of 3 when like the guy's telling his kid about Shepard, you know, and like, so all the relays are destroyed. You've got, you know, people flung across the galaxy, but they can't get from here to there. So 500 years after the relay is destroyed, what does the solar system look like as we're just now getting back into interstellar flight or whatever? But you're going to go back to that world. Andromeda is going to be forgotten as much as possible, but I don't think Mass Effect's dead at all.
Yeah, I would honestly, you know what I'd like to see out of BioWare? I mean, aside from Jade Empire 2, which is never going to happen, I would like to see a brand new sci-fi franchise.
Well, Anthem's probably going to be the closest you're going to get for a little bit.
Anthem, I don't friggin' want BioWare does Destiny.
You're getting it.
Yeah, I want a new, meaty, single-player RPG in a sci-fi world from BioWare.
Yeah.
Which is not going to happen for another, 8 years. So.
All the big guns are on Anthem right now, though. I don't know what that looks like after it's out the door. I'm guessing all the big guns go to Anthem too, but I think it's going to be hard for BioWare to get back to that single multiplayer space. Or that single player space after, you know, putting something that big multiplayer out the door. I mean, look, Bungie now, they only make one game, you know, and they only made Halo for a long time, but I mean, you can keep making one game over and over and over again once you find that formula that works.
Yeah, like DICE keeps making Battlefield.
Yeah.
And fucking up Mirror's Edge every now and then. So let's move on from dunking on EA, because I think we've lobbed enough insults at them. Let's switch gears to another continent entirely, and let's talk about the comeback of Japanese gaming, which has really happened in full force this year. It sort of started trickling last year with Final Fantasy 15 somehow not being awful.
You know, I was going to say, I feel like we've talked about this before.
A bunch.
Yeah. Like I don't know if Japanese games, if it's really been a comeback or as much as as we think. They've always been there. I just think they go through weird cycles almost, you know?
Yeah, there's a 10-year period though where the Japanese game development team was just largely ignored or thought of as inferior by the West. Well, I mean, part of that was because Japanese game developers were kind of trying to chase Western trends and really not doing it very well.
And I think it was also kind of going through a little renaissance where they were trying to embrace a lot of weird stuff, a lot of Suda 51 type stuff, you know, and not really getting back to. I mean, if you look at the Japanese games that are hits or, you know, that are part of this renaissance, they're pretty gameplay and mechanics and everything else wise. They're pretty much, very standard games. I mean, there's Zelda, it's Mario. Nier, I think, is kind of out there in some ways, but I think if you really look down at its nuts and bolts, it's an adventure game.
Okay, so the thing about Nier Automata is that mechanically, each sort of gameplay segment of it is fairly standard, but the way it mixes and matches those elements is really weird.
Right. But it's not.
Yeah.
It's not Killer 7. It's
not like completely reinventing the wheel in terms of how you play a game. I mean, the way you put its parts together, yes, I would say it's reinventing the wheel, but yeah, like fundamentally at its core, it's a shmup or a hack and slash, or with some RPG elements in there. Like, it's not doing anything completely out there gameplay wise. But yeah, it's been an interesting year for the Japanese games industry. Like, new Resident Evil, Nier, Persona, all really critically acclaimed. There's games like Nioh that have done really well. People are into Yakuza now. Like, Yakuza 0 is actually a pretty big international hit now, which is weird.
I think the one thing that hurt, this is going to be my one thing with, it's hard for me because I'm not as much of a console gamer. The PC ports have been all over the place, and it's always been like that for Japanese developers. I mean, you get amazing ones and you get awful ones, and you get ones that are awful at launch and then it's just like any one, but usually like Nioh is a game I'm really interested in, but I've heard that the keyboard mouse support has been broken pretty much since release. I mean, I don't know how broken. I've just read that. Don't get it, So I really hope that somehow that PC ports or whatever start to really hit back up on their radars, because I would love to play some of these games on my PC in a pretty, in a better port setting than what I'm used to getting.
Yeah, it's been really hit or miss. Like
I've heard Nier is good. Yeah.
See, the other thing about Nier Automata is that the gameplay wise, it translated perfectly, and it translated without glitches. But they messed up some stuff in how they translated the graphics over, so it doesn't run as well as it should. But then somebody released a mod that just fixes everything and makes it run more smooth. Then you have Danganronpa V3, which I think is easier to play with mouse and keyboard, but they ported it, they optimized it so poorly that it just, like, frame rates chug anytime there's a lot of geometry on the screen, which is weird for what is essentially a visual novel.
That's really weird.
Yeah,
so,
but
I mean, that's my one little thing. I've got a PlayStation 4. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not in a bad spot, but there's just something about playing those types of games where I really get into them, and just something about a console where I'm at now. It's hard for me to sit down for 6 hours in front of a TV and just get through it. Whereas a PC, so I'm hoping those ports get a little bit better, and sounds like it's at least something that they understand, because even like Dragon's Dogma got a port this year to PC, and it was really smooth. I mean, so they come around, but sometimes they come 5-10 years later.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy 15 is even coming with a PC port soon. So
God, I can't wait to see how that looks.
Yeah, it looks stellar, but you're gonna need like 5 computers taped together to get it working fine. Yeah, so it's been an interesting year for the Japanese games industry, kind of a comeback year, one might say. And it was partly buoyed by the release of the Nintendo Switch, which, I was a skeptic when it was announced. I mean, I didn't think it was horrible or anything. I thought, okay, they've got another console on its hands that's going to probably do slightly better than the Wii U, because there's better messaging this time. But it's been a runaway success. Like, they had trouble stocking it. I had trouble getting my hands on one when I was trying to buy one this fall. So I think only very recently they've resolved the unit shortage. I know, Kappa, you don't have a Switch. Radio Cat, you have a Switch, right? Radio Cat is dead.
I mean, I've been on the fence about getting one. I don't know what it is. Like, I got burnt 2 consoles in a row with Nintendo. I would say, well, maybe 3. Like, I got the GameCube toward the end of its life. I got the Wii because it was a cultural sensation, and then I found out it doesn't do so great at playing video games. And then I got the Wii U, and I was kind of like, I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, and we've talked about me and Nintendo before on this, so I mean, you know where I stand. Like, I could never play a Mario again in my life and be okay with it. You know, I'm glad this one's great. I'm glad people enjoy it. I don't hate it, but I don't necessarily need to throw a hat on a taxi cab. It's not something I want to do. You know, like. So I don't know. I feel like Nintendo and me kind of have parted amicably, and if I get a Switch, it wouldn't surprise me, but it's not high on my list right now.
So Kappa, sounds like you're not huge on the Switch. Radio Cat, I think you have a Switch.
I do, and I love it. And like I was trying to so a bunch of my friends who don't really even play video games that much anymore have been like interested in them. I feel like they're actually more of a thing than I expected it to be. I love it though.
What games you got for it?
Okay. I just picked up a SteamWorld Dig 2, which is actually a pretty fun one. I enjoyed that. That's a great series.
The Avocado's founder, Dikachu, was a huge fan.
Yeah, I know. I was just chatting with him about it the other day. But my biggest, I love Zelda, man. I am going back to it. I kind of messed up, and I have to restart my game before I can get to the DLC because I accidentally deleted my save.
Oh no!
So now I get to spend another, 100+ hours in the game.
Yeah, the only game I spent more than 100 hours this year was Persona 5, and I was like, that's fucking way too long. By the end of it.
How long did you end up with Persona 5?
I think it took me 128 hours to beat.
We had a joke on the podcast that basically Merve is never not playing Persona 5.
The thing is, I played so many other games while I was playing Persona 5. It's something that I'd pick up for a couple of hours every few days. Right?
I think that would be eventually maybe we can do a podcast on how we play games. I think that would be an interesting one because you kind of play the opposite as me. Like, at any given time, I have like 5 or 6 games installed, but if I'm in the mood to play a shooter, I play Destiny. If I'm in the mood for an RTS, I've been playing StarCraft 2 co-op. Like, it's just like, I hear that some people can like binge like one game 100 hours. So I've never really been able to do that. I've usually got 4 or 5 games going at a time.
That's me as well. I don't sit down to play. Sometimes it'll happen. Like there'll be one game that I just sit down and play. Like that was me in Nier Automata. That's basically the only thing I played for 2 or 3 weeks. And I just had a lot of late nights with that. But if a game doesn't grab me that much, generally it takes me a couple of months to get through a game, and I'm playing 4 or 5 games at a time.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty much what I do as well. But like, I think going back to the Switch, that has been a game changer for me in that like respect, at least with Mario and Zelda. Those were 2 games that I just like powered through, and I just couldn't stop playing, and every other game went by the wayside.
What percent do you guys use it portable versus hooked up?
Okay, I'm very weird in how I use it, in that I play it in handheld mode on my commute and in bed before going to sleep. And usually when I have it docked, it's I have my exercise bike set up in front of my TV. I take a Joy-Con in each hand, and I bike while I play video games.
Oh.
So
Jeez.
I almost never use it like as a couch experience. If it's on my TV, it's like it's my exercise game. So then it's actually good. It's actually both good and bad because I exercise more than I normally would because I'm like I get to play video games while I exercise. And I'll like just be on the bike for like more than is healthy. Like you should only really bike for like 35 minutes at a time maybe, but I'll just go for like an hour. I'll be like, oh shit, my legs are jelly. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, I play with a pretty healthy mix, I'd say. Maybe like 50-50, or it all depends on the situation, which is why it's so great. Because if I'm like, at home and no one's here, then I'll be on the big TV. But if someone wants to watch TV, I'm totally cool. Just switch into handheld and they can use the big one. So I like that aspect of it. And then I do the same thing as Merve. I'll play it in bed before I go to sleep, and it's a nice little treat.
Yeah, it's some games I think are just meant for handheld mode. Like Golf Story is like a perfect handheld game, and there's some games that you just need to play on the TV, like Xenoblade and Super Mario Odyssey. I've been playing them sometimes handheld, but they
Oh.
really are meant for the TV.
How are you enjoying Xenoblade?
Xenoblade is like I'm only 10 hours in. I know it sounds ridiculous to say I'm only 10 hours in, but it's a JRPG, right? So
Yeah,
this
it's
thing
like
is
the
going to
tutorial
be
of the JRPG.
this
Like
thing is going to be like
Persona.
200 hours long. And
You haven't
I-
gotten an airship yet. That's how I used to judge my JRPG progress. Have I gotten the airship yet?
I've see the thing about Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is that you're pretty much on an airship to start.
Oh, see?
So there goes your scale. But yeah, speaking to the games that have been on the Switch, Nintendo's got this really, I mean, it's a pretty obvious release cycle when you think of it. But what they've done is basically every other month they have, or every month sometimes they have a big game, and they put all their promotional muscle behind that game. Right, so they did that with Super Mario Odyssey. They did that with Mario Rabbids. They did that with ARMS. They did that with Splatoon 2. And they, weirdly enough, did that with Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which I don't know if you guys remember this. The original Xenoblade Chronicles wasn't even going to get localized for the West
Yeah, didn't,
until
like, fans-
Operation Rainfall happened, right? And people
Yeah.
campaigned to get it localized. And like both Xenoblade Chronicles and Xenoblade Chronicles X ended up selling around 900,000 copies overall. They put the promotional push of like their other major titles behind XC2, which is pretty impressive if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like this is supposed to be a niche game. No game in the series has sold more than 1 million copies, and they're treating it like Splatoon, which is ridiculous to me.
They've got me on the fence. I'm looking to buy it.
I think it makes sense from Nintendo's standpoint because, I think they need a couple more games to round out their stable, because a lot of that stable has been around for 50 years, now. So I think that might be why they're maybe pushing that, a new game. But from what I've seen, Xenoblade looks good. I mean, it looks like a very, competent, cool JRPG. I like the style. Most of the commercials even seem to show the combat, which is weird for a
Yeah.
JRPG commercial. Like usually that's like, oh, whatever. And there's combat. But no, like it seems to kind of focus on that. I thought that was kind of cool.
Combat is like the combat is chaotic.
Yeah,
That's what I'll say.
It looks
of
like it in the commercials.
You're doing it's MMO style, so you have auto attacks and you have attacks that you can trigger by yourself, and there are combos. But positioning matters a lot. So
See,
you have
and-
to make sure that you position your character in the right way around the enemy to do maximum damage. Managing aggro matters a lot. There's a lot of strategy, and it's very difficult to think on the fly. Like I've wiped at least 7 or 8 times so far, just fighting
yeah.
enemies at maybe 1 or 2 levels above me.
I think it's smart though, because I'll tell you, I'm more interested in buying a Switch for that game than I am for a lot of other games, because it just feels like something new, right? Like it's a new. Well, I mean, it's not new; it's a 2. Don't get me wrong, but Xenoblade wasn't exactly well played, but it's something I'd be interested in getting into. So I think that's a smart move, and honestly, like seeing those commercials had made me want to get a Switch more than. And definitely Skyrim commercials, which was the one before. And I was like, okay, I played Skyrim like, what was it, 5 years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that you can play it on the go, but they still haven't fixed major bugs that are in the original Skyrim.
And you're not there. I don't do the whatever PC Master Race or whatever they call it. I'm not big on that. But look, there's only one way to play Elder Scrolls games and Fallout games, and that's on PC. Do you know why? Because of the fucking
Mods.
console. Yeah, you can fix everything, right? Between mods and the console, you can fix it all, right? I've
Yeah.
had quest givers don't spawn. Okay, you go look up that guy's ID, do place at me, his little NPC code, boom, he's right in front of you. I mean, I don't know how people can play those games with how broken they get on anywhere else. So, but that's just my Skyrim digression. But I mean, that's not going to move me. But that Xenoblade stuff looks cool. If I see a couple more games like that, I'm probably going to be a Switch owner as well.
Yeah, I think maybe for you, Xenoblade and Zelda and surprisingly, hear me out on this. I think you'll actually like Mario plus Rabbids.
I think I will too. I love
Yeah.
XCOM, and it looks very XCOM. And I probably my favorite Mario series, and this is where I get a little weird, is probably the Paper Mario stuff.
Hell yeah.
And I think it looks a little bit closer to that stuff than some of the other
Yeah,
platforms.
it's much like it starts off way easier than XCOM, but it eventually gets much more tangled. Like it never
Yeah.
has as many mechanics as XCOM, but like it gets to the point where you have a dizzying array of options.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd play Zelda, but I got to tell you guys, I heard everybody talk about the way you guys talk about Breath of the Wild. I heard them talk about Skyward Sword the same way, and Skyward Sword is one of the worst games I've ever played. So, I mean, I've always kind of take the Zelda with a grain of salt. But I've heard so much good stuff about Breath of the Wild, it's starting to kind of kick in that, yeah, it's probably that good.
Yeah,
But
I've never played it, and people are like, "You own a Switch, you don't have Zelda," and I was like, "Well,
Wait.
I've never played a Zelda game before. I don't know when I'm going to start."
I'm the only one here.
Yeah,
with
you're the
Zelda?
only one on this podcast right now who's played Breath of
What
the
is
Wild.
going on here?
well, because I bought an Xbox One X instead.
Oh.
Yeah, so that launched.
Yeah.
Speaking of new consoles, the Xbox One X launched, and it was marketed as quote unquote it's the most powerful console ever. Personally speaking, I think that's a really stupid marketing gimmick because every console at some point at release was, I mean, not every console, but at any given point in time, there is a most powerful console ever. So
Yeah.
it's kind of ridiculous. But from the perspective of being an actual machine, I think it's interesting. I think it's going to be a very niche product. Like only very few people are going to buy it, but I think it sort of heralds the start of 4K gaming being a thing.
Yeah, I think if you've got the TV, it makes sense to buy one. That's the best way I could probably tell people. And if you're if you're interested in the Xbox lineup and your friends play there and all those other caveats, but I didn't buy the PS4 Pro because it felt like a half step, right?
Yeah.
And the Xbox One S was really just the slim model that seems to come out 2 years after every console anyway. But the reason I made the leap to the X is I've had the 4K TV for a while now, and I mean it's hard to say because I game in ultra wide on my PC, right? 1080 Ti with a 34-inch curved monitor. Everything looks good, so that's what I compare my Xbox One X to, and I would say that graphically it's up there. Xbox games tend to look better to me in some ways. It's not just a matter of the size, but I think they do a lot of whether it's programming or things with the graphics to make things look a little bit differently. But going back and playing some of the other games, I mean, I've really enjoyed what I've played on the X so far. And Microsoft seems really committed to getting a lot of free remasters, remakes, whatever they're calling them, out the door that are upscaling to 4K, which I think is good news.
Yeah, you can make your old games look really good.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I went back and I was playing Halo 5 just to kind of see it, and it looks good. And I mean that's I guess probably Microsoft's flagship, so it should. But yeah, I mean it's good for what it is. I'm hoping that more developers start to take advantage of the power. But what I'm worried about is at what point do people say, okay, well, this game's only going to run this way on the X and this way on, because right now there was a lot of rumors with Destiny 2 in particular, but other rumors that like Sony wouldn't let Microsoft make big improvements to Destiny 2 because they had a lot of the exclusive rights for it. So they didn't want it to run significantly better on the Xbox One X. So supposedly like things like uncapped frame rate weren't included in the Xbox One X release. I don't know how true any of that shit is, to be honest with you, but
I mean, it's all weird rumors based on speculation.
I just don't want that to be the next front of the console wars. Is that games are getting handed out in a
Games are getting
worse
gimped
state
on,
than they could be.
Yeah, on one console to benefit the other.
Right.
I mean, it sort of happened with Watch Dogs, where they kind of gimped the PC version.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, there's no proof that they did that on purpose. And in all reality, it seems like the reason they gimped it is because they had to take out features that were a little unstable and have time to make them look good in time for launch.
That's my main thing. So I don't know where we're going to be in 5 years, on the Xbox One X. But for right now, if you've got a 4K TV, you're interested in, it only makes sense for me. We just kind of did a big console reshuffle. So I had a launch Xbox One. It sounds like a jet engine, but that's in my kid's room now. He inherited that, and so all the consoles kind of moved around. But it's one of those things. If you're in the market, you got the 4K TV, you might as well take advantage of it if you're going to get a console. And PS4 Pro was really kind of disappointing to me when they announced all the specs to it. I was like, it just, I don't know. It's not as big a leap as I feel like the X was. I feel like Microsoft wasn't playing around when they put the hardware of the X.
I mean, I haven't felt compelled to upgrade my PS4 to a Pro. And that's partially because I have one of the special edition PS4s, so I don't want to.
Well, the reason I got a PS4 Pro is because I didn't have a PS4.
Yeah, then it makes sense.
That's a no-brainer.
So.
But I mean, like, this has been a year. I've actually been really kind of happy with the way Microsoft's going with a lot of their directions. They're the ones pushing crossplay right now. I mean, no doubt about that, right?
Yeah.
I like that they said, look, we're going to make this Xbox One X even though we know it's not going to be for everyone, for the people who can take advantage of it. It's an option. I like that. I like the idea behind that. Everything that they've been out there saying, I think has been kind of good. I love the Play Anywhere. I like buying a game and getting a PC version and an Xbox version when I do buy it. So I mean, they're out there doing good stuff. They got that Xbox library now where you can, what is like $10 a month or something, and you get access to a ton of games. And they've been really kicking ass on the backwards compatibility. That list is, I don't know if you guys have looked at it lately, but that's a pretty damn impressive list.
Yeah, they got most of the Halos on there now.
Yeah. I mean, they got most of the Call of Duties on there. That's,
Yeah,
Wow.
and the funny thing, they're doing it with Halos, but they have the Master Chief Collection out, so it's kind of redundant, but they're doing it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so I think that's just a cool way to kind of keep, treating your fans well. And that's what I feel like, remember that when that weird switch happens where it was like, everybody loved Sony, hated Microsoft, and it kind of went around the other way, around the 360. Everybody loved Microsoft, hated Sony. I kind of feel like it's going back around again, where, 2 years from now, I think Microsoft's going to be the good guy again in consoles. So wait to see what happens.
Yeah, like when you're on top, you act like a dick.
Yeah.
And when you're the underdog, you make overtures to gamers to
crossplay alone. I mean, I don't know how physically hard it is to. I heard games have accidentally had crossplay, so it can't be that hard. But I mean, I don't know why Sony's dragging their feet. It's one of the gaming stories of this year that just drives me crazy because I think about my group of friends and how we all game now, and we're all over the place,
Yeah.
Like some of you are on PC, some of you are on PlayStation.
And Destiny 2 is the best example. I played it on PS4 a ton, right? I got friends over there, but I went with the PC version. Why can't we play together? I mean, I get the keyboard mouse thing, but they could at least let you group up for raids and stuff and, keep versus to the console versus PC. But yeah, I mean, it's a hard scenario for me right now.
I know that Sony's bullshitting about crossplay. Friggin' Nintendo allowed crossplay for Rocket League.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that Minecraft Play Anywhere is PC, Xbox, Nintendo, Android, and like the old school Java, right? For that Minecraft Play Anywhere, I'd have to look it up, but it's basically everyone but Sony. I mean, it's literally everyone.
Sony's throwing their weight around because they're the console kings this generation.
Yeah.
And it seems like they really, like I'm speaking only for myself. They were able to reel me into the Sony ecosystem with a lot of games that I wanted to play, but they're not really doing so well on the exclusive front anymore. Like, yes, I'm going to keep playing Yakuza games. Yes, you keep making Digimon story games, I'm going to play them. But like, if it's just my Yakuza and Digimon console, that's kind of sad, right?
Yeah, and Uncharted felt really flat. That Uncharted
Legacy?
that came out this year. Yeah,
Persona 5 is exclusive.
Oh yeah, Persona 5 is exclusive. But it was also on PS3. So
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is a lot of that stuff is going to start making its way to Nintendo. That's usually what tends to happen when Nintendo does well. A lot of those Japanese companies start to support Nintendo as well.
Yeah, the new Valkyria Chronicles is coming to Switch and PS4. It's also coming to Xbox One. I don't know which Xbox One owners want Valkyria Chronicles, but it's going to be there for them. So we'll see. So yeah, Xbox One X has been an interesting leap forward for Microsoft. Also, another smaller, probably less significant console release. Nintendo released their retro Super NES.
Woo!
Ugh.
Yeah.
Why
So
you guys kill me with these fucking things?
I didn't buy one. I'm not gonna fucking
Okay, good.
buy one of those. But
I
the reason it's notable is because it had the never before released Star Fox 2 on it.
Yes.
Which probably should have never still been released based on what I've read.
Better than Star Fox Zero, from what I've heard. So, Radio Cat, you have a Super NES Classic. How are you enjoying it?
I actually do enjoy it a lot because
You sound so defiant.
because I know Kappa's just like,
Oh my god, emulated, dude! You have a gaming computer.
I know, and I don't know.
He wants to get his ROMs legally. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I never owned an SNES. It's pretty much the only Nintendo console I never owned, and so I could go and just emulate, but I like having this like the controller to actually like hook it up to the TV and like it's kind of like a throwback, and I get to experience a lot of the games that I missed out on. And now I've heard it's super easy to add stuff to.
Oh,
so
to hack it and
You
add
bought a
ROMs?
USB stick with a Nintendo controller.
I know, but I might, so I can still use it in many ways. I'm happy with my purchase.
All right, I'm glad. I'm if you're happy, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll put it that way. I'm not gonna try. I tried. God knows I tried. But
So,
if you're happy with it, I'm happy. Yeah.
Speaking of smaller games that people can play, IGN acquired Humble Bundle this year. Yeah, that's a weird acquisition.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessary. I mean, Humble Bundles. I think adding the store, first of all, kind of was a mistake for Humble Bundle.
Agreed.
And then adding that monthly bundle, it kind of felt like less like what Humble started out to be, and more of like a Steam alternative in a way.
I mean, they're selling Steam codes at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But so does Green Man Gaming, which a lot of people think is super shady, and a lot of other like those key resellers. So Humble kind of got itself into a market that it hadn't really belonged in the first place, and I think that's what got IGN probably interested, less the Humble Bundle part of it and more the Humble Store and the monthly. I don't even remember what they call it.
Monthly bundles.
Yeah,
I think they're called.
Yeah, so people get a subscription. I mean, so if you're selling subscriptions and a digital game store, those things print money, right? I mean, there's hardly anything else to them. So that's probably why they bought it. The bundle itself, I mean...
Remember when like each new Humble Bundle would come out and you'd be excited and you'd probably buy it?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I bought a Humble Bundle.
I used to just give away keys, and people are like, "Where do you get?" I'm like, "I spent $3 for 45 games or whatever."
Right.
It's one of those things where I don't mind buying. I bought the fucking Sakura bundle. I used to just buy every bundle that came in, because you spend $1 and you get.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. That Sakura bundle was this year, right?
Yeah.
Earlier this year. Let's talk about that for a second because that whole thing pissed me off. Look. I'm kind of weeby. I think we can all agree that I'm kind of a weeaboo, that I like my Japanese games. I'll even play the occasional visual novel. I'm cool with that. Don't make the face of your Japanese games, if you're going to make a bundle of Japanese games, don't make the face of it like a bunch of shitty titty games.
Yeah, I had no idea that we're even that. And then I was like, oh, man, what have I bought?
Yeah, don't make that the face of your... Like, there are so many other visual novels out there that aren't shitty titty games.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to find them. They're like, Steam has dozens of them.
I thought they were like RPG Maker RPGs, And, because they use kind of the same art, if that makes sense, And I thought it was like an RPG series because they all had names like Dungeon and like Spirit and stuff.
Oh,
and
no.
then
If the word dungeon is there, 60% of the time that's a dating sim.
yeah, I had no idea. So it was like Shrine and like I was like, okay, so I was like, here's $1, and I got like, and I think it was like the Honeycam games, which I actually like. Not the Cam Studio, the other one, the popping
Pop?
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun fucking game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Fun. I
Yeah.
say that.
But then it's like all these vision novels. Like fuck, I don't know why I'm pretty sure I read somewhere like it advertised that it was like this is an indie RPG where you like capture monsters and collect loot and like it made it sound like an RPG. I was like fuck $1 or whatever.
Yeah, but the monsters have boobs and you can fuck them.
Yeah, I had no idea. I think I got like 18 minutes played on this game, which is probably when I was like, ooh.
It's like, oh yeah, those are tits.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not above buying those, but I buy every Humble Bundle, and I used to do that forever. I mean, and that's why I always had these codes to give because it's literally just like $1 a month would get you so many games. But now they're doing this thing where it's like one game with like 5 books and stuff like that, you know,
Yeah.
or
It's just like, give me the games, man. That's why you guys got into business in the first place.
like here's a good example. It was the racing bundle that was last week, right? So, you know, the pay what you want, you get F1 2011, F1 2012. Woo, a little behind there, right? Pay more than the average for F1 2014, F1 2015, and then you get a bunch of coupons for their store for the DLC, like 50% off the DLC, right? And you get a 40% off F1 2017. And then if you pay more than $15, you get F1 2016. So really all they're trying to do is get you to pay $15 and then go buy the newest version of that game, right? Like, you know how games used to do like buy the new version and you get the old one for free? Like I think Bayonetta is like if you buy Bayonetta.
Buy Bayonetta 2, you get Bayonetta 1.
Right.
Buy God Eater 2, you get God Eater 1.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the equivalent of what this Humble Racing bundle is, right? Like, no one's buying this bundle for F1 2011, right? That game's fucking 6 years old now. So they're just trying to get you to buy their new one and giving you a bunch of DLC money off of DLC to encourage you to buy a new one, which I think is a shitty direction for Humble to go, and it's not kind of what that was about.
Yeah, I'm a little worried too, because like I wonder if they'll still have, you know, they've had a couple Nintendo bundles, they've had PlayStation bundles. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like IGN might kind of do away with I think they might just limit types of bundles now. I don't know.
I think more than anything, what they're probably going to do is tie it in. So, like, let's say you go to IGN and read a review. They're going to be like, go to the Humble store, like, click this link to buy this game now. I think they're going to try to, like, leverage synergy and all that other corporate shit. Like, that's
just,
my...
See, the thing is, even if there is always going to be a firewall between, you know, editorial and marketing. There always has to be. But it's still going to look problematic from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I read Game Informer, but I know who publishes Game Informer. You know, like it's GameStop, and I mean, their goal
like,
is
you
to
know,
get
the firewall is there, but
Yeah.
how porous is that firewall? That's
Yeah.
something that, as a reader, you could just never know because you're not inside the newsroom.
Yeah, my guess is that they're going to leverage it as a marketplace, less than mess with the bundles. I mean, that's me being an optimist, I guess. I think the bundles are still going to kind of exist. They might not. They've been bad for a while, though. I mean, I don't.
I think they'll just leave it as is, more or less, and then do what you're suggesting. All right, I think there's one more news story that we want to talk about, and this is probably going to be the one that that inspires the most passion, if you will. This year, over the course of earlier this year, the first half of the year, 3 writers left Valve. So Eric Wolpa in February, Chet Falashek in May, and followed by Jay Pinkerton in June. So Valve basically has no writers left.
Yeah, they don't make games anymore.
Yeah.
So Valve is not really making story-driven games anymore. Further to that, in late August, former Valve writer Mark Laidlaw, I believe he left the company several years ago, shared a cryptic letter that essentially was the planned plot of some version of Half-Life 3. It later came out from people, talking around, doing some investigation, that this was one proposed plot for Half-Life 3. There are a whole bunch of other proposals on the table, but nothing ever really became concrete on that game. So it sounds like Valve just doesn't make story-driven games anymore.
Yeah, and this one hurts as a PC gamer. It really does. I mean, we've been known, it's been coming for a while. I think anybody who actually thought Half-Life 3 was, even close to being out is probably been kidding themselves for a while. But man, I'm telling you, it's like the end of a era in a way that I just feel like they just gave up, because the market was still there. People still wanted it. People would have still been excited, but I don't know. I don't know where they ended up going with Half-Life 3. The directions that Laidlaw put out there sounded cool. I mean, it sounded like, I think, what most fans probably would have guessed that it was going to go in, but there's a lot left there. And to hear that they've given it up to basically make hats in their weird studio, their weird studio setup, whatever you feel like doing, you go do, but nobody felt like making Half-Life 3, but you're telling me people wanted to make Artifact? I mean, well, come on, guys. It's like, I want to continue one of the iconic PC franchises, or I want to make, another skin for Crystal Maiden. I'd rather make another skin. Yeah, of course you would. It's probably easier, but it's hard, man. It's a sad time when I have to give up on Valve really making the games that I know and love. And yeah, sure, it's, Steam, I use it, whatever. But yeah, that was a tough one to let go.
We're not going to see another Half-Life or Portal. Well, that's not true. Portal Bridge Constructor is coming out next year, but that's not really developed by Valve.
Yeah, even Portal was kind of like they brought it into their into their house after it was already kind of a thing. But yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm sure people have less emotional reactions to it, like, oh yeah, it makes sense business wise or whatever. I get it, but I mean, same argument I made for microtransactions earlier. But man,
I would say the thing is, I've never been a huge Half-Life fan. I mean, I like Half-Life, but I don't love it. For me, the sad thing is, I know these people are talented. I know this is a talented group of developers. I just want to see what new things they would have come up with if they had continued making story-driven games.
Right. And
now we're just never going to see.
Yeah, I mean, but it all kind of says where the money is, right? I mean, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Single-player experiences, what's going to make more money long-term, Half-Life 3 or another skin for a League of Legends character?
Maybe Half-Life 3.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know anymore. That's the thing, because I mean, when you got 10 million people playing, League of Legends, right? What's the latest?
Dota?
Well, yeah, but Dota.
Oh
too.
Yeah, like you're talking about.
Just in general. I mean, those skins probably make a ton of money with how much work goes into them. Like, what's it cost to make a Half-Life compared to what does it cost to make a skin for one of those heroes? And then you got the player base and how many people buy it. I mean, the profit margin on those types of things is probably insane, but it's just sad.
It's digital, so the profit margin it's all profit.
Yeah, and you gotta buy
it's zero
anyway.
Marginal cost.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's rough. It's rough to give up on what was a dream, then became a joke, and now it's like, okay, yeah, it's like you go through all those stages of grief with Half-Life, right?
I think we can finally put the nail in the coffin of Half-Life 3, and I'm just glad that now we can close that chapter of the gaming.
We close that chapter by "It'll never be finished." That's a way to close.
I think now, like, we've been pulling the Band-Aid off sort of little by little and grabbing hairs here and there, and now we just ripped it off.
I feel like
I'm glad it's off now.
Like one of those people who's like, people talk about closure, and it's like, I just can't get closure. It just doesn't feel real to me. Like, I need to see the body, Like,
but we're still totally gonna get Left 4 Dead 3 though, right?
Probably.
Hell yeah.
But Left 4 Dead's like, okay. I don't usually get like angry on this podcast, but fuck it. Left 4 Dead is Valve's worst franchise. It's a garbage series of games. The shooting sucks. Zombies can go die. They're fucking everywhere. I fucking hate zombies. Left 4 Dead isn't even fun to play. Payday just outshines Left 4 Dead in every way, shape, or form. There's no point. You might as well play Payday. Payday's actually fun. Left 4 Dead is a garbage series of games, and they don't need to make any more.
What makes Payday fun is that you're not playing against other people. Do you know what I mean? There's like, once you add that layer, like Payday is just you against the computer, right? And
but I mean, same with Left 4 Dead, but Left 4 Dead is garbage.
You can play the
there's the versus mode.
You. Yeah, and that's what it sucks. I mean, because all it is stress, and I don't need that in my life.
Also, if you ever played Left 4 Dead Online, the community is just garbage.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah. I
You
can't
pick
tell
that
you
guy?
how many times, like, it was 3 of my friends and one other rando. I can't tell you how many times he dropped a C-bomb on us.
Yeah.
He just kept calling us a C word over and over and over again. I was just
Yeah,
like,
sounds about right.
dude, go hug your mom.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. All right, so that's the year's gaming news, I think. Is there anything else? Are there any stories that we missed that you guys want to talk about?
No, I
Not
think
that
we
I can
covered
think of.
All right. That is literally everything that happened in gaming this year. So now we're going to switch gears a bit and we're going to throw it over to some of our community members who are going to come on the podcast and talk about their top 3 games of the year. And then Kappa and the Radio Cat will return to talk about their favorite games of the year. All right, it's Merve here with our dear friend Ben, podcast regular, also known as Eternal Flesh. And he's going to tell us about his top 3 or 4 games of the year. You want to clarify for us, Ben?
Yeah, sure. So I figured my number 2 game is Nier Automata, and we already did an entire podcast talking about fucking every single tiny little piece of that. So I don't really have anything new to add there. So it'd be more interesting to listen to me talk about another game rather than hear me repeat myself, basically.
But y'all should play Nier Automata, because it's friggin' great.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. It's my number 2 game of the year. It's fucking fantastic.
Anyway, so tell us about your number 4 game of the year.
Okay, my number 4 game of the year is, I'm going to put a big asterisk here because I haven't finished it because it only came out on Xbox on Monday, but it is Hand of Fate 2, the sequel to a game probably none of you have played.
Somebody must have played Hand of Fate 1 because they made a Hand of Fate 2. What do they change from the first one?
Okay, well...
first explain what the whole Hand of Fate series is about.
Yeah, because it's weird. So Hand of Fate is a roguelike action RPG collectible card game of chance. There's a lot of shit in it.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff in it and might end up being kind of messy. But you say it sort of makes sense how it all fits together?
It's hard to describe until you play it, but when you actually play it, it all makes perfect sense. Basically how it plays is, say it is like a grid-based roguelike game where every square you go to has a new event that, like, you meet someone or you battle someone or you go to a shop or something, and you don't know what that event is until you land on it. And how the event is determined is there are cards placed on a table and you're moving across the cards and the card gets turned over and that is the event. So say you move your token onto a card and you turn it over and it'll be like, oh no, bandits have attacked you, and then that'll go into combat, which like zooms in and it's basically Batman Arkham like combat with the counters and dodges and all that kind of shit.
Okay, so there's like this element of chance from the cards, and there's the combat. So where does the deck building come in?
Okay, well the deck building is because the whole like major like story of the game is you're playing a card game against this like mysterious dealer character, right? And he will give you certain challenges. And so
is the mysterious dealer the titular Hand of Fate?
No, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe he has hands.
Okay, it's multiple hands. So he's one of his hands is the Hand of Fate. Okay, good to know.
I think it's the left one.
Okay, yeah, I'm imagining like the master hand from Super Smash Brothers coming out and just like tossing cards. Yeah, so
he is actually, because that is something I should probably mention. He is like, so you're playing cards against this dude sitting across a table from you, and he's like talking to you and like kind of like explaining the story and all that kind of stuff as you go along, which is really cool.
So it's like a framing device for the whole thing too.
Yeah, because the story is basically your character has met this dealer person, and this dealer has a magical card game, and the stories you're playing through in the card game is your character's life up until you met the dealer.
Okay, so it's like a flashback tale kind of thing going on.
Yeah, so sorry, we got off track from the deck building. So the deck building is, say, like, you will go, the storyline that the dealer gives you is, like, you have gone to a town and you need to get rid of, like, the zombies attacking the town, right? So when he makes the level with the cards and everything, it'll be a mix between cards that he has chosen for that specific level, and cards that you have chosen from your deck to put in there. So you like when you move to a thing, you have a random chance of a card that you've chosen or a card that he's chosen, and so you can like choose cards that are entirely beneficial to you, and he can choose cards that just fuck you over, basically.
Okay, so you got this sort of push pull max min thing going on with your card choice.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, say you'll beat a level and you get like a whole bunch of new cards and everything, right? You have no idea what those cards do until you land on them in a level. So, like, you can build your entire deck completely out of like cards that you don't know what they do and just fucking hope, I guess.
So there's like some trial and error too if you kind of build the wrong deck.
And that is basically that's the core of the first game. So that is basically the core that they've built this game on. But I'd say
so they added more for Hand of Fate 2.
Oh, God. Hand of Fate 2 is the best comparison would be Assassin's Creed to Assassin's Creed 2, like that kind of jump in quality.
Okay.
Like, because Hand of Fate 1 it's a good game, but it's much more like a proof of concept than it is like a really like fleshed out game and everything. In Hand of Fate 2, there is a character creator, which is I'm always a sucker for. So you actually get to like make a character.
Does your character like appear on the cards?
Your character doesn't appear on cards, but it's a third-person view when you're in combat.
Okay.
So you get to see your character there a lot. Also, the little icon, like you have like a little Monopoly piece that you're moving across the cards that will reflect how you designed your character.
Oh, that's really neat. So it makes it's like a tiny chibi version of you kind of thing going on.
Not chibi at all, just like little, like Monopoly, like a gold, like piece version of you. Not like a big head or anything.
Sort of bears your likeness a little bit.
Yeah, and like you can see it, like if you change your weapon in the inventory, like it'll like the little weapon on the little piece will flash out and get changed like daggers or whatever. But yeah. So what they've added in the second one is, in the first game there was only one like method of like because like say if you are like you land on a card and the event is like there is a rushing river and you want to try and jump across it, then there'll be like a little 3-card Monty mini game where you have to like one of the cards will be marked as success and the other 3 will be failure, and you have to like guess the right one, otherwise you'll fall in and take damage, kind of thing, right?
Right.
And so in this game, they've like there are games that you can get good at, which basically because there's a whole bunch of more mini games. There's games that you can get good at that are basically like the 3-card Monty, which you can actually kind of like track the cards as he's doing them. Or there's like this weird like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a laser thing that you have to like hit stop at the right point where it's pressing on a thing. Or there's like a wheel that you have to stop at the right time, and there's rolling dice. So the more random something should be, the more random the game will be.
Okay, that makes
any sense?
Yeah, I can sort of see what you're getting at. So if something's meant to be like a 50-50 shot, you'll be rolling a dice.
You'll be rolling dice, yeah.
Okay, got it.
But then they've expanded on that a lot more as well, because probably the biggest thing they added in is companion characters. You'll get, when you're building your deck, you get to choose your events, equipment, which is like what will be available in stores and everything as you go through it. And now you can add companions, which is like a companion character in combat to like that'll give you like
buffs and stuff, or
yeah. So say I have 2 companion characters I can choose from. One is a berserker dude and one is a bard. So if I'm with the bard in combat, he will just like run around in the background shooting fireballs as I attack. But if I stand next to him, he can cast like a shield on me. Whereas like the berserker dude will like, instead of doing the shield thing, he will do like this big charge into combat and stun enemies. But so they work in combat like that, but they also they give you advantages in like the games of chance and everything as well. So the bard character is like a trickster character. He will let you completely redo a failed game of chance. Or like the berserker will let you like win in a contest of strength that you have to do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It seems like they're essentially modifiers for the card games.
Yeah, and then if you use one of them, they will be like unavailable for the next 3 turns. Like they have a cooldown, so you can't just spam it to win.
Okay, so like the bard gets tired of, I guess, telling tales or singing, whatever he's doing.
I guess. But the other thing they added, which is really cool about that, is so those characters have specific cards that you can put as the events you get in. So like, if you have the bard character on your like party, you can land on a card that is a goblin talking to the bard and like doing a thing. And if you succeed on that, you'll unlock a new card that is the next bit of the bard's story.
Okay, so your companion characters have their own cut their own side stories that you sort of unlock
like
through
you don't.
text. So are they sort of like the weapon stories from Near Automata? Like as you upgrade your weapon, you unlock more and more of the story, but except for more fleshed out.
Like because say the bard one, I've done like 2 bits of his story so far, and the first one is like he's talking to this goblin dude, and the goblin makes you do something for him. You have to like eat poisonous flowers or something. You have to guess out of 3 flowers he gives you and choose which one to eat and get lucky and not eat the poisonous ones. Otherwise you'll take a bunch of damage. And then so that unlocks, he gives you the second bit, which gives you the card of going to like the Goblin Undercity, and like you unlock a bunch of stores and everything kind of in there, just all done in text and everything from like the next card you get to choose.
Okay, so like it's a game that continuously sort of builds upon itself as it goes on.
Yeah, pretty much. And
all right. So it sounds like it's really really full features. Is there anything else that you want to tell us about that you really like?
The only I would say the only other thing I'd want to say is that like it does have some technical issues. Like there's a lot of long loading time on it, and there are kind of like some graphical hitches and everything. But those are like some pretty minor weaknesses in what's otherwise just a really cool, creative, inventive game.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like anything I've ever played before, and I'm really intrigued. So next Steam sale, I might check it out.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. It is on Steam though, right?
Yeah, Steam, PS4, Xbone.
Okay, good to know. All right, what's your number 3?
Number 3 is... Can I just take a drink of water? I'm really thirsty.
Yeah, drink away. This is like the least professional podcast ever. No, I'm joking. Y'all can drink water. You can do the whole Rubio sip. Nobody can see you sipping, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's fucking summer here, and it's disgustingly hot.
Yeah, I'm in California, so it's just always dry.
Aren't you on fire at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, luckily I live far away from the fire, but I know people who were affected by the fire. So
That's scary.
yeah, I mean, it's never going to burn down to where I am because I live like in the middle of the city, so I'm completely safe. But yeah, people who live up in the hills, they got screwed. I mean, it's the rich people who live up in the hills, so you know.
Speaking of disgusting heat, though, great segue into my number 3 game, Assassin's Creed Origins.
Oh, neat. I've heard that this is sort of a return to form for the series, and I've been told it's the best entry since Black Flag / Rogue. Would you agree, or?
I would say it's the best entry, full stop. Like,
okay.
It is, I would say, more than a return to form to series. Like, and, like, people that know me know I am kind of mad on Assassin's Creed. I have a whole shrine to it in my house. So I might be a little bit biased here, I have to admit. But yeah,
I mean, I've been hearing this from people who are even like, I mean, probably not Assassin's Creed haters, but people who are kind of Assassin's Creed skeptics have even said this game is pretty good.
I've been hearing it from people, not so much Assassin's Creed haters, but people that got sick of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people that did that for very good cause because they got shit. I'm not even going to lie. There's a lot of really bad Assassin's Creed games. But Assassin's Creed Origin is basically like, they sat back, looked at what Assassin's Creed games were, said this is all shit, let's get rid of it except for the bits that work, which are just like basically the climbing. Like that's really the only thing left that's like from the previous Assassin's Creed games, and like assassinating dudes. Everything else is completely different.
Yeah, I've heard they completely revamped the combat. They changed stealth a little bit. They've essentially added RPG mechanics.
What it feels like is that Ubisoft sat down, looked at like, what are our favorite games? What are the bits we like from those games? Let's steal those bits and make them Assassin's Creed. So like, combat is now Dark Souls. It is like, left bumper is light attack. Right bumper is light attack. Right trigger is hard attack. Shield on the left bumper. Like, lock onto them, strafe around. It's just Dark Souls. It's a bit faster, though.
Yeah, that seems like the kind of combat that's become popular in recent years with games like, I think it's the similar system that's used in Nioh and maybe even the Surge. I don't quote me on that though.
Yeah, the Surge is Dark Souls. The Surge is like sci-fi Dark Souls. Then basically for the entire like structure of the game, it's just The Witcher, or The Witcher 3, I should say, because The Witcher sucked.
Yeah, it
like
did.
it is like you go to towns, there are dudes that do quests, and like one thing that constantly impressed me through the game is like you get a quest from a dude, right, and he'll be like, my like wagon got stolen by bandits in the desert. So you think, the quest is to go like kill the bandits in the desert and get his wagon back, right? But
Right.
that'll like every quest feels like that's stage 1 to like a 4-part stage quest. So like this quest of the dude that got his wagon stolen. By the time you bring his wagon back, he's like been moved into this new house, and he's like, there's a fucking curse on my wall, like written in ancient hieroglyphics. Can you sort this shit out? So then you have to go
I thought
around
you
the
were
town.
gonna say he had a curse on his wagon.
No,
Anyway.
there's like this ancient hieroglyphic message written on his wall, and then you have to like go around and find anyone else in town that also has ancient hieroglyphics written on their wall. Then you put it together, which gives you vague directions to a temple in the middle of the desert. Then you have to find and like break into this like sunken temple and find the treasure, and that's the actual end of the quest.
That sounds very Secret World-ish, with like piecing together code puzzles and stuff.
Oh, there is an entire series of subquests, which is you get riddles and fucking figure them out. Like it's just written riddles of like, one of them is like in the area in like Komentar, like one of the zones in the game. A tree stands alone as the fallen bodies of its parents look at it, and that's it. Just figure it out. Which means like you have to go to this area and find an area where there are like all these trees that are knocked down, and there's one tree left standing with like 2 trees fallen over pointing to it, and you go behind it and you find like a legendary weapon.
So like it's almost like it's taking the spirit of the Sphinx and kind of spreading it out in all these riddles.
Oh yeah, and there is the riddle of the Sphinx that you have to solve as well, because the Sphinx is in the game. We're in ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
But honestly, what really set it apart for me is like I love Assassin's Creed. The quest things are cool and everything, but I have never seen a game with the amount of attention to detail that this game has. It's bordering on obscene. Like, if you go to YouTube, look up Assassin's Creed Origins details, you will find 100 videos of like 50 amazing details you missed in Assassin's Creed Origins. And if you watch through all of them, there will be different ones in every single video.
So one thing I've heard, and I'm apologize if I get this wrong, is that they based the interior design of one of the pyramids on some unproven theory.
Oh yes,
like there's
how
like
it was
some hidden
built.
like how there's some hidden chamber inside, and then they discovered that hidden chamber actually existed, and then somebody sent that, like, tweeted that information along to Ubisoft. They're like, "Are you gonna patch this in?" And Ubisoft's like, "Actually, it's already in there
Already
because
there, bitch."
yeah, we based it on this theory, and they confirmed the theory. So now, well, I guess we were right all along.
Yeah, but there is there is stuff like there are the equivalent in the game of explosive barrels are like pots of oil. So if you like shoot a pot of oil with a flaming arrow, then the pot of oil like catches fire and sets everyone on fire, right?
Right.
But like if you do like the dodge roll through the thing, you will smash through the pot and get yourself covered in oil. Then if you run along, you will leave a trail of oil everywhere that you go, and you can set that on fire, which will go back to the pot of oil. But then if you jump in water, you will leave an oil slick across the top of the water.
And can you set the oil slick on fire?
Yes, you can.
Sweet, it's just like the Ohio River.
But there's like stuff like if you go into the desert for too long, I can't even see this on my game because I'm playing it on a regular Xbox, but it's apparently a lot clearer on like 4K with like the camera mode to zoom in and everything. Like
Yeah.
Bike's lips will start getting dry.
Oh wow, that's
Like
real attention to
if you
detail.
go into the camera mode and look at like the eyeball on the camel you're riding, it has a completely accurate reflection of the entire world, like around it. Like
That's nuts because reflections are pretty costly in terms of graphical processing
Yeah.
power.
On a fucking camel, like if you jump into the Nile River and like swim around and everything, and then you stop swimming for a while, you'll just start getting like dragged along in the current. Like also if there are hallucinations if you're in the desert too long, you'll just start like seeing things.
Oh, weird.
There's like you'll like see like my favorite one I saw is like there's an old dude just standing in front of you like off in the distance, and if you ride up to him, like he's like got like a little walking stick and everything. If you stand in front of him, he will dissolve into his dust, and the walking stick will be stuck like in the ground. And then as you approach the walking stick, it turns into a snake and attacks you. Then it dissolves into dust.
Oh,
or like
Lord. Like the first time you said old man, I was like, oh, it's a friendly guy, like Tran from New Girl, and apparently not.
No.
This guy.
No, there's like sometimes you'll just start like hearing the sounds of battle like that don't exist if you're in the desert for too long. There's just
It's just
like
it sounds like there's a lot of detail in here. Just
I beat that game after like 82 hours in it, and like there are still quest lines I haven't touched, and the one thing that really set it apart for me is they're still adding stuff for free. Like there's been a new like giant boss fight with a god added in every couple of weeks, and like
so just dropping in content left and right, which
Yeah.
I appreciate. Because if we're going to be paying $60 or like I don't know 500 Australian bucks for games, then we want them to be these nice meaty experiences.
I mean, you laugh, but I did buy the $280 collector's edition.
Yeah, I'm only judging you slightly for that. All right, so we know your number 2 is Nier Automata. What's your number 1 game of 2017?
My number 1 game of 2017 is I had to choose it purely based on just looking at how much time I've put into all the games I've played this year, and it's For Honor. For Honor's fucking amazing.
Yeah, so this is probably going to be, and I haven't played it, so I can't say anything about it. For some people, this is going to be a kind of a controversial choice because it did release to a little bit of controversy. But I've heard that it's become a nice little robust, albeit not as popular as you'd like it to be, fighting simulator almost.
It is surprisingly popular, like because I probably just after I beat Assassin's Creed, I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to get back into For Honor. I put it back in again, went into Duel. It took me about like 5 seconds to find a match. There's still lots of people playing it.
Oh, that's good to hear.
And that's on Xbox One, which I think is the least popular platform it's on.
Okay, yeah, because it's also on I'm assuming the least popular is PC, because the least popular is always PC. And it's also on
PC is
PS4.
actually I'm pretty sure PC is actually the highest like sustained play. Like it didn't have as many sales, but it had more people sticking with it. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, so higher loyalty, if you will, to the brand. So, what did you enjoy about For Honor?
For Honor is like basically there's a lot of shit in For Honor. I'm not even gonna lie. There's like about 7 game modes, and I only ever play 2 of them because the others suck. Like there is Dominion mode, which is like capture an area, stay in the bases. Like those are all shit. Like they're just not fun to play. So I only ever play the 1-on-1 duel or the 2-on-2 brawls, which is basically like duels with 2 people. But what I love about For Honor is like twofold. One, I feel like grounded melee combat in games is now basically solved. Like just do it this way. There's no reason you should not, basically. Like
Yeah, if you're doing first person melee, this is what it should look like.
Third person.
Oh, it's third person?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's like basically the combat is like expanded Dark Souls. I keep comparing it to Dark Souls, but like
people have taken that system and iterated upon it for a reason.
Yeah, it's basically like if you took the PvP from Dark Souls, added fighting game like mix up, like high-low mix-ups to it, and like fighting game character move lists and everything. That's basically where you're at with For Honor. And it's one of those things like if you made Skyrim but put For Honor combat in it, that would be a much better game. If you made The Witcher 3 but put For Honor combat in it, that's just a better game.
Yeah, I think I've heard you actually say this about For Honor before, that you should just take that combat mechanic and slot it into a bunch of other action adventure games.
one of my biggest disappointments with Assassin's Creed Origins was like, fuck, I wish they just used it for On a Combat.
Yeah, that would have been an even higher attention to detail for that game. Yeah, so I also heard For Honor also has a single player campaign, right?
It has a single player campaign. It's not amazing. It's not bad. It
It's
works.
there.
Like it's not like fucking the like shitty Street Fighter 5 one, but it's also not like Titanfall 2 where it's worth buying the game just to play the the single player campaign. It's definitely
I'm gonna be honest. I played maybe 3 or 4 matches of the Titanfall 2 multiplayer. I played the hell out of the single player, and I feel like I got my money's worth just from the campaign.
Even I was like really into Titanfall 1. After I played the single player campaign in Titanfall 2, I played like a match or two of the multiplayer. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, and the multiplayer's not bad. It's actually really good multiplayer.
It's
just
really good, but it's not single player. And holy shit, that single player.
Yeah, that was. I think I named that like my 3rd or 4th best game of 2016 because that was a damn good game.
Anyway, For Honor.
Yeah, so yeah, For Honor. Anything else you'd like to tell us about this?
For Honor also has because I know loot boxes is a fun thing to talk about at the moment.
Yeah,
and For Honor does have loot boxes, but I think it probably has one of the most fair implementations of loot boxes in a multiplayer game I've ever seen, and I think other games would actually do well to kind of copy from it.
Right, because the Battlefront 2 was just at least their initial plans were just not really acceptable, I'm gonna say.
Yeah. So basically how it works in For Honor, right, is you get a currency called steel, which you get from either playing the game or like just buying it with real money. You can use them to buy loot boxes, which gets gear for your character. And so the gear, on top of being cosmetic, it will also like increase different stats and everything. So like your attack range, how much like attack you do when someone, like how much damage you do through someone's block, all that kind of shit. But like, so how they've balanced it though is if your character levels up. So you start a character and you're level 1 and you can get your gear and all that shit. And then as you level up, you et cetera, et cetera. But say if you started playing now, right, and you had like $500 to spend on microtransactions versus my character that's like level 40 something and hasn't spent any money on microtransactions, no matter how much money you spend on your character's gear, you're never going to get anything in the loot box that's higher level than your character. So you're only going to get like level 1 gear until you actually level that character up, which means it's basically going to give like, say your mace has 3 different stats. It'll have like +1 to attack, but -1 to reach. Or you have another one that has like +1 to reach or -1 to attack. Right. And so all the items are balanced around that, and you're never going to get. So you can't
like pay to outlevel yourself, essentially.
No, you can't pay to level, and you can't get gear that's higher than your level. You need to put in that time, otherwise you're fucked.
All right, so it sort of levels the, or I don't know if it levels the playing field, but it does make it so that time investment you put in doesn't feel like it's wasted.
Yeah, like basically you're always going to be like at the right strength for your character level for the time you've put in. The other thing it does is gear stats only affect certain game modes. So in a duel, gear stats don't do anything. So if you're fighting like a level 60 dude wearing all epic gear and you're level 1 in all grey gears, you're the same strength. Like it is just a skill difference. The gear stat only goes on in like the big like 8 versus 8 like big war scene kind of things.
Okay, yeah, that's actually a really nice approach because it helps not alienate newer players.
Yeah. So like and you can just and I do duels anyway, so who gives a shit about my gear? I dress up my character to look pretty.
I mean, yeah, that's part of what made Overwatch so successful, right? People buying skins.
That is the one complaint I would have over the game, other than like the bad game modes. When you play the game, you choose a class. You don't choose a character. Like I think if they'd made it so like I play a Conqueror. It's a character with a shield and a flail. Like if they'd made it instead of playing as the Conqueror, I played as like
Bill the Conqueror.
Joe. Yeah, Bill, this dude with Actually, no. My comparison would be Krav Mordo, the dude with the flail and a shield from Mace the Dark Age on the N64. So say if I played as Krav Mordo instead, right?
Okay, I can see that. I was hoping you could play as Bruce from Shadow of War.
Is he the orc?
Yeah, the orc guy that you're like, I wish we could romance him.
Yeah, that would be great. But like, if you had actually characters that had like personalities and everything, because they kind of give them personalities in their taunts. Like, I like the Conqueror because all their taunts make them look like an idiot, like they hit themselves in the foot and like wince around in pain and all that kind of stuff. But like, just if they actually had like characters that had backstories, and because that's one of the things I think Overwatch did really well is like, I don't even like playing Overwatch, but like you get invested in the characters, which you can't really do in For Honor since they're not characters; they're just generic classes.
Yeah,
That's really
that makes sense. It's really, when you have strong character design, people are gonna like imprint on those characters or want to be, or since they want to be like them, but want to know more about them.
yeah. Like, you're never going to see anyone fucking cosplaying as the Nobushi, or actually, you probably would. She's got a pretty cool design. But like, you're not going to see like the kind of like cosplay and like fan comics and everything of all that shit like you do with Overwatch because there's not as much to connect to.
Yeah, you know what? This is actually a more interesting point than it sounds like. Jim Sterling said the way you know that Overwatch characters are recognizable and popular is that there's so much porn of them.
Yeah, no, that tracks.
All right, so I'm not going to look for it right now, but if you want to, you can, and you're sitting in your computer at home, not at work, you can search for Honor porn and let us know what's out there. Please, just comment on the avocado. Let us know. All right, thank you for...
I'm definitely doing that for my home.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your top four, I guess, games of the year.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and we'll see you with some other peeps. We're going to share their top three as well. Alrighty, I'm here with Otakunomike and Pulprobot. And these two fine folks are going to tell me about their top three games of 2017. So, how are you guys doing?
Pretty good. Mostly
Only
sick.
pretty good, not like super excellent.
Well, sick. So yes, only pretty good. Hindered my playing for the last couple weeks.
Oh, no. Well, the one advantage of being sick, if there is any advantage whatsoever, is that it's an excuse to play a lot of video games. And I'm sure you've played a lot of video games this year, Mike. So why don't you tell me what your top three of 2017 are? Start with your number three. What's your number three?
Well, just as a general overview, I know a lot of people have talked about what a great year 2017's been for games. For me, it's been most shown because four of my previous top games of the year all got sequels this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, two of them I haven't had enough time to really necessarily make the list: Pandemic Legacy and Fire Emblem Warriors. Both of them are very good games. I just haven't spent enough with them to necessarily call them in my top three. So for me, the number three, that was a very difficult choice for me. Probably actually Shovel Knight Plague of Shadows.
Oh, the
or not
DLC
Plague of
for...
Shadows, Spectre of Torment.
Yeah, the DLC for Shovel Knight that came out this year.
Yeah. It was a tough call there. But that Shovel Knight just keeps getting better with every DLC there is. So I can't wait till the next one comes out, and hopefully they keep making more. I know there was talk that the King one might be the last one.
Yeah, they've put out 2 DLC campaigns so far, right?
Yeah, Spectre of Torment and Plague of Shadows.
Okay, so there might be one more on the way. Do you think they're gonna make a Shovel Knight 2 at some point? Or do you think Yakub will move on to something else?
You know, that's really hard to say. I would really like them to, because they've done a ton with the game just with the DLC. But this game's been effectively in production for 5 years now. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised the studio wants to, diversify a little bit.
Yeah, branch out and do something else.
Yeah.
So, what'd you really like about Plague of Shadows as compared to say the other bits of Shovel Knight?
Well, each of the DLCs, the control mechanisms are always slightly different, which makes things a lot more interesting. Like, you'll come across the same levels in all three versions, but because you jump differently, you move differently, you have to get through it in different ways. So it's always a new learning experience and pretty interesting to see how you have to get through the levels each time.
All right, so it seems like they add new sort of minor variations each time that change the flavor of the game while maintaining the same core that everybody loved to begin with.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, so that's Plague of Shadows. What's your number 2 game of the year?
It actually has to be Breath of Wild. I know it's going to probably shock a lot of people that it's not number 1, but Breath of Wild just couldn't hold it up to quite make number 1 for me. Great game. Can't quite put it at 1.
Yeah, it's been getting accolades left, right, and center. It won Best Game at the Game Awards this year. I've been told that it's a kind of a stunning reinvention of the Zelda formula. Zelda's been more sort of traditional action adventure RPG for a while, with more, I shouldn't say corridor levels, but you got your overworld and your dungeons and things like that. This is, a full open world Zelda. And how does that compare to previous entries?
It's not as big a difference as you might think, especially compared to something like Ocarina of Time or whatnot, which were always pretty open world. They just would kind of cordon off certain areas so you did certain dungeons. This goes full open world. You don't really notice it as much. The biggest place you notice it is because you can easily get sidetracked and just keep being more and more sidetracked as you're chasing shrines you find until you realize you're halfway across the map from where you were meant to be. Thankfully, it has a teleportation ability, which is a lifesaver for that.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't have fast travel, I can imagine that this would be a very different game.
Oh, yes. That would be a lot more aggravation in there.
Yeah, so it's... I've seen, bits and pieces of this. I've seen trailers. But
you have a Switch. How do you not have Breath of Wild?
Okay, so I bought my Switch with Mario plus Rabbids, and then I bought Super Mario Odyssey and Golf Story, and then now I just got Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So I'm going to go back to Breath of the Wild at some point later, because it just happened to be the time of the year that I got the Switch. I just didn't have time to slot in Breath of the Wild into my Switch playing, unfortunately. So why don't you tell me what sort of sets apart Breath of the Wild from other open world games? Because I keep seeing that people say it's a refreshing take on the genre, but I don't really know much about how it differs from, say, your Skyrims or your Fallouts.
Well, I'm not a huge open world guy, so that's going to be a little hard for me to answer. Maybe Pulprobot's played more than I have. For me, when I play Fallout, I get bogged down in the side quests, and when I get to the main quest, I just don't care anymore. Breath of the Wild simplifies that by really almost making the main quest very minor. It never attempts to really build it up so much. It's a very short main quest, which is why people can beat the game in under an hour. And it's really just all about the exploration. You don't have huge quest chains. It's all about just going to new places and seeing what you find.
So, yeah, I've heard that the main quest is relatively short, but do you like level up or get new gear? How exactly do they make it so that you don't just beeline for the main quest?
Well, they don't. If you want to, you could just beeline for the 4 bosses you have to beat and then go to... Or actually, you don't even have to beat them. If you want, you can beeline for Ganon and fight him with 3 hearts. There's nothing that stops you. And I've seen there are Let's Play videos of people beating the game in 45 minutes with 3 hearts and a shit ton of luck.
Right. I can imagine speedrunners are trying to get that down right now.
Oh, yeah. They'll do it.
Yeah.
What you get is, as you do shrines, you get more hearts, which makes you, more survivable. And if you beat the 4 bosses that you're supposed to chase, you get special abilities from them that help you later on. But that's the only thing that would make you want to beat them before fighting Ganon.
So it's not like a system where there's XP and then you choose which skills to level up. It's very much more like you kind of need to train by going around the open world, learning how to use your abilities, and then practically speaking, you get more health, which makes battles easier.
Yeah, exactly. You get more health and you get more stamina, which makes running and climbing easier. But yeah, that's all you get. You don't get extra levels or anything.
Yeah, it's not like Link unlock. It's not like you can level up, I don't know, Link's jump or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very different structure from, most open world games. They started more like Zelda actually, and then it's over the past, I'd say, decade of development, they've moved more towards giving people XP and leveling up and things like that. Especially like the whole Ubisoft open world genre has moved in that direction. So it's almost like Zelda's not really reinventing things, but kind of going back to the open world genre's roots, which I think it seems really neat to me. That maybe we were right all along. We didn't need to go on this big XP chase and detour.
I mean, it seems right to me because, like I said, I just can't get through Fallout. I don't have the patience to deal with the side quest stuff, and Breath of the Wild didn't give me any of that trouble.
Yeah, I've been hearing people sinking like 150, 200 hours into this game. I mean, I wish I had 150 hours I could spend on a game, but people are really, really liking.
Well, they just dropped more DLC for it, I think, a couple of nights ago, which now gives Link a motorcycle. So if you really want to get into it, Link's got a motorcycle now.
Yeah, I love that he's just like, I love that it just completely came out of nowhere, because you think of Link riding like a horse, right? Think of him riding on Epona, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now he's got like a motorbike. He's like, fuck you, horse. I don't need you no more. Yeah, so that's Breath of the Wild. What's your number one game of 2017?
Total War Warhammer 2, which is a
nice.
sequel to one of my game of the year from last year.
Oh, wow. It came that quickly?
Yeah, actually, which is really surprised everybody because they'd always said they were going to make 3 games in the series. And then this one, I think, basically got announced in the summer and then came out in like August. It was like 3 or 4 months after it was announced. It was out already.
See, that's refreshing. You don't have to go through the gigantic promotional cycle. They just tell you a game's on the way, and then it's there.
Well, but the thing with Total War Warhammer is the first one came out last spring, and since it came out, they dropped 6 or 7 DLC packs up until like a month before this one came out. And then this one came out, and there's already, I know, DLC in the work for this one, where you can actually play the 2 games as one. It merges the giant map together if you've bought both games.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Pulp, you were saying something about Total War?
Yeah. I was just going, that's cool that they mixed them together like that.
I haven't actually tried the giant map because the first Total War had a really big Total War map. Warhammer 2, I never even got to like a quarter of the map, almost a third of the map. I never even saw it because it is huge. So playing them together would be an insanely large map.
So what have they changed from the first Total? I'm not going to call it Total War Warhammer. I'm just going to call it Total Warhammer. What have they changed from the first Total Warhammer?
So the big change is they tweaked the way agents or heroes, as they're called now, work. It used to be a hero could either do combats, ingrain himself with an army to do combat stuff, or he would do overworld map stuff. But their skill trees were a mess where you'd often have to level up overworld map stuff just to get to the combat skills, and it made them a pain. So they completely redid all of the skill trees and made it so that heroes can actually function in an army while still doing their overworld map stuff. And they split up the way they level so they you can actually focus on what you want the hero to do, which makes them a lot more effective. They also one of the big just graphic changes is the overworld map, and then both the combat maps look gorgeous now. There's a lot of active stuff on the overworld map, just things moving by. And when you go in the combat map, there's a lot more terrain features. So you get chasms going across the map, which create choke points and whatnot, which creates for a much more interesting battle experience. And I think my final big change is they changed the way city building works, where if cities have unique building chains, they get extra building slots just for them. The first Total Warhammer, you could have a city with 4 or 5 unique buildings if it was a faction capital. And if you built those, you couldn't actually make the city function because you couldn't build the buildings you needed to do anything in the city. So now some cities can have a lot of extra building slots, so you can get their unique buildings and basic buildings you need to function.
So it sounds like they added some more flexibility in how you kind of construct your cities.
Yeah.
I'm looking at screenshots right now on Steam, and this looks amazing. Like, when I was a kid, strategy games were like the ugly games, right? And then if you wanted to play a game that had cutting edge graphics, you played your first person shooters, your action adventure games. But this looks gorgeous, and I wonder how it doesn't fry people's computers.
Well, Total War games in general have always been really good looking. I don't know anybody who's ever run one in max graphics, because if you actually zoom in all the way, you will see every individual person with the details of all of their individual models, like gear they're carrying, and then when they fight in combat, they'll sit there swinging their swords, and there's 2,000 models on the screen running around.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't. If you want it to look as good as it does in the screenshots, I assume you need like 3 graphics cards running in parallel.
I won't lie to you. I actually usually run it on really low graphics, and it still looks amazing. That's why I've never seen what it would look like with absolute best graphics. I think you could run VR off your computer before you could run Total War on its best graphics.
Yeah, I can imagine. I assume there's probably some Twitch streamer out there who like streams it in 4K or at 60 FPS, and it probably looks amazing, but also they probably are going to set their apartment on fire one day. But yeah, this looks really neat. And do you think, would it be a good entry point for the Total War franchise if you don't know anything about Warhammer, or is it really for the fans?
So what I've always said in the past with Total War games is all of them have their own strengths and weaknesses. So just find the time period that you like and start with that one. I changed that with Total War Warhammer, which is just a leap ahead of all the other games, that I think it is the one to start with. And Warhammer 2 is such a leap ahead of the first one that they actually went back and repatched Rome, which is like 5 years old, with it was like almost a gig-sized patch to make it effectively like Warhammer 2. So Warhammer 2 is the one you want to start with if you can. Okay,
it sounds like something I might check out, because I've been meaning to play more strategy games. I thought I just always hated strategy games. I played Mario Rabbids this year, and I ended up really liking it. So maybe there is a strategy gamer in me somewhere.
What I will give Warhammer 2 that also does better than Warhammer 1 is there is something of a story for each of the factions, and it actually conveys the story really well. Enough so that late in the game, if you make it all the way, which can be kind of long, there's something of a twist that, frankly, I should have seen coming, and I didn't. And it was enough of a twist that it made me mad. I felt betrayed by the faction that is screwing with you during the twist, which is, a good feeling. The game's eliciting an emotional response the way it means to.
Yeah, you typically don't think of strategy games as eliciting that kind of emotional response. Usually it's like, a first-person shooter can do it really well because, you're playing as that protagonist. So to see that a strategy game is capable of that as well, that's really neat. So those are Otakunomike's top 3 games of the year. Pulprobot, man, what are your 3 favorite games of the year? What's number 3?
So 3 is, I am going to fully admit, it is completely chosen on pure nostalgia. It just blinded me, but it's Thimbleweed Park.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that came out this year. For some reason I thought it came out last year, but yeah, I guess it came out this year.
Yeah, no, came out, and because I grew up on the LucasArts adventure games, and those were like my bread and butter as a kid, that hit every point for me. I knew it was going to be up high no matter how I ended the year. It was going to be there.
Yeah, it's really kind of a love letter to the old adventure games, down to like you have an inventory with verbs, just like the old one.
Yep, it even has the whole, I'm going to beat my head against the wall till I figure out this puzzle. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. That was obvious now that I see it.
Yeah, I kind of I kind of love and hate that feeling. You know, that's why I don't play that many adventure games, because I love the feeling of solving a really tough puzzle, but I hate just running around from map to map, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do next. But yeah, it seems like it was really neat. And how are the puzzles compared to other adventure games?
So there's two difficulties. There's easy and there's hard. And because I'm insane, I went with hard. I'm like, I can figure this out. I'm smarter than when I was a kid. No, I'm not. I spent good chunk of the game going, okay, do not Google answers. Do not Google answers. Do not Google answers. They are hard. They are up there with some of the old games in hard. Not like Discworld hard, where you're like, this makes zero sense, but the really annoying, almost annoying hard ones, the ones that you know what to do, you just can't figure out exactly how to do it. You're like, okay.
So they're like the rubber duck puzzle from The Longest Journey hard.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember playing through The Longest Journey, and I had to, especially some of the early puzzles, just had to look up the solutions. But some newer adventure games like Tokyo Dark never had to look up a solution. Broken Age, I only had to look up one, and that was the stupid snake puzzle that everybody had to look up. So I think they've gotten kind of easier and more sensible. So it's in some ways nice to see, for the sake of nostalgia, to see some of these old puzzle designs come back.
The hardest puzzle for me was because you switch characters, and you have two FBI or government agents you switch back and forth. One of them winds up in a sewer, and you're supposed to drop a coin down into the sewer. The air character picks it up, then goes to a phone and calls a number you find on another screen as the first character.
Oh, wow. That is really convoluted.
That took me probably the longest. I think that was a good hour. When I solved it, I was like, okay, I'm going to bed because this game actually just made me angry for a minute.
Yeah, it sounds like an evolution from, I mean, there are the old games that have you switching characters like Maniac Mansion, but then more recently there's also The Cave, which I believe Ron Gilbert also worked on.
Ron Gilbert is the reason I kept an eye on Thimbleweed Park. I'm a big fan of his, as you could obviously tell. So him and Tim Schafer, I will check out any game that their name is on.
Yeah, especially now that, Ron Gilbert's kind of doing his own independent thing these days. Do you think he has another adventure game in the pipeline?
I think he's hinted at it a little bit. He has stated many times he wants to finish the Monkey Island series how he originally planned it. And I just keep hoping he can.
Yeah, I mean, Disney's going to hold on to that license till the end of time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But if they ever find it in their hearts to sell it off to a company like Double Fine, I would be all about it, because they don't need it anymore. They got pirates, man. Yeah. They don't need
And the Monkey Island series is in my top 5 of all time, so...
I've actually never played the originals. I've only ever played Tales from Monkey Island, which people tell me isn't that great, but I actually really loved it, so... I'm thinking, I want to see the older Monkey Island games, and maybe a new one updated with, modern graphics and all that.
The remasters they released a couple years back.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I heard about those.
Are amazing. I love that you can go back in between the 8-bit graphics and the current, weird painted thing they did, but they kept everything perfectly, similar. They removed a few of the intentional unwinnable situations where you could accidentally glitch your game to end.
Oh, you soft lock it so you can't beat it.
In the first one, you could accidentally get rid of an item you needed through a glitch, and you could not pass any further until towards the end of the game, so you would have to start all over.
Oh, that sucks. That happened to me in Resonance, and I had to give up halfway through because I just broke a puzzle and I couldn't beat the game. So I was like, fuck this, I'm not playing this game no more. Anything that takes out unwinnable situations from adventure games, I'm in favor of.
Yeah. That's Lucas's Arts whole thing, is that one. They made it so you can't, if the game works properly. There's been a few glitches where they're like, shit, patch this now.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't patch games really back in those days, so it's nice that they can take care of those glitches now. So that was your number 3, Thimbleweed Park. What was your number 2?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, nice. That's a game that I really wanted to play, but I just didn't have time for it this year. So, what'd you like about Horizon Zero Dawn?
First of all, it is super pretty. Like, it just looked amazing to me. And my TV's kind of old, so it was pretty intense to see something that pretty on my TV.
Is it? Did you play it on the vanilla PS4 or the PS4 Pro?
Just the vanilla PS4, because that's what I got.
Okay, nice. Because I have I have one of the special edition Uncharted PS4s, so it's teal, but it's like a vanilla PS4. So I was thinking if it looks good on the vanilla, then it's something that I might want to check out. So what else did you like about the game?
So there's all those like robot creatures or whatever. I always called them robot dinos to me because that's what they were. And when you play the game, they kind of give you little hints on how to fight everything. But because I'm insane, I'm like, no, I want to figure this out on my own. So I really liked every new one I found, finding out how to take them down.
Yeah, you made like a little puzzle for yourself.
Yeah, as you can tell, I tend to go towards puzzle things pretty quickly and easily in my world. But that, and I really actually liked, in open world games, I never really relate to the main character most of the time because I get bored with them because they have no personality because they're supposed to just go wherever you go to facilitate everything.
Right.
But I really liked Aloy. I thought she was an interesting character and really kind of fun to just watch her go through the story.
So she actually has a real personality as opposed to other action game characters who often don't.
Yeah. It's not a super complex personality, but it's there enough to make me go, okay, I feel motivation to help this character complete the story, unlike Fallout or Skyrim, where halfway through the game, I'm like, I'm bored.
Yeah, I mean, when you create your own character, the game kind of has to allow for more possibilities in terms of the personality you express. But when a game gives you a character, they can direct your experience a little more, and it makes it easier for the game to give a set more nuanced personality rather than painting in broad strokes with player choice.
I described Horizon Zero Dawn to my boss as Assassin's Arkham Tomb Raider, because that's like 3 of his favorite series. He gave me like a 10-cent raise over to like recommending this game this year. He's like, you got a raise.
Nice. Yeah, you should give your boss video game recommendations more often.
Oh yeah. The problem is we play very different games. He's really big into like the Call of Duties and stuff. So I'm like, I don't play those.
Yeah, just I don't know. Maybe pick up Call of Duty World War II. I'll get you a raise. You can talk about the DLC. I don't know anything about Call of Duty. Talk about the zombies.
Just watch a lot of Let's Plays of it and pretend that you're playing it.
Yeah, nobody's gonna know the difference, right?
Yeah, I shot that dude and then a little kid insulted my mother.
Yeah, that's pretty much all it is. You know what's actually sad though? It's not usually little kids. It's like fully grown adults who do most of the shit talk in online multiplayer. It's like, dude, you're 28. Get a grip.
I played a Call of Duty online with my boss because I could borrow a friend's copy.
Oh, nice.
He was one of those shit talkers really quickly.
Oh, God. That's kind of horrifying.
The next day at work, he was like, we don't talk about online interactions. I'm like, we don't talk for the next week. I'm angry at you, man.
Yeah, hopefully he matures in that regard. So you enjoyed sort of the puzzle solving aspect of figuring out how to take down these big monsters in Horizon Zero Dawn.
I also love their designs too. So I just sit there and watch them move around and stuff for a while and just going, this is completely okay with me. I could do this for another hour.
Yeah, they looks like they really put a lot of thought into how they're going to animate these beasts and give them a mixture of animal and machine qualities.
Yeah. There's one of those things that the ones that aren't super aggressive, there'd be a small part of me that was really depressed to kill each one for the scraps I need to improve my character. I'd be like, there's that cute little deer one. Oh, it's dead. I need its parts. I feel a little bad.
Yeah, it's almost like because they give it that animal quality, you don't feel like you're just killing a machine. You feel like you're actually killing an actual living being.
I always have problems in games like Far Cry 3 was really big in that whole you have to hunt animals and skin them to upgrade your character, and I always struggle a little bit with it, so.
Well,
Yeah.
Red Dead Redemption had an achievement for killing all of the buffalo, so a lot of people made buffalo go extinct just to get an achievement.
I didn't.
Yeah, people will do pretty much anything for an achievement, especially like people who actually go out chivo hunting as they call it. They will do all sorts of shit just to get their gamer score up. Me on the other hand, I like this. I game on PS4. I get trophies occasionally. I just don't care. I somewhat care about Steam achievements. Switch doesn't even have achievements. So I'm not really into hunting for every achievement, but you never know. Some people really like killing those animals.
My brother is one of those people. I'll just get text from him. Got another platinum. Okay.
Yeah, some people just really love killing animals. So that was Horizon Zero Dawn. What's your number one game 2017, Pulprobot?
So I had checked to make sure it was still okay giving you rules, but you said so on the call out that I could choose Persona 5, and Persona 5 is it. I
Yeah,
sunk way too many hours into that game.
yeah, that game took me. I think I looked at my in-game clock, 128 hours.
I think with all three playthroughs, I probably clocked in 250 somewhat.
Oh
That game
wow,
annihilated 2 months of my time. I am a little ashamed of it.
that game. I got that game on release. I think it was April 4th or something of this year, and I beat it in October.
You see, that's my hesitation with playing Persona. I really liked Tokyo Mirage Sessions, but then Persona games taking 150 hours to beat, I'm not sure I want to sink that much time into an RPG.
Well, how long is Tokyo Mirage Sessions? It's pretty long, right?
I beat it in about 75 to 80, I want to say.
Persona
I mean, a lot
5
of
is
that is cutscenes, too.
Persona 5 is doable in under 100 if you're not slow and stupid like me.
Or you don't run around like I do. I was just like, we're just going to run around, just check every single thing out every single time for the first month of the game.
Yeah, eventually I did that for the first week of in-game time, and after that I was like, I can't do this, otherwise I'm going to be here for 200 hours. But yeah, it's a very lengthy and also very meaty game. There's a lot of content there.
My two game genres are something involving puzzles and JRPGs, so that's
Speaking
pretty
my
much
language,
sums
man.
up.
Yeah, this is like if you want if you want to talk to people who like puzzles and JRPGs, I don't think you could have assembled like 3 people who want to talk more about puzzles and JRPGs. So you enjoyed like the JRPG aspects. So how'd you feel about the changes they made from Persona 4 in terms of the structure and the combat?
I actually like the combat a little bit more in 5, because 4 would be a little, I don't want to say difficult to get into, a little more complex and not a good way to me. But I was a lot younger, so I'm not sure how much that, I haven't played it since then. I really loved it, but I was also a younger, stupider person when I played it, so.
Persona 4 used to make things like it didn't have the baton pass feature, which made strategizing against weaknesses a little harder. It didn't have whatchamacallit. It wasn't as clear up front about what the weaknesses and strengths of each persona was.
I remember it took me probably 3 weeks in Persona 4, or I got it from Gamefly. And it took me like 3 weeks to just get through the first dungeon because I just could not make it heads or tails of the combat system then. So I just play it a little bit, get frustrated, turn it off, have to start all over.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard game up front, and then it gets easier, and then it gets hard again right at the end. It's kind of all over the map. Persona 5, though, is... I mean, I played it on easy because I'm a wimp. Not safety. I'm not that much of a wimp. But I played it on easy so I could go through in 120 hours. If I'd played it on normal, probably would have taken me 200 hours. I'd still be playing it right now.
I had to play through it a second time just because the twins are a secret. I'm just going to spoil it. They're a secret boss you can fight. And yeah, the first time I'm like, okay, I got pretty good personas. I'm a pretty decent level. I think I can make heads or tails of this, or at least decent. No, nope, dead instantly.
Yeah, so Persona 5 not only changes up the combat and structure a little bit from Persona 4, it also, like, the style is completely different. I mean, the music also, it moves from R&B and pop to acid jazz, which I think was a neat and very rock-based music. I think it was a neat transition that they made.
I love the soundtrack. I just, like, it constantly keeps popping up on my YouTube playlist. I'm like, all right, we're doing it. Cool.
Yeah, you keep playing, like, You'll Never See It Coming over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the style, too, is very different from the previous Persona games, because now they got the graphical power to make it look kind of anime-esque, which they couldn't do before. Like, in Persona 4, everybody looks like friggin' chibis, and it's really weird.
Playing Persona 5, I have a friend I got it on launch day 2, and he couldn't play it for 2 weeks due he was going on vacation at that exact time. He was not happy with his spouse. His spouse actually, I think, scheduled it so he didn't spend 2 weeks playing that game. But the first thing I texted him after playing it for like 10 minutes was, this game is literally just style. It is awesome style. Just, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the splashes of color everywhere. It looks like there's splashes of paint, and then when you go through the menus, they're all at weird angles. They really put a lot of thought into how they're going to present it to the player. It's not. It feels very lively. It's not sterile like the JRPG menus of other games. And sterility is sometimes an artistic decision. Don't get me wrong, but it's refreshing to play something that's so vibrant looking.
Where you aren't bothered when you open up the menu and go, oh, here's all the things. You're like, this is still entertaining to see every time 3 hours later.
Yeah, that was definitely Tokyo Mirage Sessions. They were oozing style in that one.
Yeah, for what I saw, it looked like they really went with, for Tokyo Mirage Sessions, they really went with like the whole idol aesthetic all over the place, which I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a fan of it, but I'm really intrigued by it.
Yeah. I just had a lot of the color that you're talking about, Persona 5 too, but yeah, it's dynamic all over the place.
Yeah, it's something I really appreciate about it. And narratively, Persona 5 is actually, and this is what I've been telling people, it's actually like a blistering critique of a lot of aspects of Japanese society, which I don't think a lot of Western gamers have fully appreciated. What do you make of that?
Well, I grew up watching anime, so I kind of picked up on some of that because honestly, I kind of fell out of following anime and games for the most part for like 4 years, a couple years back, where I just kind of like dropped it all through personal issues. But I picked up on that, and the only problem I really had with that is towards the end of the game, it gets involved into the Japanese government.
Yeah.
And I know jack about Japanese government, so I was just like, what? Is that the president? What? So I had Google a whole bunch of things and did not help.
Yeah, I mean, it's not totally accurate as to how the Japanese government operates, but it's meant to be like it's actually from what I've been told. The posters that Shido puts up, his campaign posters, are like a parody of Shinzo Abe's campaign re-election posters.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I did notice the critique of the whole you are a sign of a crime, your life is over, because I know that was a big thing in Japanese culture for a long time that's starting to get some blowback.
Yeah, and it's it critiques, the criminal justice system. It goes after corruption and also people who abuse their power. There's also a pretty strong critique of workplace sexism in there. It's pretty much a rebuke to a lot of, I don't want to say more conservative elements of Japanese society, but more backwards isn't even the right word. People who
outdated.
Outdated is probably a better way of looking at it. It's a rebuke to a lot of outdated ways of thinking in Japanese society, which doesn't play maybe as well in the West, because some of the issues they're speaking of are extremely specific. But overall, I think it's pretty bold for a piece of media to be that overtly political.
What I saw is a lot of Westerners, for some reason, saw it as like a rebuke of Trump, and I'm just like, I don't get how you got it there. I don't see it in there. And I just kept seeing articles and think pieces about how it is, and I'm just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, even the AV Club's own review compared it to kind of a contest between Trumpism and the Sanders Revolution, which is a little bizarre because the game came out in Japan long before Trump won the Republican primary.
Are you going to be surprised by the AV Club trying to make something about Trump? That's been their MO for the last year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, not to rag on the site, because I think this is sentiment I've seen sort of outside the AV Club as well. It's just, it's an ill-considered one, because even if there are some parallels, it's just not at all what the game is about. And if you try to map American conservatism to Japanese conservatism, you're going to run into some hurdles. So,
I always felt like they were just whitewashing the entire idea of the game every time they brought it up. I'm just like, no, it's a Japanese experience. It's from their perspective. There's nothing to do with our entire culture. They don't care.
Yeah, I mean, how do I put this? If you center your discussion around what it's saying about American politics, then you're just flat out wrong, I think. But I do think it's all right to draw parallels and say this aspect of Japanese society has some equivalent in American society. I think it's fine if you're commenting on the game from that perspective. But if you're knocking the game for not being a strong enough critique of Trumpism, I think you've kind of missed the point.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It was just one of those things. I just saw article after article. I'm just like, I don't get it, people. Why?
I mean, it's a tendency, I think, for American commentators to center everything around America. If you comment on issues in politics of countries that aren't as insane, like say if you're talking about Kiwi politics or Canadian politics, and the issues that they face, an American will be all too eager to tell you, well, Donald Trump is worse. I'm like, yeah, of course he's worse. Doesn't mean that there aren't problems elsewhere. So I don't know. I think it's kind of an American way of thinking. I can say that I'm Canadian, but it's just how people have been sort of trained to filter their experience. People filter their experience through what they know. It's just a shame that people aren't really thinking of what the game is trying to say specifically.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually really I keep hearing complaints that the story kind of fizzled out at the end, and I'm like, I actually liked it the whole way through, personally.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of how it ended, but I think given what it's trying to say, I think it really couldn't have ended any other way.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie, I tend to have a weakness for the trope of everyone gathers around the person at the end and it helps them power through. I have a weakness for that, so it already had a pretty sizable way of just going, yep, okay, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'll buy it. Very shonen anime, but I'm behind it. Yeah, so those were your top 3 games of the year. Thank you, Otakunomike. Thank you, Pulprobot. And we should have one more segment for other people who are going to tell us about their top 3 games of the year. So don't turn off your computer yet if you're listening to this podcast. All right, I'm here with Science's Badminton, Wolfman Judo, and Andy Tuttle Olympics. How are you guys doing?
Okay, you're going with the sport analogy. Okay.
It just felt right to do this time.
It just felt right for the Christmas season.
Yeah,
I'm doing great.
Olympics are the very Christmassy kind of event.
Winter Olympics.
Yeah,
they're coming up pretty soon.
Oh yeah, it's not Olympics year this year, but Pyeongchang is happening soon. So we'll all learn about this South Korean city we've never heard of until this year. So great
That'll
stuff
get
is going
nuked
to happen
soon. I'm assuming.
Yeah, let's hope let's hope it doesn't come to that.
That is maybe the darkest way we've ever started one of these.
Oh yeah, well.
Yeah.
Christmas, guys. Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Speaking of nuclear weaponry, what about Wolfenstein 2, eh? Lots of nuclear weaponry in that game.
Look, all I want to do is kick a Nazi in the stomach.
There you go. You can do that.
Definitely. I mean, you could just do that in real life. You can just there are real life Nazis now. You can just walk up to one and kick them in the stomach.
I mean, to be fair, there were always real life Nazis.
That's true. They just are a lot louder now.
Yes,
and it's kind of sad.
Okay, let's
talk
move on
about happier things.
depressing.
Let's talk about our top 3 video games of 2017.
I'm ready.
Sweet. Yeah. Andy's ready. So Andy, why don't you tell us your number 3 game of 2017?
Is your body ready?
Oh my god. My body is ready. But I don't think my psyche was ready for my number 3, which was Resident Evil 7. That game scared the shit out of me. It's been a really long time since I had been scared playing a game. I think the last one might have been Fatal Frame, the first one. You guys would play that with the camera. You take pictures of ghosts.
No, I mean like I was gonna say Luigi's Mansion. That's a vacuum game, not a. I think I just like mentally merged.
Scary game though.
I think I mentally merged Luigi's Mansion and Pokemon Snap in my head. I don't know how I did that.
No, but it's actually kind of really close to Luigi's Mansion in a weird way. I'm
also gonna say it's not like terrifying in the way that like playing every time I play Resident Evil 4, I immediately get like a really satisfying but tough pit in my stomach.
Oh really?
But,
I treat Resident Evil 4 more like an action-y game, though there's some bits in there that really scare me, but mostly it's action-y.
I'm gonna just go on this quickly, which is basically just that I think it works because it undercuts a lot of that, like the empowerment you get from an action game. But I just like kind of Luigi's Mansion is kind of a goofy horror game. Like it has its place.
So 7. What's up with 7?
Yeah, so what's up with that?
Well, I mean, 7, maybe not as scary as Luigi's Mansion, but, you know, it tried its best. No, this game was fantastic. It was scary, and it felt good to play a scary Resident Evil game again. I wasn't a big fan of 5 or 6. I don't think most people were. The last one I really liked was 4. I think that's a pretty common, idea, or, common for people who play Resident Evil games to say that. And 7 was just it was so like I said, it was just so scary, and just it felt it almost felt like they made a different game and decided to throw Resident Evil's name on it.
Yeah, it's first person, this one, right?
Yeah, totally different. They'd never done that style before, and I was initially, when I first heard about the game, I was very turned off by the idea. I thought VR is stupid. I don't want anything to do with VR. Resident Evil in first person, it's going to be, Call of Duty or something like that, where you're just going to be running around shooting zombies. I'm not interested. I don't want anything to do with it. Trailers came out. It's dark. It's grimy. It's got this weird videotaped aesthetic to it that it suddenly I was intrigued. It was like watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the video game. And it's
sorry, I just wanted to say something, because it's funny that you mentioned that, because what I think is really interesting about Resident Evil 7 is, it's mostly a Japanese studio that made it, but the creative director for the first time in the series history was actually a Westerner. It was the guy who did Spec Ops: The Line.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I didn't know that.
They tried they figured they will try American horror this time, like more with like Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes. So yeah, it wouldn't have worked if if it was like you had to have like a one dude that's like directing it that's from the US, so he can like
it's got a very, very American feel to it.
The writer is also a Westerner. The lead writer.
And I think that is something that's important because, and actually this got talked about in the AV Club a couple months ago, but one of the real...
The AV Club?
Which website are you talking about?
No, I'm kidding. We still love those guys. Wolfman, continue.
That basically the first Resident Evil and basically every game up to Resident Evil 4 worked because they were a Japanese studio dissecting and playing with and interpreting like predominantly American horror tropes. And then once Shinji Mikami left the series after Resident Evil 4, they basically kind of just gave up on that. And it just became about Resident Evil and about the Resident Evil tropes, not the tropes they brought in. And I think what's cool about 7 is it's as much as it professes to be this like return to the you're just this one guy trapped in a mansion, it's actually being as radical a departure from Resident Evil as Resident Evil itself was a departure from other games.
Right.
I guess it's reconnecting with that Japanese interpretation of Western horror tropes.
But it's also like I think like because of like there's less dissonance between what they're trying to do, and like in Resident Evil 4 it tries to be like a very American kind of style movie, but obviously everyone at the team is Japanese, and it's obvious that it's like it's very strange when you're playing Resident Evil 4. It's like it has these catchphrases, it has this, but it's not really all there. You can see that it was directed by Japanese people, and that's cool. It's weird.
It's great.
Yeah, it's great. It's also fantastic.
It's probably why it's I think the best post 9/11 video game ever made.
Oh, why is that?
Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, seriously, because the whole thing is basically that it's a game that's set after this like really horrific like destruction of an American town. The U.S. feels vulnerable, and up comes this sort of odd backwoods population that's like sort of vaguely weird. It's like it's not like a one-to-one thing, but there's this sense of like of this weird notion of terrorism as this actually like very concrete concept, even if it's like how it manifests is vague.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I can see that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I might have to replay it again to see if I get that from it, but I'm not sure. But
I
believe you.
We'll see. Yeah.
So Resident Evil 7 turned out great. What was your number 2 game of the year, Andy?
Oh, going straight to number 2. Okay. My number 2 game, it was Yakuza 0. And I also throw in there the remake of 1 a little bit. The reason I like 0 so much was because it was the first Yakuza game I've ever played. And, I guess I should say that I played to its full extent. I had played Part 3 in the past, and I didn't like it because I was expecting kind of a Grand Theft Auto clone in Japan. But it's totally different.
It is decidedly
it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like Grand Theft Auto at all. You know, Grand Theft Auto is this huge map, and you can do anything you want in it. Yakuza, it's a little tiny part of Japan. You just run around a few city blocks, and you can't
even
punch
jump.
people. No, you can't even do anything. There's no cars. There's no driving. There's nothing. All you can do is get into fights with different gangs of dudes, pretty much the same dudes over and over again. But it's fun. Like in 0, I guess going back to kind of this 80s thing with like the videotapes in Resident Evil 7, Yakuza 0 takes place in 1987, 88, something like that.
Yeah, so during the Japanese boom years.
Yes. And so it was just, it was so cool being in that era in a different country because I grew up in America, so I know what it was like here. But seeing how it was in Japan, it was just cool. It was interesting to see something different from their perspective. The mini games were some of the best parts. I think everybody talks about how much they love the mini games. They're a lot of fun. I could sing karaoke in that game, all night if I wanted to.
Visualization of what's happening in like the mind of Kiryu when he is singing karaoke is the best thing I've ever seen.
Because he just like ends up in all these wacky costumes out of nowhere.
Yeah, Kiryu is the main character, and if you sing karaoke, it's like
I love the one where they're all kind of like in roller skates and they're skating around that big kind of like heavenly golden palace.
Wolfman, you had a question about all this?
Because Andy, it's interesting you say this. You're saying that a video game can have mini games that are good and exciting.
Yeah.
And Merve knows they don't have to be this like hideously broken system that takes 5 minutes where you can't actually rely on the controls, and then after you fail it, there's some like bad, wacky, humorous dialogue that makes fun of you.
I'm sorry, what is this referring to?
I think Wolfman is just coming off a stint of playing ukulele, and he's where I was like 4 months ago when I played the game.
So you're saying I should not buy ukulele for
buy it
for the time being.
Buy it for like $10, maybe. I guess if you're really itching for a 3D platformer
/ minigame collection.
Yeah. If it's like, okay, you beat Mario Odyssey, and then you want another 3D platformer, you buy a Hat in Time. And then after you get done with the Hat in Time, you buy Snake Pass.
All right. Well, that's not really a platformer, but I see where you're going with this.
And then when you're done with Snake Pass, you could, I guess maybe by then Nintendo will have either the Nintendo 64 Mini or Mario 64 on the Switch, and then you buy that.
Right.
And then
so what you're saying is after 10 or 15 other games, then I should get ukulele when it's $1.
Yes.
What I'd say about ukulele is that, I mean, okay.
It's like this turned into a slam podcast. Like, what is it?
Okay, what I'd say about ukulele...
Yakuza and ukulele both start with Y. I can understand how we got
Yeah, okay. I'll say it's not an awful game, and it's certainly not the worst game I played this year. It's a game that you really just don't need to play. Go play Banjo-Kazooie. Go play DK64. They're much, much better games.
Okay.
And DK64 isn't a good game.
No. Like, it's...
Okay,
no, let's not
We've had the DK64 talk. Anyway, back to Yakuza 0. One of the things that I found really interesting about it is its approach to storytelling is very different from most video games. And I think this is a point that I've made elsewhere on the internet, which is that a lot of video games take after movies in the way they approach their story and the storytelling techniques they use. Whereas Yakuza 0 seems to style itself more after a cable drama almost. It feels more like you're playing a TV show rather than playing a movie, if that makes any sense.
And I would say not even a cable drama, but more like a soap opera.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's it's very heavy.
Yeah,
and a lot of men declaring how much they love each other and the honor that they have for one another, while at the same time beating the shit out of each other. Yeah. You know, it's very like it's so macho, but it's also very homoerotic. It's a very interesting game.
Yeah, it's very much like a primetime J drama almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a TV show, and you're like it has episodes and like it's styled after also like an 80s like a soap opera sometimes. Yeah. It's weird. It's I have seen it played. I have not played it myself, but I've seen a large chunk of it being played, and it's also entertaining to just watch it being played because there's so much story and talking that you're like, okay, I think experience it via like watching it. But the combat is pretty good from what I've heard, right?
The combat is
I really enjoy the combat a lot. I mean, just unlocking a new heat move, that was always fun for me. It was fun picking up all the different items around the town, because you pick up signs or motorcycles or poles that are sticking out of the ground, just beat the hell out of people with them. And you do this heat action where you'll like crack a bat over somebody's head, or you'll spin around with a motorcycle and knock a whole bunch of people over. It's
or you slam an orange into their mouth and like
yeah, and then you just start punching them in the stomach a whole bunch of times. You just tap X and
there's some weird hit moves out there. Like if you haven't seen the weirdest hit moves of Yakuza series, you should check it out.
Okay, I'll have to find that online.
I just really enjoyed picking up traffic cones and beating people with them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that says about me, but that was the highlight of Yakuza 0 for me.
I like the capoeira style when you like kick like make one dude kick the other dude you're fighting with in the nuts. It's pretty good.
I think my favorite style was the one where it's just straight up breakdancing.
Yeah.
Majima's breakdancing style, yeah.
Yeah, there's literally a fighting style. It's just like where Majima's walking by. There are two main characters in the game. There's Kiryu and Majima. Majima's walking by a bunch of breakdancers who aren't engaged in combat whatsoever, and he looks at them. He's like, I think I can adapt that to a fighting style.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, not capoeira breakdancing. I've mistaken it with Eddie Gordo style. Although, yeah, I guess that's close, I guess.
Also,
I guess. Some might argue they're the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, breakdancing and capoeira, I don't know if they're exact same thing, but like breakdancing used in fighting is capoeira-like, I guess.
All I was going to say for this last one is that between Yakuza 0 and the new games Floor Kids, a breakdancing game, do you think we're going to be hitting a breakdancing renaissance?
I mean,
I don't
maybe,
so.
But
I'm not
I don't.
sure.
I think it's very 1999. I don't know if we're going back there.
You know,
I think if we're going back anywhere, we're probably going back to like 1959. But I think we kind of exhausted our political content at the start of this recording. All right, Andy, what's your number one game of 2017?
Well, my number one game is probably not a surprise to many people because it's probably the best game of the year, hands down, and that's The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. So,
sure.
Yeah,
So
I don't think there's
I've
much
heard this
surprise
game
there.
was worth only a 7 out of 10.
Wait, who gave it a 7 out of 10?
Oh, you didn't hear about this controversy? Jim's
trying to
reviewed it.
relitigate this.
He liked the game, but he didn't love it, so he gave it a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
And fanboys be angry, man.
Oh God.
I mean, whatever. I don't get that. Like, if that's fine. If you don't like the game, that's fine, and people have their opinions. But why are you going to get mad at somebody for having that opinion? Who cares?
I don't know. Like, people are stupid.
People are angry. Anyway, let's move beyond that.
The invalidation of somebody's opinion sometimes just boggles me. It's so odd. It's like if sorry, this is gonna go off topic, but like that movie Lady Bird, right? That had the highest rating on Rotten Tomatoes of all time, and then one guy gave it a bad review, and then suddenly everybody is flipping out like it's suddenly the shittiest movie that's ever been made. It sells a 99% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's a fucking great movie. Who cares what one guy thinks? I don't get it. Anyway, that's my rant. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
No. Look, we've all been making weird digressions, myself especially. I don't think you should ever feel bad about that. It's an important point to make, and
Let's talk about ukulele a little bit more.
Yeah, God, that fucking game sucks. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Don't play ukulele. All right. But do play
Breath of the
Legend of
Wild.
Zelda Breath of the Wild, which Andy liked because...
Why did I like it? Well, first of all, I got to say this is probably the best Zelda game that's ever been made. For me, previously, it was Wind Waker. I really love the style and art of Wind Waker. And then this game has just blown it out of the water. I've talked about other open world games in the past. I've talked about how much I like Grand Theft Auto. I like Yakuza 0. So to have a Zelda game that is open world was so fun, you know? And I guess you could argue that they've always kind of been open world. You could explore and go anywhere you want. This one had a new feeling to it. It wasn't just going from screen to screen and you kind of do some stuff in that screen and you move on to the next one. This one was just the whole world is a screen, and it's an infinite screen. You know, you could walk around for hours and do something different for that entire time. That's why I liked it. And just that first trailer, I don't know if or not, maybe not the first trailer, but the second trailer, the one where Zelda speaks and tells you to open your eyes, and that music comes up, the very subtle kind of piano keys. God, I could watch that trailer over and over again. It is a fantastic trailer, and it just, the feeling I get, that feeling of, oh God, here I go. I'm about to start a great adventure. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to find some things. I'm going to see some things. I'm going to be surprised. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to cry. All of that is encapsulated in that trailer. And just playing the game for the first time, you wake up in that shrine. You walk out of the door. I don't know, did you guys ever play Oblivion, Elder Scrolls 4?
Yeah.
I played Skyrim, Oblivion.
I don't think we need to relitigate Merve's let's say not wholly positive opinions on Oblivion.
Oh wait, I did play Oblivion for 2 hours and then I got bored.
Okay. Well, okay, so that aside, in Oblivion, you start off the game in this prison, right? And you're just and you're in this building, and eventually you open the door and you walk out, and there's this huge open world in front of you, and you're like, oh my God, where do I go?
Yeah, like, it was really impressive.
What do I find? I was blown away. The same thing happened in Breath of the Wild. You wake up, you walk up that corridor, you got no clothes on, you open the chest, you put on your shirt, you open the door, and it's just like, bam, here's this world. Go do whatever you want. It's yours.
I'm intrigued by Naked Link.
Naked Link? Yeah. You weren't naked when you woke up? I was naked when I woke up. I had to put on clothes.
Well, we all are.
I don't know.
I sleep in pajamas. I don't know what you guys do.
Well, it's more
I sleep
like
in pajama pants, but yeah.
when we are born, like
Yeah,
more deeper enough.
Oh, it's a symbolic awakening.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally.
Like
It's basically like a clay futurist Tron womb.
Yeah.
And you find a magic iPad that's basically like the light in Plato's cave.
Let me rephrase my question. Do you see Link's butt?
Well, okay.
No.
You don't see it.
No.
Disappointed voice.
So Link's wearing underwear, so he's not truly naked.
Okay, he's not naked. He's disrobed down to his undergarments. So
okay. I'm losing interest in this game. No, I'm kidding. Anyway,
okay, cool.
Yeah. So you wake up and you walk up this this corridor to this platform, and then, sorry, before I interrupted you with fake horniness.
Oh no! Like I said, it's the same feeling I got when I played Oblivion. Was I thought I was in this super tiny, confined space, and all I had to do was open up one door, and suddenly the whole world was open to me. And that was just the idea of that. Just thinking about, what am I going to be doing 5 hours from now? What am I going to be doing 10 hours from now? What am I going to be doing, a week from now when I'm playing this game? Who knows what I'm going to be doing? But I bet all of it is going to be awesome. And it was. I mean, it's not a perfect game. Obviously, there's things that I didn't like about it. I think a lot of people were upset with the weapon system, having things break, not having enough room for stuff. But I think you can quickly get over that if you just accept that, all of your sticks and swords might break, but you're going to find another one soon,
So you keep kind of adapting your playstyle to what you see and what you pick up. You adapt on the fly.
Yes.
That's a really unique approach to open world games where, you either open world games don't really tend to bother too much with weaponry, like they just give you a weapon and then you're on your merry way, or you have this one or two weapons that you upgrade throughout the game. They don't really do the whole inventory thing unless they're going full on RPG. So it's a unique approach to take, definitely.
Well, part of the reason is that it's not just an open world game, and it's not just like an action adventure game or a puzzle game, but Breath of the Wild is also a survival game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a world that, like, I think in a lot of these sort of open worlds, it's like the whole world's at your fingertips and you can do anything, and the whole game caters to you, the player, who is this like power god and so pure and everything, like all of those kind of weird things we get. And admittedly, Zelda gets to that after you hit a certain point in the game, but it's a world that you have to survive. It's a world that you like. It's not just like something for you, but something you have to understand and you have to challenge.
See, it's interesting that you bring up that point because there's the other major open world game that came out around the same time as Zelda, which was Horizon Zero Dawn, which also made a lot of critics' top 10 lists. And it's also a game where it doesn't have all the same survival aspects or mechanics that Zelda has. But this is also a game where you're like almost an insignificant person in this larger world where these gigantic robot dinosaurs who can just like kill you by stepping on you.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
It's also kind of like in both games you kind of, in different ways, you find yourself like thinking about surviving. When I'm fighting a giant robot in Horizon Zero Dawn, there's this feeling of insignificance and like trying to like, you know, beat this giant thing like with everything I have and utilize everything I've got, and it's a little bit like a survival game at times, but in a different way.
Yeah, I think the commonality is that both of these games succeeded by sort of inverting the typical power fantasy you see in open world games, and they both succeeded wonderfully in that regard. So maybe this is sort. I don't want to say it should spark a trend because I think games should go out and do their own unique things, but it's interesting that they found this formula for refreshing the open world genre.
Yeah.
There's going to be copycats for sure. I mean, anytime something's successful, there'll be copycats. So if they're good copycats, great. If they're not, then it's going to be mafia. So.
Though I do kind of have a little bit of suspicion as to how much they're going to go all out for Breath of the Wild style of like climbing or freedom.
Yeah, well, you can put elements from that game into other games. It doesn't have to be like a carbon copy.
Yeah, it also requires some really thoughtful level design if you're gonna you're gonna like break the game that much, then you have to be careful.
Incidentally, that's foreshadowing for my part of this.
So let's actually get to your part of this. Wolfman, what's your number 3 game of 2017?
My number 3 game of 2017 is another one that is made more than a few top 10 lists, and it's one that has, I believe, been talked about on this podcast and will be talked about after I'm done, and that is Nier Automata.
We did a whole episode about it.
God. I have not played that game. Can you believe that?
Yes, I can. This has been a crazy year for video games.
Yeah, I will say you should play that game eventually, but there's no shame in not having gone to it yet.
It's on my list.
Yeah, so anyway, Wolfman, what did you appreciate about Nier Automata?
There's, I think, 2 things at play in Nier. The first is that it is a fantastic example of a Platinum Games game. That doesn't really sound right, but you know what I mean. The people who did Bayonetta and The Wonderful 101 and Mad World, and before the people who did Okami and Devil May Cry and Beautiful Joe. It is a balletic, exciting, wild, frenetic action game. It can switch genres from being like a beat-em-up brawler spectacle fighter to a shmup, and then actually most of the time it's both somehow. It's constantly...
Yeah, like I basically just, anytime I got into combat, I just held down the fire key and went to town. It has all cool like mechanics and systems. It's just this incredibly satisfying thing. It's got this incredible chip system, which has cool meta elements, and it also just allows so much wonderful player choice. Yeah,
but
it's also a game where those player choices are actually meaningful. Like an offense-focused character is going to play very differently from one that focuses on healing or one that focuses on hacking.
Yeah.
One thing that I found was like an early frustration I had with the game was that it felt like the amount of like, you know how when you get hit in a video game you have iframes, invincibility frames for.
Yes.
I found it really frustrating early on when I was fighting boss fights and didn't feel like I had any. Like I'd keep getting chained into attacks, which I do think is a little frustrating early in the game. And then I actually started like 10 hours later, however many hours later, I started interacting with the chip system. And I was like, oh, hey, there's a chip for extending the invincibility frames after you get hit. There's chips for for causing you to auto heal. There's chips for like actually healing based on how you do damage. It's great.
Yeah.
It's this.
It feels very granular. It's a lot of things to like tweak in that system.
Yeah. But the other half is this is the Yoko Taro half. It's the weird, like this incredible abundance of humanity and empathy. It's a world where like even the villains kind of are tragic and everyone's just kind of screwing around in this kind of sad hell looking for something. It's sweet and
it doesn't sound sweet from your description.
I know it doesn't sound sweet when you're.
It's a game that I would say has, while it does depict immense suffering and cruelty, it's also a game that comes from a position of empathy for the characters it portrays.
I think it depicts humanity in a way that, like, with all its issues, it's like also, hey, is it worth it? It asks that kind of question.
Yeah, it's not a cynical game.
No,
by any means. It's more of a. It's a game that can only be made by someone with a deep, abiding love for humanity.
Yeah, I think it like shows humanity and says, okay, this is a beautiful thing, but you also have to pay a price for like yourself, you know, how self-conscious you are about like and like your
how cruel
especially
you want to be.
Yeah, especially the Pascal story. I'm not going to get into like spoilers here, but yeah, there's some really neat parts to that part of the game.
There's a part near the end game where you go to this really beautiful location that was this kind of haunting, sweet area, and all of these like peaceful denizens of machines have basically like cut fake mouths into their bodies and have become like mindless zombies. And it's tragic because just like a few hours ago, they were these like kindly, friendly characters. And it's this is going to be a recurring refrain for me for the next 3 games. But this, I think, like, if there was one thing that was uniting all of like the best games of the year, and even some games that were not great but good, it was a few things. It was a sense of inventiveness, of exploration, of being willing to ruthlessly interrogate an idea. But there's also a sincerity. Like, there's an earnestness and a kindness and a humanity in Nier Automata that you kind of wouldn't necessarily think so from the like gothic Lolita robot ladies or the giant the giant like factory robots named after the founders of communism or whatever.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned the maid and butler costume designs for the robots, because when you start playing the game, you're just like, this is just some dude indulging in his fetish. But then when you get later into the game...
It's a little bit that, though.
It is. Like, let's be real, it is a little bit that. But once you get later into the game, you realize this is, like, it's also deeply symbolic of the relationship between the machines and their human creators, and how they see themselves in relation to their human creators. Like, they see themselves as these servants of humanity. And it's actually kind of thoughtful. In a weird way. So what I thought was just like, okay, I'm playing like this stupid fan service game, or at least that's what I thought for the first couple of hours. And then once I started to understand what the world was portraying, I'm like, okay, this wasn't something that was thoughtlessly done. This is something that the people behind this game put a lot of put a lot of brain power into thinking about.
Hey, Merve. Go off a little tangent here. Do you think they kind of did that same thing with Ultra Despair Girls? I know we had talked about kind of that weird tentacle scene. Do you think that they're kind of doing the same thing there?
What are we talking about here?
we're going off on a huge tangent here. Do I think they're doing the same thing Ultra Despair Girls? Yes and no, but without spoiling Ultra Despair Girls for our listeners, I can't really go into detail about why. I'll just say they clearly have opinions about abuse, and I don't know what their opinions on other things are, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So yeah, Wolfman, that's his take on Nier Automata. What's your number 2 game of the year, Wolfman?
My number 2 game is another one that combines inventiveness and a frenetic enthusiasm with a genuine sincerity, and that is Super Mario Odyssey. The freewheeling, wild, kind of deranged Mario game that, much like, again, Resident Evil 7 and Breath of the Wild, and I'm sure a bunch of other games that I can't get to at the top of my head, is a game that's straddling philosophies and values old and new.
By the way, great Charles Martinet impression, Science.
Thank you. It's
Anyway,
me,
sorry,
mildly offensive Italian stereotype.
Okay, now you're pushing it. So,
Yeah, but it's a
Mario-
huge stereotype.
Mario is a river to his people.
Yes. I guess.
I don't know if that's
In
New
fiume, you might
Yonkers or
say.
Italians.
Anyway, that's like the only word in Italian I know. Anyway, Wolfman, so it's you say it's a game that straddles both old and new philosophies. What exactly do you mean by that?
What I mean is two things. On one hand, Mario 64 is a very open return to a design of sandbox style that was made in Super Mario 64, a game that pretty much wrote a lot of the book on three-dimensional game design, and also ended up inspiring a lot of stuff like Grand Theft Auto and basically open worlds and sandbox design as we know it. So on one hand, it wants to return to that, and it does have, like a lot of Mario games, a number of references to classic Mario stuff. There is a post-credits costume that puts the nose on that a lot. There is the main iconic location is New Donk City, a crazy metropolitan circus that is filled with references to Donkey Kong.
Yeah. How good is the name New Donk City? It's the best name.
It's a
so
game
good.
it's a name that's so bad it's good.
Yeah,
It
it's
really is.
fantastic.
You could only get away with it in a Mario game. You couldn't use that name in anything else. Can you imagine if Final Fantasy had New Donk City?
Of
We'd
course.
laugh at it.
Oh,
I
I'm
love
definitely
it.
laughing at it, but I'm also sort of laughing with it, if that makes any
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
Well, that's
it's
the thing.
self-aware.
But that's the thing. It's earnest. It's
Yeah.
not. At no point is Nintendo being like. At no point is it backing off from the silliness and the kind of dofiness of it. It's just it's okay because it's okay.
Yeah, it's embracing.
It's okay
it,
because it's
so
Mario. It just
Yeah,
leans into the
that's
wackiness.
the thing. That's why Mario can have realistic people in his world, and Sonic I don't think can as much because Mario treats it all as equally weird to everything else.
Yeah.
The Day of the Dead people are just as weird as the realistically proportioned humans, or who are just as weird as the snail people or the robot watering can people.
Just as weird or just as normal?
Fair enough.
In Sonic, it's taking to oh, this is serious, and we're going to do a story about this, and you're like, no, please, for the love of God. And here it's oh,
If
look
Sonic
at this
just
weird...
didn't talk, it would be a much better game.
I'm going to disagree only because as I've said before on this podcast, the best Sonic the Hedgehog property is Sonic Boom, the cartoon. Because it's literally low rent The Simpsons.
I get
That's fair, but that's also the cartoon that you're not playing. As far as Sonic games go, Sonic should just say,
hello.
Sonic should have 2 catchphrases, and that's all he should say.
Guys, I knew we had to do a Sonic bit in this game of the year discussion, so I'm glad we were here.
I mean,
Did
2
anybody
Sonic
else play
games...
Sonic Forces? Sorry.
No,
I think a lot of people like Sonic Mania though. That made some top 10 lists this year.
Yeah, definitely. There's some Sonic games this year.
That's
some
in
good,
my
some
top
bad.
10 for sure.
Of all the Sonic games that came out in 2017, those were two of them.
And one of them was good, and one of them was bad.
Sorry, what I was trying to get at, though, is that, like, so on one hand, Mario, is an old series from a century-old company. It's old bones, and every Mario game kind of has to struggle with, being nostalgic but not too nostalgic. And I think the way what makes Mario Odyssey work, aside from the fact, is that it is very excited, much more so than, say, Super Mario 3D World on the Wii U, which is a great game, but very traditional, great in like a very traditional way. It's just experimental and it's exploratory, not just in how you explore the game, but as the game itself. Like, it kind of reminds me of playing, like, you know how, like, you'll find something like Snake Pass or, like, an indie game that's all about one mechanic that gets, like, interrogated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, that's kind of like every transformation in Mario Odyssey.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Like, they're not as deep, but I love the fact that it's this game that is just completely willing to turn itself on its head.
Yeah, there's, like, 15 games in this one game. Like, when you... possess like one of those. My favorite bits were when you possess one of those weird harmonica enemies that can like stretch.
Yeah,
and there's like yeah.
Oh no, the tropical wiggler.
Yeah, the tropical wiggler. Yeah, and then it's like 15 moons based on operating that thing, and it's like, oh, where you can find the moon here, and you kind of have to like stretch yourself around this block and like dodge enemies with the stretchy power, and like it's very interesting the way they like the Mario moveset may not be up to everyone's standard, and I get that. I really like it, but I understand. But like there's like 50 other movesets in this game, and a lot of them are extremely satisfying.
Yeah, it's just like to me it's just like this wonderful exuberance, like, and there is a lot of bloat in the game. There's a lot of ideas that don't necessarily work as well as they should. Some mini games aren't that fun, or some of them are okay but shouldn't have gone on as long as they did. I think it can get away with that more just because it, like in Mario 3D games, there's like rewards for getting 100% completion. What's cool about Odyssey is all of the good rewards basically cap out at about half of the moons.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't want you to do everything, or it just wants you to do what you want to do. So the bloat and some of the stuff that doesn't work as well, I like because it's not because it's experimental. Like, it's experimental in a way that just Mario games aren't, and that's really cool. Like, it feels like the centerpiece of Odyssey is this, and I'm sorry I'm going on so much about this. But the centerpiece of Odyssey is in New Donk City, where you go to this festival, and the festival is that you basically recreate Donkey Kong, except that the level design is drastically different, where you're walking on walls and you're walking on upside down, and the 2D level starts to like twist and turn. It's something that just physically could not be done with older technology, and it's like in the background there's fireworks, there's people celebrating, there's that like instantly iconic song. It's just this joyous thing, but it's a combination of old and new, taking old ideas into new context, making new ideas, but with like the workman like ideals that powered those older games.
Yeah, and not to mention the iconography of those old games that now have like I shouldn't say exploiting, but they're working off the cultural cachet that these icons have built up over the past 30, 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the game could have ended there, and I would have been happy. I mean, that was a fantastic stage.
I'm very glad that they are like referencing like Pauline and Jumpman, and like they're going deep in a way that like no other Mario game I think has like ever.
So Pauline has to show up in the next Mario Kart, right?
I hope so. Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yeah.
As a kart driving lounge singer.
Yeah, and also if she shows up in Smash Brothers before Daisy, I kind of would laugh because Daisy fans who are very aggressive about Daisy being in the next Super Smash Brothers kind of annoy me.
I mean, she's I know she's there, and basically there. One of the Smash Brothers is like a palette swap for Peach, right?
Well, she's not.
Yeah.
That's not. It's in the palette swap. It's just Peach with brown hair. Like it's not a different character. It's like it's literally just Peach, but wearing a Daisy costume. It's not considered a separate character.
Yeah, I mean that's what I meant, right?
Costume.
It's like
I mean,
the
truth be
the Peach
told,
palette swap is essentially Daisy.
truth be told, there's not much to Daisy.
No, there isn't. But there's a lot
she
of
says-
Pauline now.
Yeah,
She
definitely.
does say, "I'm Daisy."
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, good for you, Daisy.
We know you're Daisy. Although I do feel kind of sad for Luigi because he had a whole year to himself and he didn't get to spend any time with his lady. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know how these things go. Luigi can never catch a break.
truly
Yeah.
one of the worst years ever. The year of Luigi.
Yeah.
I do
feel
like
bad.
Luigi though. I do
No,
like Luigi. I
Luigi's
feel bad for Luigi.
Also,
They should make like if there's a Luigi's Mansion 3, which I'm sure is in the works somewhere.
I would like it to be. Luigi's Mansion 2 was very good.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something we're going to see eventually. They might announce it for the Switch at next E3, and
Maybe. Yeah.
we're all gonna. Luigi's really gonna have his real year then.
Yes, maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I like.
There's
mean-
one last thing I was going to say.
Go ahead.
Sorry, on Mario Odyssey, which is that I think I just want to pay certain attention to the costumes. Because the costumes are really good. Like, they're super fun. And that's another, like, old meets new thing, because there's tons of references to them. Like, the poncho is a reference to a Kix adaptation for Game Boy that had a Nintendo brand. The Safari outfit comes from Yoshi's Safari. The chef hat comes from Yoshi's Cookie. The paint hat might come from Mario Paint, but it also might come from a Japanese-only unreleased Nintendo 64 DD game called Mario that's based around Mario Paint.
Sure.
See, I've literally never heard of any of these games, but I believe that all these are references that they would have put in there for fun.
Yeah. But they're not forced. They're just like, oh, of course Mario has a Safari hat in the Safari area.
Yeah, because it has to do with the worlds that Mario's exploring.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure what the boxers are a reference to.
To having fun. Having
Yeah.
fun, Merve.
They're mushroom print. So
Yeah, I
there
mean,
you
I
go.
guess they had to acknowledge the internet and Rule 34 at some point.
I mean, there's one after the game. It costs 9,999 coins. It is one of the funniest jokes. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm about 6,000 coins short. So,
It is so goddamn hilarious.
talk to me in a few months, and then I'll let you know what I think of it.
Yeah.
All right, so that's your number 2 game. What is your number 1 game of 2017?
My number 1 game of the year is, of course, Sonic Forces. No, wait, no, it's Mass Effect Andromeda. No, it's Ukulele.
It's Ukulele!
No,
Why,
it obviously.
Wolfman, you're reading your top 3 worst games of the year. Come on.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
wait.
okay, yeah. Obviously, his number 1 is Stay State
Sure.
Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which
No,
is the
it's
greatest
actually-
visual novel ever.
Right.
No, it's actually going to be the loot boxes section of Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Like, literally just clicking on the loot boxes. In all
No,
seriousness,
Okay.
what is your number 1 game of 2017?
Okay, so it's going to need a second to build up. So, like I said, this was a year of experimentation, and a year of exploration, and a year of just great ideas. This was a year, like I said, of experimentation, of innovation, of exploration, of sincerity, of trying to go back to a basic concept and ruthlessly interrogating it and going as far as you can with it. The least interesting games, all those ones I mentioned, were either nostalgic relics that couldn't adapt, or they were so desperate to take in modern trends that they didn't understand, or they were cynical in how they approached their games or how people took them.
Or they were just plain shitty.
Yeah, so they were just plain shitty. And so to me, all of these wonderful games, Resident Evil 7 and Yakuza 0 and Prey and Nier and Mario and the other Mario game, which did anyone really expect a Mario and Rabbids XCOM ripoff to be one of the best games of the year?
That's impressive.
No, I think I wrote a piece about it for the Avocado, and or a short blurb about it, and I said there's literally no reason for this game to be any good.
Yeah.
The rabbits are terrible. Half the jokes involve toilets, and Luigi's running around with a goddamn sniper rifle.
It's interesting because I just looked at this while we were about to record, and apparently the creative director, David Soliani, who has enchanted the internet's heart because he cried when Shigeru Miyamoto called out his name at the Ubisoft E3 press conference, apparently he actually pitched a 2D Wind Waker port for the GBA that didn't get taken.
Interesting.
Oh, I just saw that article. I didn't read it, though.
Yeah, sorry, but all of this is to say that to me, all of this hope, all of this idea, all of it really comes together in the opening moment of my favorite game of the year and one of the greatest video game experiences I have had in my entire life, and that is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Link comes out of the cave, going onto that cliff at the center of the Great Plateau and looking out at this incredible, gorgeous world, a world of mystery and surprise and fear and danger and humor and heart. What it said to me was this: all of this world, this can be yours. But it's not going to be given to you. It's something you're going to have to understand. It's something you're going to have to learn and respect. It's those opening hours, trying to slowly learn the mechanics, realizing just how free the whole aspect of climbing can be, because, God, that I have never felt freer in a video game. The exploration of all of these mechanics, the realization that all of these are systems, like an immersive sim. The chemistry system where fire always makes sure that grass and wood burn, and rain puts them out and makes it hard to climb, and thunder will affect metal, and so you can get hit by that, or you could throw a metal weapon at an enemy and hit them. It's this incredible experience of just everything working together, and this whole notion of freedom and of reliability, all of that, every part of the game is done in service of that. Nintendo could have made a perfectly serviceable open world Zelda. It could have had a same linear plot structure of other Zeldas or of an Assassin's Creed game, and that would have been fine. People would have liked it. It would have probably done well and gotten good reviews. But they didn't do that because they wanted to make something, they wanted to capture this idea of how we always viewed video games when we first played them, the obtuse stories and the sense that there's always something more in our imaginations.
That sense of wonder and mystery that seems to be missing from a lot of modern games. Zelda, to my understanding, reintroduced that to a lot of people who felt it had been missing.
Yeah, so this is shameless self-promotion, but at either the end of last month or the very beginning of this month, I published an article for Source Gaming where I basically talked about the level design of Breath of the Wild. And the reason for that is that at a Japanese CDEC conference, the directors had talked about how they designed their world. And what they called it was a triangle rule. Basically, they visualized every single object in the game, a mountain, a town, a fortress, as a triangle. And you could go around it, you could go over it, you could interact with it directly. And that is in every single... And now what happens is that when you put all of these triangles together of different sizes and different shapes, you start to see, you'll look in the distance and you'll see just over the horizon there's some odd structure. Maybe it's a town, maybe it's a weird desiccated tower, but maybe it's got something, and maybe you want to go off and find it right now. And you do. And you can do that because the game accommodates that. But it also doesn't just give it to you. It makes that exploration a challenge. And it also means it's great level design because you have these specific mountains that you can instantly realize that's important, I know where I am spatially. I was playing Mass Effect Andromeda, and every mountain in the damn game looks exactly the same. I was playing Ukulele, and Merve, you know how completely unnavigatable that game is.
Yeah, that game needs a map and does not have a map.
And that's what Zelda Breath of the Wild has some flaws. I like the weapon switching system because I like that it makes sure you can't ever hold on to something permanently, but
it's very Halo-ish, actually.
Yeah,
like,
and
the way you keep switching weapons.
And I like that in concept. I think that it also suffered in practice. And, in a future game, Nintendo can work with that. But I don't want to see them fully abandon it. I think
it's something that could use some tweaking, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I think what you said, Merv. I think it could use more of that Halo, philosophy, because where
Halo.
You should work for different enemies, and your sword should work for other enemies, and as it is, like, every weapon works for every enemy. It's just like, okay,
yeah. So it's a combination of resource management and strategic choice, which is what's made it really work for the original Halo.
Yeah. Continue, Wolfman. Sorry. Yeah.
But to me, like, no other game. Honestly, I can't even remember the last time I had an experience like this. It would have been probably Mario Galaxy, and then before that, Resident Evil 4 or Wind Waker. I've played games that I got really, in love with the aspect of playing them. Like Just Cause 2, in retrospect, is this unbelievably grossly repetitive experience, but at the time, it was really fun. This is something different. This was like a deep intensity.
It's a game that you really got absorbed in.
Honestly, it was the deepest I've ever gotten absorbed in a game, and for the longest time.
Yeah, I know you told me you sunk over 150 hours into it.
Yeah.
So that's a game that can really hold your attention. So that's your top 3 of the year. 3 excellent games, I would say. Science, why don't you share with us your top 3 of 2017?
Oh God, I'll look like a cynical person here, because I'm going to be a little more critical. I do love my top 3 games, but I recognize that all of them have some issues that I'm going to talk about a little bit, but obviously I'm going to praise them also. So number 3 is What Remains of Edith Finch, which is a wonderful, I guess you could use walking simulator.
At this point, I think it's gone beyond pejorative to just being a descriptor.
Yeah, I think it's a descriptive. It's I think it's the best one of these games. While I think Soma had the better story when it comes to walking simulator games, because the story in Soma is fantastic. If you haven't played Soma and you're not into horror games, you should still play it, because it's an amazing science fiction story that utilizes video games to its benefit, like the way video games tell stories. And this game does that better. The narrative, how it unfolds, and how because you explore this house in this game, right? You explore this house of your family, all your brothers, sisters, and uncles, and so forth. You come back after a long time, and everything is sealed up, and you have to find your way throughout the house and rediscover the stories of your family, how they died, because all of these stories that are in this game are the last moments of their life. You find the different objects in their rooms, and they kind of tell this story about the last moments. Each of these little stories is told in a completely different way, and that's when it utilizes the interactiveness in such an amazing way, because each of these stories you interact with it in a different way. Some are a first-person platformer in a way, some are a weird, a little bit of a Pokemon Snap kind of thing. Others are a weird exploration of video game history suddenly. And there's so many different ways they reinvent how you can interact with this game. I was really impressed and surprised every time I've came into a room and started to explore someone's final moments. Merve, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I've played the game, and what really struck me about the way it's structured is that it is two things. One, when you go into it, it seems like you're just playing a Gone Home clone, and then it reveals itself to be something much, much deeper.
Yes,
and I didn't know anything about the game going in. All I know is that it's made by the people who made The Unfinished Swan, and a bunch of video game reviewers really liked it. That's literally all I knew about it going in. And sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say something was similar. I came in, the only thing I knew about it was that it had this incredible level set at a cannery, which is one of my favorite sequences in a game this year.
Yes, it's a fantastic sequence.
Yeah, I'll say the one that uses sort of a Roy Lichtenstein kind of comic panel art style. That was one of my favorite sequences.
Games.
It's the Tales from the Crypt.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just fantastically told.
It's
I
great.
I really loved it. The other thing I wanted to say about the game is that a lot of these walking simulator type games, it seems like they're almost like they definitely play off Western video game tropes, but it seems like they're almost constructed for, and this is not a criticism, by the way, but it seems like they're almost constructed for a non-game playing audience.
Yes.
So as long as you understand like the very basic how to move in 3D kind of controls, you can play these walking simulators.
Yes.
Edith Finch is a little different. It presumes a knowledge and familiarity with video games that a lot of these walking simulator type games don't.
Yeah. And it plays with it. It plays with that.
But even down to the opening of the game, if you aren't used to exploring, you won't be able to figure out how to enter the house.
Yes.
Right? Like that's actually a mini puzzle in the game.
I do think that you can make an argument for that being an issue, because I do think that one of the great things about walking simulators is that they can have allow people who are not as skilled or experienced with games to play them.
Yeah, low skill entry level. Like
I mean, like I was saying, it's not a critique of other walking simulators, but I just wanted to point out this particular characteristic of Edith Finch, because I think it's a different approach to game design. It definitely generates a different feel. If it were as accessible as, say, Gone Home is, I think it would have a different kind of vibe. It would feel less like more of a guided experience, and less like a feeling of like you're solving how to explore this. Not even solving, like you get less of a feeling of exploration.
Yes.
So I don't even say it's a trade-off. I think there's just different approaches to telling these stories. It's nice to see a game in this genre take a slightly different approach.
Yeah, I think it's a collection of fairy tales. It very often feels like it, and each of them has their own morals at the end. But also, it's a celebration of video games, because how many different ways it spins the gameplay and tells you these aren't incredibly deep systems when you are in each of those stories has, but they're different enough that you're especially the cannery level, which I think explores video game history in a weird way.
That's an explicit, an explicit exploration of that. Yeah. And also, it's very cleverly tied into the story that that particular segment is telling.
Yes, it's beautifully made.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to highlight is that it's very intuitive how all these systems work.
Yeah.
As long as you have familiarity with the medium, you know immediately how to interact with the system once it's presented to you. Mm-hmm. And to do that for a half dozen different stories, I think is a really amazing feat.
Yes, it was obviously very challenging to make this game, and very satisfying also probably. What I'm gonna say negative about it is that it's very short. I know it took probably a lot of time, and they probably cut some content that if they would left it in, it wouldn't be as good, obviously. So you like polish the game, you make the best version of the game you can. But I'm still a little bit disappointed that it's only like 2.5, 3 hours long at most. And you can replay that, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think, like, had it gone on longer, it may have not been as satisfying. Like,
Yes.
I love... Like, there's a part of me that would like to see, like, one of the characters who didn't get, like, a vignette to have seen that.
Yes. It would. I'm the same. Like, I think that it would have dragged on a little bit if it were too long. But definitely an hour longer, I think, like, would have been more satisfying to me. Like, I didn't feel like it was badly paced, because at the very end I felt like it was the end of the game. It was well told story.
Yeah, it doesn't sneak up on you.
Yeah, it doesn't suffer the new Colossus thing that, like, Wolfenstein 2 is like, oh, it's over, I guess. No, you definitely feel that this game is going to be over soon. And I would love to be, like, I can explore these stories again, of course, and I will.
It's definitely worth a replay.
Yes, it definitely will.
What I'll say about the length of the game is, I think if they had made it too long, I'd start wondering about why thematically the stories don't all connect, or why there's no grand unifying message. Mm-hmm. And the relatively shorter length helps it feel more like a collection of vignettes or a collection of short stories that are connected by a motif rather than some grand unifying message.
Yes, I would actually say I think there is one. Besides the fact that it's...
There is, but it's like very slight, I think. Like, it's maybe not as pronounced as I would like. Also, that's another critique. But do continue, Wolfman, in what you think. Like, you maybe explain it better than I can.
Yeah. A while ago on the Avocado, I made a joke that basically Edith Finch is not a walking simulator, but an Edward Gorey simulator.
Okay.
With these very, like, dour, like, kind of morbid humor jokes. But in retrospect, it's like a lot more human. And I think, it's very much a slight theme, but the main one is basically the idea of people being trapped in this notion of a curse and how much of it is self-perpetuating. It's one of the few, it has, like, it kind of brushes up against some, like, possibly Lovecraftian ideas, but it also does it.
But I like that it's not explicitly supernatural.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the very few times where I actually prefer the more mundane explanation, which is very much, I think, a testament to how satisfying the actual, like, the denouement is.
Yes, it's very satisfying to, like, find that these stories are, like, not like the more you explore the house, I think, and the more you look around for more information, the more you find out it kind of doesn't have a supernatural thing going on for it. It's like just these people that are maybe paranoid, and maybe, like, there's this but yeah. So I don't want to go on a too long of a tangent. I just want to say, like, yes, there is a through line, but I don't think it's
if there is. If there is, I'd say it's almost. If there is, I'd say it's something along the lines of attempting to cheat death is pointless.
A little bit, and the destiny of these people and how they view their lives in correlation to family members, and how it is like to live with family and to carry on the legacy of this family, because this is also a story about this legacy, right? Because it starts from the very days of, like, pre-immigration, like your grandfather from another country, and how his way of life has led him to, like, a cursed end, and it's all connected. But I would say that it could have been made a little bit better, and also, like, adding maybe a little more time to it, like in the playthrough, that would have, like, allowed this connective tissue to, like, really stick, like, everything together. So yeah, those are my little complaints about it. But overall, I think it's like the best one of these walking simulator games that I've played, and also like a very satisfying way of telling a narrative like that I haven't.
It's a hauntingly beautiful.
Yes, it's a
collection
hauntingly
of tales,
beautiful game.
And I want to say one last thing. The house has already rocketed to the top of my favorite video game houses.
Oh yeah. It looks from like when you first see it, it's like, what the fuck am I looking at?
It's very like fantastical in that like series of unfortunate events, Harry Potter kind of way.
Yes, it's very
you know what I gotta say? It's like the burrow from Harry Potter.
It's
like where the
like
Weasleys
that.
live.
Yes, it's like very quirky, but it's all explained in a satisfying way.
Yeah, and I like that it sort of justifies its size.
Yes.
Unlike Gone Home, which is just set in a mansion that middle class people can afford for some reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that there's a justification for this gigantic cabin in the woods.
Yes.
Within the game. So that was your number 3. What's your number 2 game of 2017?
My number 2 is Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Not number 1. We're gonna start some fights here, man.
Unceremoniously. Number 2, Zelda Breath of the Wild. I really liked it. I think like it's my favorite open world game ever, possibly. I made more tying with Fallout New Vegas, but whereas Fallout New Vegas I very much like for the story and the writing, I like Zelda for like just interacting with the game. I think like, as I said on Avocado, I think like it shares a lot of its DNA with Shadow of the Colossus in a way that like is like, for me it's almost like if they played Shadow of the Colossus and said, wow, I get a feeling of like when I'm exploring these lands, I'm getting this weird strange feeling of like wonder and like maybe I'm getting a little bit lost, but it's okay. And all of these environments are strangely haunting and beautiful. And maybe we should do something with this, because that's what basically Zelda is. That like, there's a lot of exploration and getting lost and having an adventure. Like the geography of the world pulls you into the world. When you see something, it's like catches your attention, and in a very Nintendo way, they like polish this idea to an incredible degree. When it's like in other games, it's like, I guess I can explore this quest or whatever. In this game, it's like you see it, and it's instantly interesting and recognizable. Like the geometry of the world, it's instantly, oh hey, I want to go there, I want to see what's there, I want to explore it. And yeah, my criticism is that when you get there, there's like the reward is boring. But it's not a game about rewards.
Yeah,
it's a game where the reward is
Toronto. Yep.
Well, it's a perfect metaphor for life, you know. Not everything you do is going to be exciting and fun.
I'd say
the journey there was fantastic.
Yes, the journey is fantastic. There's no reward that's interesting in this game.
I would also say,
go ahead.
One thing to that is, the exploration is its own reward, and and also, I think that even beyond the actual like tools you learn, because in the end, like, there's this one of the most iconic parts of the game is this a challenge called Eventide Island, which is at the very bottom right of the map.
Yes.
Basically, you go there. It's very hard to get to. It's very far away. You have to learn how to move a boat, which is something that the game does not teach you.
Or you don't have to in my way. Yes, I was using ice powers. It took me a long time to get to the end.
So you get there, and then you hear the voice of the dead mummy who runs the shrine, and he's basically like, you can come in here and get my treasure, but you can't just. But I've seen how you use all these new powers and weapons and tools that you think you're so hot stuff. So now the only way to get to that is you have to conquer my island without any of your gear. So you wind up nude again. You don't have any of your weapons. All you have is your extra whatever hearts you've accrued and some powers that you may have gotten.
Yes.
And that's it. So you end up literally having to grab the same kind of old, weak, shitty sticks, and you're fighting. They have a giant mini boss, like a guy who's really hard to fight under normal circumstances is there, and you have to. Well, you don't have to beat it, but the fact that like it puts you in a scenario, and ultimately you can win this because you're that good, because you've trained over hours, and that's the real reward.
Yeah, that's the real reward. But the real reward of that island is another 1 point to your collection of points, and the same that you get from defeating one robot in another place. And that's very, very disappointing when you do so. But then you think like, okay, but I had this grand adventure. But then at the back of at the back of your head is like, yeah, but you didn't get shit for it. But you're like, yeah, but I had an amazing adventure. So it's...
I'm picturing like two gremlins inside your brain just arguing with each other.
Yeah, whenever I'm playing this game, I have these gremlins. Like, I really love the exploration. I think the combat is a bit dull, but there's a lot of combat in this game. But it's not the focus of the game, so it's not a big problem for me. Yeah, the only main problem is that there's no real point to all of it. Like, the only point to it is that you are having this experience, but I am maybe trained by video games, okay? It's a way that they have been made that I think that I should build up something, that I should be striving to something, and not maybe a negative, right? Like, I shouldn't look at video games like that. And I don't look at video games like that when I'm playing Edith Finch and story games. But when I'm playing a gameplay-focused game, I usually look for an escalation of sorts, a way of, like, accomplishments, like a series of challenges that I have to overcome, that I get something from them. And like, simply overcoming these challenges should be its own reward. And I feel like it not always is in this game.
So what you're saying reminds me of this other game that came out a few years ago. This is going to sound like a weird comparison, but have you played Antichamber?
Yes.
By any chance?
I did. I have.
Yeah, that's sort of the central message of Antichamber. To think of games as, instead of thinking about games in terms of typical reward structures, maybe we should be thinking about games in terms of the experience that they give us.
Yes. And I agree with this criticism, but this game doesn't like truly convert me, you know?
Okay,
like,
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, also, I kind of hated Antichamber, so that's
a
a whole other ballgame.
It did some interesting stuff, but it was annoying at times.
So, but it's interesting to see that you can arrive at the same message from two completely different games and two completely different angles.
And this game doesn't really like push that message. It's just like it's there, you know. It's like, if you want to enjoy this game, like, you can't look at these systems. You can't look at like, oh, the climbing is limited at the beginning and it's very annoying, and my weapons break, and
I love
blah
the
blah blah
climbing.
blah.
My favorite thing this year. Sorry.
I know you do, Wolfman, and I do love the climbing. It's just at the beginning it's very frustrating when you like can't do anything with the climbing because it's so limited.
I mean, I would say you can actually go a lot further than you ever expect. Like, you always
you can push yourself to like climb things that you wouldn't think you could climb. I agree with that, but what I'm saying is, like, you shouldn't, like, even if you have problems with these things, that those things shouldn't cloud the very core of this game, which is like a very like ungamey game. Like, there's nothing like it this year, I think. Like, it's not a game like about like collecting shit and like pointless, looking at things in a pointless way because a developer wanted to have it, you know, oh, hey, look at this. Like, I guess I should look at it because you told me to look at it, not because I wanted to see it. And it's a very unlike every other open world game that I've played. Like, it's
everything in that game is purposeful.
Yes, it's purposeful, and I I love it about it. It's amazing. Like every other game, open world game, it makes me feel like I'm in some kind of like like a machine that just gives me snacks every time I press a button. Like
actually, Skinner box.
Yeah, Skinner box.
Yeah.
I said that in on the avocado. And this game, it just says like there's no like carrot on a stick that better than just like your curiosity and like you the wonders of the environment we've built and that just you looking at it. And I appreciate it more than I see the flaws in this game. And I see a lot of flaws in this game, but the very fact that I so enjoy like exploring this world, and I could do it, and it doesn't even have to have a point to it. It could go on for hundreds of hours, and I just can look at this world they've created.
Can I? One last thing I was going to say.
Yes.
Is that it in Mario Odyssey? Do one of my absolute favorite things, which is quests where you're given no waypoint, and what you do is you get a photograph of a place or like a weird abstract image of a clue, and you have to just go into the environment and find it, and that's it. And the fact that Zelda
that's something A Hat in Time did this year as well.
One of the cool things, though, especially for Zelda, is that it actually makes that one of the main quests. Like, you have the quest to free the divine beasts, but you also have this other main quest, which is to track down these specific things at the specific locations. And all you get are these photographs, and they're photographs that take you all across, like, the land.
Yeah. And they usually show you, like, a monument that you will recognize probably if you play the game enough, because they're so recognizable and, like, usually towering. Like, it's either a castle, a mountain, or something that immediately
some landmarker.
Or even though something like a short grove of poplar trees.
Yeah, and it's still designed in a way that you kind of recognize where it could be. That's just like highlights how well the geography, the topology of this place is like planned out in like a meticulous manner, and like you very much see that everything was not like generated, but like finely constructed, which is also like unlike many other open world games when like playing older games, like right now
there's a real synergy between sort of the visual appearance of the game and how you interact with it.
Yes. In Fallout New Vegas, it very often feels pointless. Like there's a rock here because they wanted a rock here because I guess so, because there was nothing here.
I mean, there's a rock there so that you can't get to what's on the other side of the rock.
Yeah, also. Like it's limiting. And in this game everything is
I should say if you fuck around a bit and like jump around the rock and kind of clip through it, then you can get to the other side.
But it doesn't feel right. Everything is designed in this game. Everything is designed for you to experiment with it and to interact with it in a satisfying way. And even when something feels hard, they didn't like feel like it should not be the way you interact with it. They only felt like it isn't the optimal way to interact with it, but maybe the quicker way. And if you do it, then you succeed at it, and that's your story, and that's great.
Yeah, there's definitely room for improvisation there.
Yes,
which I think is really neat.
Yeah, so that's why it's my second best game of the year. I think like it does a lot of good things in a genre that I didn't think I would ever like, because it didn't do anything for me ever. Like with its gameplay, open world games never like interested me, but this one did.
All right, so that was Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Yeah. What is your number one game of 2017? And since you're going last, it's the greatest game of all time, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, yes. It's flawless. No, it's not flawless. It's Nier Automata. Man, I love this game so much. Oh my god, it's like I like some of the best games I ever liked in like all my life are like games that play around with meta narrative and like subversion of expectations, and also that utilize the like the same goes to Edith Finch, like utilize the video game aspect of it to tell its own story that cannot be told in any other medium. Like it's very the story in Nier Automata can only be told in Nier Automata, not in a book form, not in a musical form, not in a movie.
I mean,
form.
there were Nier stage musicals. I mean, they're telling associated stories.
Yeah, but that's exactly the thing. I don't think it can work like as well as it does in this format.
You couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, like obviously there are stage plays and there's different kinds of Nier stuff.
Yeah.
But the story of Nier Automata could only be told through a game.
Yes, it's interwoven with the format, like in a way that's inseparable. Because of how it presents its game endings, because there are many game endings that you reach, and like that's part of the gameplay. And like the way it I'm gonna say right here that the biggest flaw I have with the game is that I don't think the combat is very good. It's like mediocre. And it doesn't really matter which weapon you choose. You can just like fight through the game, and that the game doesn't really ask you to experiment with its weapons. It's a thing that
I'm gonna be frank. I just picked the one with the highest stats.
Yeah, exactly.
Memorized the combos for it.
Exactly. I picked the small one because I think when I want to press buttons a lot, I want there to be a lot of hits.
Yeah,
so I don't pick the big lumbering ones.
I picked the small one and I picked the heavy one, so I have a quick attack and a heavy attack, and that was my basic. Till the end of the game, you can just go through the game with these weapons, but that doesn't matter because the way that it really surprises you, engages you, like it's the way that it plays with this mediocre combat in a way that it elevates it. With its like hacking sequences that are really fun, and like it's different perspectives that suddenly changes from a 3D combat to a 2D platformer combat, and like then it just turns into like a shoot 'em up, and like an actual shoot 'em up with a ship, or like you're walking around and like you're also kind of playing all the time like a bullet hell shooter, which you're in a 3D environment in an action game. Like they
I just have to say, Nier Automata, like it doesn't look as flashy.
Yeah,
it kind of has last gen-ish kind of graphics.
Yes,
yeah.
But the way it uses its camera and the way it keeps sort of shifting gameplay styles, it's a technical marvel that must have taken ages to debug.
Exactly.
And I'm shocked that it works as well as it does.
Yeah.
If I'm being totally honest, I don't really like how the camera kind of constantly pans down or pans up and goes to the ground in a way that's kind of male gazy. And there's some issues there about the design maybe of the women, and like a little bit of a fetishization. Oh shit! I mean, it's fetishization,
yes,
and
exactly.
it's not as bad as Xenoblade 2.
Yeah. Obviously, there are worse examples of it in other games, but I wish there was less of it in Japanese games overall. But that's that's a whole different culture conversation, blah, blah, blah. What I'm trying to say here is that even though with its flaws, I found like the playing around with the meta narrative and like the subversion of expectations at every corner made me like excited for each time. Like I turned on the game, I was like, what am I going to find this time? I don't know. Like the way it even like plays with music. Like at certain point, this isn't a big spoiler. Also, you're listening to Game of the Year podcast, so fuck you. But this isn't a big spoiler. At one point, there's like enemies that you start massacring because you're ordered to do so. That just keep saying this cannot continue, and they're like saying it here and there, and then suddenly it starts to make a rhythm. Like it starts to get into a rhythm. This cannot continue. This cannot continue, and then the music like turns on, and it's like interwoven with the music. It's the beat to the soundtrack, and it's one of the amazing moments. Like you're like, oh shit, this like turns from something like incidental to an amazing thing that I just like can't get out of my head. And the music in this game is fantastic. I think it's the best of the year. Like Zelda has definitely has some interesting like slight music that used in a very fantastic way. But Nier Automata for me, it's like just it's beautiful, it's amazing, and
I'm still like humming the tunes in my head right
yeah, and I have listened to the soundtrack outside of the game, which doesn't happen to me very often at all. Like it very, very rarely, and I like listen to this soundtrack a lot. So yeah, it plays with the expectation on like every like with visuals, with gameplay, with music, with story. It tries to do a lot of stuff. Also, it has like as Wolfman has like touched upon before, like it has great narrative about humanity and what it means to be human, what it means to be a artificial being, and that also like is in theme with this subversion of expectations and playing with gameplay. And there's the ending, which is like I cried at the ending, like the ending the very ending of the game is like a very like an experience I haven't had in video games, I don't think ever, like with this feeling of a weird feeling of togetherness of humanity that like I don't know, it's just like it really hit me at that point. Like it's just I don't know, maybe I was in this state of mind, but I was really surprised by how much I was affected by this like simple trick, because it is kind of a trick, but it really is like moving in a way.
Let me just say, without spoiling anything, that entire sequence was just that entire sequence. My reaction is, what the hell? I can't believe they're doing this.
Yes,
but it's amazing.
Yes,
it's perfect, and the only thing that stymies it is two things. One being that when I did it, it requires an online connection and a PlayStation or Microsoft account. And I did not have that, so by the time I got it, I kind of moved away from the game. So
I understand.
It had less power.
But
the other things that made me feel sad, because I ended up losing 4 shots or 3 points. You guys know what I'm talking about with points. I don't want to spoil it for the... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But what I'm saying is, like, when it hits, like, it hits hard. Like, you can miss it. If, like, my brother also missed it when he was playing it, because I don't think he was connected to the to online again. Like, that can happen to you, and that sucks that it can happen. Like, you can miss a great moment in this game, but if it hits you, like, I felt like it was one of the best video game sequences I've had all my life. Like, it's a bit hyperbolic maybe, but that's how I felt at that moment, because it plays so much on emotions in a way that like no other game has like done it. Like in a way that like it's not about like a story about love or something. It's about community, about like interaction with other people in a way that like helps you overcome obstacles, and that's
about what it means to be human.
Yes,
and
what it means to be humanity.
And you know, that sounds like a cliche, but that's really what this game is about.
Yeah, and continue, Wolfman. Yes.
Yeah, it's basically like stripping the nature of humanity down and the nature of that on like both a personal level and a social level.
Yes.
And when all of that is broken, or when all of that is compromised or hurt, what's left?
Yeah,
and
this game explains that. Yeah, this game deconstructs layers of humanity and like strips them down to like essentials, like basics, up to the very end, because the end is very basic. Like, it's a couple, I don't want to spoil it, but there's only a couple triangles on the screen. It's not like this could be like done way like. It's not technically, like, it's technically impressive in a way what it does behind the scenes, but it's not visually impressive in any way, so it shouldn't hit you as hard as it does, but it does because it's like strips down the essence of what it tries to say to the very basics, and it's like so pure and effective that it really hit me.
What it sort of reminds me of? This is going to sound like a ridiculous comparison.
Yeah.
It almost reminds me of Thomas Was Alone.
I haven't played that.
Yeah, but
that's about the geometric shapes that help each other overcome obstacles.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can
That's
see
what
that,
it felt
definitely.
like
Yes,
to me at the
yeah,
end.
okay. So that's why it's my favorite game of the year. If this wasn't my favorite game of the year, I don't know. I wouldn't know myself because these are the sort of games I like games about humanity, about exploration of the human condition, and also like games that subvert expectations and like play with this meta narrative, and all of that is encompassed in this game. Like this is encased in this one single product that if you don't play, I'm going to kick your ass. There you go.
Well, on that note, and on that threat, I would like to say you should go play 3D Thomas Was Alone.
Also, yes. Thomas was alone in the 3D version of Thomas is Alone, which is Nier Automata. Yes.
Exactly. So if you ever get the chance, check it out. And thank you guys for joining me on this podcast. And we'll have another segment coming right up.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. Sorry, I took so long.
God damn it.
Goodbye,
All right, later,
goodbye.
folks. All right, we're back, and thank you to our community for sharing their top 3 games of the year. We had some really interesting discussions, and I'm glad that we got to hear about the games you loved from this year. Now, Kappa and the Radio Cat are back, and we're going to talk about our top 3 games of the year. So, just to start off, Radio Cat, why don't you tell us what your number 3 game of 2017 is?
Number 3 for me is, drumroll, Mario Odyssey.
Oh, nice.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, it was definitely, it was so cool. I really enjoyed it. I thought it's a really interesting direction for 3D Marios to go.
Yeah, I played it, I beat it. Still haven't unlocked like all the challenges or whatever, but I really enjoyed it. I had some gripes with it, but I really enjoyed it on the whole.
Yeah,
It's Nintendo 64 style, right? Where you can beat the game, but then there's other worlds to unlock and stuff.
Yeah,
and
so it's like the original Super Mario 64 or Sunshine in its level design.
but they've also done kind of like what I feel like has been Nintendo's go-to thing now. It's like the normal Mario game, like the base story, that's like, anyone can play through that. But then they have post-game content that's like, these are the challenges. If you want to like go all out and be hardcore Mario, like, there's additional things that are a lot harder, which I really like that they have kind of pick your own difficulty sort of deal.
How does the the real world stuff mesh in? Is it fit,
so
or
the
is it...
real world stuff is one particular level called New Donk City. And it works surprisingly well.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was going to be ridiculous, but given the theme of travel in the game, where you're traveling to different worlds and discovering them, it's like Mario's a visitor from another world who's just, like, going to New York for some reason.
Yeah.
And the New Yorkers are just, like, the creatures of that world.
Well, I mean,
what do they call them? Do they call them Donkeys?
They're called, like, New Donkers, I believe they're called.
New Donkers.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's weird, but it kind of works.
Well, I mean, there's also, spoiler alert, but like pretty much a Dark Soul level that Mario goes to. Like, if we're talking clashing styles.
Okay, that clashes way more than New Donk City. That's like the one level where I'm just like, okay, guys, you took it a little too far.
I loved it. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, what is going on right now?
Yeah, they really just did not hold back in terms of doing weird things with Mario in this game.
And that's why I had so much fun with it. They pretty much are firing on all the cylinders of like what would be a modern Mario game, and they killed it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed my time with it. So, what's your number 2?
Number 2 is Persona 5, and this might just be because of sheer time spent in that world, but like I got so invested, and it was something I just was playing for, hours and hours, because I think I tapped out at like 120 or something hours by the end.
So that's one playthrough, or did you New Game Plus it?
One playthrough.
Okay. Yeah, it took me just over 120 to beat the game as well, and yeah, that was a ride.
Yeah, definitely. And like it was one of those ones too where I'm like, I can see myself going back and replaying this like a couple of years down the road, and I probably will.
Yeah, same here. I think this is a game that I revisit, 5 years from now when there's a lull in the games industry.
Yeah, and I mean it got me interested in the rest of the series of games, so I'm looking into, trying out some of those older ones now too.
Yeah, Persona, like the really old ones are probably going to be hard to get into. Persona 3 is probably where it starts being modern Persona. Mm-hmm. And Persona 4 is really the precursor, I'd say, to this one. In terms, like, it has almost the exact same mechanics. It solidifies a lot of the mechanics that were kind of not great in previous games. Like, you didn't have full party control in Persona 3. Persona 4 allows you to command your party members. Mm-hmm. And then the general structure and kind of the dating sim-ish aspect are from Persona 4.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah. So what did you enjoy most about the game?
The most, I mean, I thought it was kind of like Pokemon. Like, I mean, I kind of like that aspect of it, of getting all
like
the
you're
personas.
collecting the monsters.
Yeah, that's
really
satisfying to, capture a new persona. And the game oozes style. Like, there's just like, from the like opening title screen to, every little detail. The music is fantastic. I got the soundtrack. It's my ringtone. Like, when I wake up in the morning, it's
Do you wake up to "You'll Never See It Coming"?
I did for a while, but the beginning of that song is too abrupt, so I switched to like one of the interludes, like where you're into the coffee shop. Because that song is relaxing, so it kind of wakes me up in the morning.
Yeah, as coffee does.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's a game that I also enjoyed my time with as well, very much. And like you said, it oozes style all over the place. The menus are splashy and fantastic. The audio design in the game, not just like the music, but like the audio is very snappy. The dungeons are pretty well crafted. It's overall like a really substantial, well crafted game.
Yeah, and I'm not normally huge on turn-based RPGs, but the way that this was structured, the combat was so dynamic and shifting, and you never felt like it took too long, or I was waiting for them. It's like, all right, let's speed this up, let's keep going. And then they have the rush mechanic, where if you know you can easily beat someone, you just fast forward through the entire battle.
Oh, you were doing that?
No, I don't normally do that, but like, for if I run into like a low level thing that I don't want to bother with.
I never do that because they sometimes use up SP attacks. I'm just like,
yeah.
I want to beat up this guy with physical attacks so I don't waste SP. So I always did every battle manually, which is probably why it took me so goddamn long to beat the game. Yeah, so that was Persona 5. What's your number one game of 2017?
Number one is, you can probably see this coming, Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Oh, I was going to guess ukulele. No, so Breath of the Wild. I know you were talking about earlier on the podcast. So tell us about your experience with it.
I picked up a Switch. I went to the midnight release for this thing and started playing when I got home at 12:30, and ended up playing till all night. Like, I did not sleep that night, and I had to go to work and was dying, and it sucked me in. Like, I can't remember the last time I've played a game this much and like still been constantly surprised and elated when I discover new things. Like, they made exploring fun, and there's so few games where I feel like if you have a huge open world, there's so much like filler. You look at games like Far Cry or Assassin's Creed, where it's a big world, but the stuff in it isn't all that interesting, or it gets repetitive. And I feel like with Zelda, I will just like be wandering. I see something, I'm like, what's that over there? And then you go over there, and sure enough, there's going to be something there to, interact with, or like that you can use to better yourself or improve yourself, or a shrine. It's just a really dense, populated world.
Right. It seems like everything that's in that world is well considered. Like it belongs in that world. It's not like there's some random out of place challenge they just put in there for the sake of putting something on your mini map.
Exactly, and I love that you can play it your way. Like there's so many ways to approach anything. Like there's puzzles that you can solve completely different than like someone else, or you could never encounter like a puzzle that someone else does because there's so much content in there. I think it's not necessarily meant to be 100%ed. I think you can, and that's a kind of crazy because there's 600 Korok seeds like scattered throughout the world, and I'm not getting those.
Yeah, I think it's more like a game that's meant to be like, do you know how when you were a kid you would talk about what you did in like Pokemon with your friends, and you'd like share secrets on the playground because back then the internet wasn't as big?
Yeah,
it seems like it's trying to bring that back. Like I explored this nook or cranny, or I camped on this shrine. What did you do? And they'll be like, I didn't even know that shrine existed.
Yeah, or like there's I mean, can we do any spoilers on this or what?
Not like we can put the timestamp for the spoiler if it's major.
It's like just a small little thing.
Go ahead.
There's a specific challenge that presents itself where you can come across it in a couple different ways, but like you somehow wind up unarmed, like with no gear on a like deserted island. And that's something that you can or cannot, like you can completely miss it, but it's a really cool like side quest that just comes out of nowhere. And I've talked to people who have never even heard of that, and then I tell them and they go and do it, and it brought some of that back.
Yeah, like the idea of sort of sharing secrets of video game around, I guess now we're all older, the water cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are some three very deserving candidates of recognition. Kappa, what are your top 3 games of the year?
All right, so I'm just going to preface this where I expect Nier and Divinity Original Sin 2 are probably going to make this list in revision. I just haven't finished either. Well, I've actually only started one of them, but so this is just what I played this year. My first one is my third one is Planet Coaster.
So that's cheating a little bit because it came out last year.
Sticking with it.
But I will say they've added so much content this year that might as well be a new game.
That's the thing. And I think when the game really took off was actually when the Steam Workshop kind of blossomed in a weird way. So the game is more of like a tool set, if you want to think of it like this. So when it released, if you wanted to build a roller coaster, right, you had to sit there and do every little individual piece yourself. Now it's kind of a different thing, right? Like you make your park and then you go download a roller coaster that you think fits the scheme, and you can get you can still do it by hand, but right now it's as much or as little of a building game as you want it to be, which is why playing it now feels totally different than how it used to. Because
did they make the path building tools easier to use?
Yeah,
because that's the reason it bounced off of it.
So
okay, that's good. I might actually get back into it then.
They do a snap to grid, as well as you can change the length and the width, and you can also freehand it as well.
Are the tools for adjusting the elevation with the paths a little bit easier?
Yeah, so when if you hold it up or down, it'll change the elevation and it'll create stairs. At one height, it'll be a ramp. At the next height, it'll be stairs, and then it'll get a little steeper. You can also tunnel now, too.
Okay, because that was what made it extremely hard for me.
And the other thing they did now is they kind of have like an auto path complete type thing for certain rides. So like you can basically click it, and it'll put the entrance and exit cues like a certain number of squares out from the ride. And some people include that in their downloads as well. So I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot more to it now. When at release, it felt like almost overwhelming, right? Like, not only do you have to manage the park and the ticket prices and all that, but you also have to build each and every ride. It's not like that anymore. It's very much just how much or how little you want to customize about your park. So like the first park I made was like a Halo themed one. So a lot of sci-fi rides, a lot of, like painting everything green, that like, Halo green and orange. And, so like you can make parks now based on whatever you decide, and you can find stuff on the workshop. I mean, I actually found like crashed pelicans, from Halo in the workshop. So there's stuff in there if you want to put the work in. They've also added a lot of cool little packs. A spooky pack came out. a Monsters pack kind of out of nowhere. I think there was like a Back to the Future. There's been various packs.
They managed to license some pretty good properties.
Yeah, and then the other thing that they've done is they've licensed some actual amusement parks. So people are like out there recreating rides from actual amusement parks, so you can stick them in the game now. It's a fun game on its own, but the layer of Steam Workshop is the first time where I really felt like the Workshop adds so much more to the game. It's basically its own game now. It feels, playing it when I first played it towards the end of last year and playing it now, totally different experience.
That's actually good news because I bounced pretty hard off of it once. Like I just got frustrated trying to just build paths in that game. So just
you're freehanding it, or you're doing to snap to grid.
I was doing both and finding both impossible to work with.
Yeah, I mean it might still frustrate you. I mean, pathing is not the best. But what I found now that you've got the rides, you get the ride footprint, right? So you can make a path however you want first to the grid, and then make the rides fit the grid. Do you know what I mean? Make the rides.
It's more like I was having trouble making ramps or paths of like arbitrary slope. That was just my issue.
You just give it a shot. You can rotate everything in the world now. So like there's like little grab points. So you can make kind of like you can make certain objects kind of like tilt, like left and right as well as up and down. So they basically give you all the accesses to move if you really need to do that.
Okay,
but
it's good to hear.
Yeah, it's a smart, fun game. I love the developers. Tons of support to it. They're very cool, and they keep the stuff flowing. They even recognize people who make a lot of creations. So like if you get like noticed, they'll put you on the page, and I'm sure you get tons of downloads. But it's a cool game, and I'm really excited that these are the guys working on the new Jurassic Park game. That's a cool property. I'm pretty sure about that, right?
Is it Frontier? They're working.
Yeah,
I didn't know they were doing a Jurassic Park game.
I'm almost positive, but
we'll fact check that for the link dump.
Yeah, check it out. Yeah, it's not Jurassic Park. I'm sorry, it's Jurassic World. They announced it at Gamescom 3 months ago. It's Frontier. They're calling it Jurassic World Evolution.
Okay.
So
it seems like a big departure from Planet Coaster.
Well,
unless they're making it like it builds your own actual Jurassic Park.
That's what I'm thinking it's going to be. And don't forget, these are guys who also did Elite Dangerous. I mean, they can program the shit out of some games because Elite Dangerous feels like a universe. I mean, I never really felt like I was anywhere in that world because it was so big. But that to me is a good news story.
So what's your number 2, and is it actually from 2017?
Yeah, this one is. It is Cuphead. Cuphead to me, I mean, I mentioned this it's hard, but it's not unfair. And that's the one thing I can't stress enough to people who are on the fence about Cuphead, because it looks cool, it sounds cool, everything else is cool about it, but they hear how hard it is. It never felt cheap when I died. That's the best way I can explain its difficulty to you. I was like, I mistimed that jump, or I missed that parry, or I should have used this weapon. That to me is the best way to describe a game that's hard rather than feels shitty and unfair, And that's what I hear a lot of people say about Dark Souls, so this is kind of in that vein. But Cuphead had a couple drawbacks to me. I didn't like the way they did the store system. I thought that was kind of arbitrary and dumb, that they would lock certain things behind other certain things, so maybe you didn't want Bounce Shot, but you wanted the one that came after it, but you still had to buy Bounce Shot, I thought that was kind of a weird, way to do things. So I just cheated myself some gold and bought it all anyway. Because, I mean, you're going to get it all anyway. But so I did that. And I felt like that wasn't necessarily cheat. It was just getting the same weapons you would have, without grinding through the game. The story is kind of cool. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I enjoyed it. It's a funny, weird 30s style story. The enemy design is great. The hand-drawn graphics and everything, it's amazing to look at. The sound, not just the music, but I mean just the actual sounds in the game are all awesome. I loved everything about it. I couldn't have had a better time with it. That one store complaint being one of my big things. I didn't like the air levels as much either. Did you guys play it?
Yeah, I played it. The air levels were all right. I mean,
yeah.
It's like the character design and stuff is great. So like I loved the Egyptian themed level because that one was really cool. But I see it's kind of a weaker point of the series or the game.
Well, I mean, because I know a lot of the development was like they didn't want it to be just a boss rush, so they went back and added some things. And I feel like the air mode was like, let's get,
Yeah,
let's add something.
I think the more side-scrolly levels to me are weaker a little bit than the air ones.
I think out of there's the three things. There's the air ones, the boss rush, and the side scroller. So I think if you can hit 2 out of 3, I think you're going to end up being a good game. And with everything else that has going for it, I mean, I could suck it up and make it through the air ones, which were only like 3 or 4. I don't think there was a lot in there.
No, just 3, I think.
Yeah. So Cuphead's a great game. If you can play it with somebody, definitely do that. Adds a lot to it. Played it with my wife a couple times. She hated it because it's so hard, but she's more like a Mario player and Destiny. But it deserves to be at least experiences. If you're on the fence about it because it's hard, at least give it a shot. Because man, it is gorgeous. It's fun to look at, and I think fun to play.
If nothing else, it just looks so amazing. I'm definitely at least going to watch a Let's Play of it at some point.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so what's your number 1 game of the year?
And Assassin's Creed Origin. I said it in the post. I was not expecting it. It is good, guys. I mean, I know I'm not going to convince anybody who's gave up the series a long time ago, but this feels like I don't want to say Skyrim, but it finally feels like you're an assassin in an open world. You still synchronize from towers, but now it's like it just gives you a question mark, and you go over there and you figure out what's going on over there. Maybe it's a loot cave. Maybe it's a bunch of bad guys that kill you instantly because they're way over your level. But it is an RPG. I don't think they made that clear enough in some of the press, but levels and gear and all that stuff matters a ton. You can't just go around knifing everybody in the back anymore. At some point you can, you get stronger than them. But I mean, there's damage ratings. There's hit point bars. It's all there. Just
weaponry and equipment really matter too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not so much about. You've got a complete skill tree that's 60 skills deep. I mean, and like each one is pretty meaningful. And you've got like 3 or 4 different play styles now. You've got the run in their face and smash them with a giant hammer. You've got the sword and shield. You've got the bow and arrow. Alongside, of course, the assassinating. So there is a lot to this game that, I mean, I get it if you're done with it and it's another yearly cash cow. Well, I guess not yearly now. I've been on and off, hot and cold on the modern day stuff for Assassin's Creed. This one has it. Depending on who you ask. I mean, I don't think it's great, but it's not the worst they've done. But that stuff is to me, disposable based on how much you do or don't like the game around it. So I think it's a really cool new direction. I'm hoping that they took a lot of the feedback and excitement about this game and stick it into Far Cry and all the other Ubi games that kind of have become less and less RPG-ish over time when they kind of started out in that way. But I think
Far Cry, if anything, has become more and more RPG-ish.
Yeah.
It started off as just a straight up first-person shooter with open but linear levels.
Yeah, and I think the move towards RPG systems in Ubi games, because they're all kind of the same now, right? I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah,
it's Ubisoft game is a genre.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, I think it's always been where they've been kind of like half-assing it towards RPG, but I think they finally said, look, give us an extra year on this, and we're going to make an RPG Assassin's Creed. And damn it, they did it. Egypt's a gorgeous setting. I mean, it is. It's not all sand and pyramids. I mean, you go through some of those cities, you interact with. It feels more like a hub of the ancient world than just like a cast off setting. It's okay, yeah, it's Egypt, but the plot is very well. The assassin's plot is very well crafted, I think. I mean, you give him a very personal reason to be on the vengeance mission he's on. The bird's cool. Finally you get real eagle vision.
Like a literal eagle.
Yeah, and it makes so much more sense finally. But I mean, like I said, I'm not going to sell anybody who's given up. And I mean, I feel like Assassin's Creed comes and goes and ups and downs, but to me, this is a return to form, and I'm hoping that they say, okay, look at this game we made right here. I don't think it's a controversial pick. I think people have said quite a few places this is a really good game. So I'm just here to kind of put my voice in there that this is one that, I'm not saying don't miss it. If you've given up Assassin's Creed, I get it. But if you've at all been interested in the series, this might be a time to come back around.
Ben really liked this game too. So
Good.
He put it on his list. So it's getting some love for sure.
Nice to hear.
Yeah. All right. So I guess I should mention what I liked from this year. I think my top 2 aren't going to be a surprise. Number 3, I don't think a lot of people have heard of it, and that makes me a little disappointed because it was part of the Square Enix Collective Development Initiative, where a bunch of essentially really small indie developers got some promotional push from Square Enix to publish their games. And this particular one is called Tokyo Dark. So it's in sort of an adventure game, almost in the style of Telltale, but with a little bit more puzzling. So kind of like the first season of The Walking Dead with slightly harder puzzles before they just removed puzzles entirely from their games. So imagine it's sort of like the first season of Walking Dead. And except for there's a greater emphasis on puzzles, and the narrative does change depending on the choices you make. So it's a puzzle game with a branching narrative, which I haven't really seen before. And in terms of the subject matter, you play a detective who's looking into a series of, I believe, murders and disappearances. And this mysterious young girl who seems to be behind the crimes, and it turns into eventually a psychological thriller, and you start questioning your own sanity, etc. It's a very well told story. It's extremely creepy and scary and weird and bizarre. And it's also, I think, without spoiling anything about the story, it's also very compared to most psychological thrillers that I think they're kind of lurid and almost exploitative. This is also a very sensitive depiction of trauma.
It's good to hear that. I mean, like so many, I think detective games for whatever reason are hard to do, right? I mean,
yeah,
by nature it's kind of boring. I mean, to like try to, it's just kind of a very, paying attention to small details and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I really think that's kind of interesting. That you hear. I'm thinking about like probably besides the Quantic Dreams games, which I think kind of exists its own world. I'm thinking of like stuff like games that have done detective well usually focus more on like kind of like I'm thinking of Fables, the Telltale series. It's more about the process of finding out who did it than the actual this is the guy that did it, I guess.
It's like in The Wolf Among Us, you're really being led along by the nose.
Yeah.
And I think it's more about recreating sort of the emotions behind being a detective rather than the actual mechanics of it. And that's where Tokyo Dark succeeds. It's you're not really detective solving. The puzzles are very standard adventure game fare almost. But they recreates the feeling of being a detective. Surprisingly, I think a game that really actually did detective work really well was Life is Strange, because there are a few sections where you actually have to pore over clues and solve a mystery.
Yeah,
those are done extremely well, but they're not really about making you feel like a cop solving a case.
Yeah, and I think that's what people like L.A. Noire had to spice up being a detective with how many things that detectives don't really even do, like you're running around like getting into shootouts at places just because otherwise the game didn't have much going on. So
yeah, just going to clubs and cheating on your wife. That's anything that detectives do.
But it's cool to hear that. I mean, like detective games, I think are one of those things where if you do it right, it feels cool. So that's really awesome to hear.
It feels. It's not so much like the detective parts, although those are a big part of it. But it's really the idea of uncovering this mystery and in the process sort of plumbing the depths of your own psyche. I think that's what the game does really well. Okay, so my number 2 pick of the year. I don't think I'm going to surprise anybody by saying this. Prey is my number 2 pick of the year.
Yeah, I remember you had a lot of mixed feelings about it. So I mean, I guess that's good.
Wait, did I have mixed feelings about it?
Maybe. I think at one point at least, but I don't know. I think it's more about the very, very ending.
Oh, the very, very ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil that. I will say, I don't think I personally had mixed feelings about it, but a lot of people did.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's controversial, the ending, without spoiling anything, but it's also extremely bold, and I think it's well done.
Okay.
What I will say, though, is that I really enjoyed my time with this game. It's an immersive sim, not like in the vein of Bioshock. It's more System Shock-ish or more Deus Ex-ish, I'd say.
Okay.
The premise is that you're on a space station, experiment goes awry, alien menace arrives, everything goes to shit. You have to somehow save yourself and save the survivors on the station as well. So it is it's also a game that affords a lot of different gameplay possibilities. So you can choose to absorb a bunch of alien powers and use their powers against them, or you can choose to try to remain pure and untainted by alien DNA. There's like 10 different approaches to solving any problem. It's, the very standard immersive sim, but it's polished as hell. The systems all work really well together. And also all the systems have some sort of narrative justification. So, like, instead of crafting in this game, what happens is all the junk you pick up, you can turn into base materials, and then you use those base materials to build ammo and replenish your supplies. And the way they tie this into the game's fiction is that if you're on a space station, reusing junk and then refabricating it as something else is an efficient way to save resources. Yeah. So it fits into the space station more broadly. And things like, taking down enemies instead of sneaking around them is crucial because you're going to need to replenish your materials somehow in order to be able to build new stuff. So all these systems sort of play into each other in a very neat way. Also, story-wise, it's fairly interesting. It's fairly standard, but also fairly interesting. What I think narratively they do really well with this game is environmental storytelling. And it's not just through notes and such that are left behind for you to read and audio logs and things like that. But it seems like the space station on which it's set seems like an actual real place, which is something that I think another game this year that sort of suffers by comparison, Tacoma, struggled in making the space station feel like a real place. It brings in this international cast of characters, and it feels like an actual international cast of characters, not just, at the risk of being extremely controversial, what some white dude in Seattle thinks an international cast of characters looks like. So it's really nice to see a game that feels like it creates a real place, populates it with a diverse cast of characters, and has really amazing, well-constructed gameplay. And I hope Arcane continues to make games like this.
Yeah, everything about it sounds cool. It's just one of those on the list,
Yeah, there's so many games that came out this year. I feel it sort of fell by the wayside, and it didn't do very well commercially, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. It seemed like it was getting a lot of press, like a lot of critical press right up to its release, and I was kind of shocked. I feel like Tacoma and Prey kind of blurred together for some people.
Yeah, I mean, Tacoma came much later in the year.
Right. But I mean,
it's a very good game in its own right.
Yeah.
But it has issues, and I think my opinions on it are slightly controversial, so we'll leave that aside for now. But yeah, Prey is the game that deserves to be played.
Just started now. I'm my first 2 hours in or so, and it's fantastic.
It gets even better. I think there's a slight lull after the first little bit when you get into the anti-gravity section, but after that it gets like fantastic again, and it becomes like really, 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 really involving. You open up all these gameplay possibilities.
How long did it take to get through that one?
Let me actually check because I have Steam open right now. I can tell you how long I spent on it.
Right now, I've got Prey, Nier, and Wolfenstein installed. I'm probably going to try to figure out which one's shorter.
So Prey took me. I played it almost in a completionist way. It took me 33 hours.
Okay, that's not bad.
So it's going to take you less because you're a better gamer than I am. You'll probably be through it in, I'd say, 22, 23.
I'm just not ready for like a 60-hour. I think Nier is pretty damn close to 60, right?
Nier took me 46.
Okay.
Semi-completionist, I'd say it'd take you probably around 40.
Okay, cool.
A little less.
Oh, the other thing I got installed is Spellforce 3, but I know that's not a game for everybody, but I'll wait for the 2018 best does.
Yeah, before you dive into that one.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nier Automata is my number one game of the year, surprising
Wow.
no one.
Ah!
Yeah. Wow, what a shock. So I've said a lot about this game. We did an entire podcast on it, so I'm going to be brief. If you have any interest whatsoever in action RPGs or hack and slash games or games with really bizarre narratives, play this game. And I'm not going to spoil anything about it for you. I'm not going to tell you about its twists and turns. I will say that this is a game that I think last year for me was sort of demoralizing in video games. The best game that came out for me last year was Firewatch, and that's a game that's deeply flawed. It's a good game, don't get me wrong, but it's deeply flawed. And I was wondering if this generation would ever produce a game that I thought was one of the greats. And when I played Nier Automata this year, it just blew me away. It blew my mind, and I was like, this is a masterpiece. This is a game that people deserve to talk about, that deserves to be talked about for years. And this is a game that I think does stuff that no other game does in a way that is super, super interesting. I've probably oversold it by this point, but I really love this game. And I think just like even from a technical perspective, the things it does, like the way it switches around the camera in a semi-open world kind of game, like this is the kind of stuff that probably took like months and months of bug testing to get right. And they really took the time to make something that worked really well. So yeah, go ahead and play this game. Also, you beat up a bunch of robots and you play as a lady in a gothic Lolita outfit. So there's that too. So yeah, that's my number one game of the year. Let's switch gears and go to the opposite end of the spectrum and talk about the shittiest games of 2017. We're not necessarily going to be talking about the games that are like the absolute worst, because sometimes you can find like garbage that's spewed out into Steam every day and it's like not even worth playing. So for me, they're going to be my personal worst, but for Kappa or Radio Cat, I don't know what games they pick. They might be talking about their most disappointing games.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a mix.
So, Kappa, why don't you tell us what were your your worst or most disappointing games of the year?
Most disappointing is Shadows of War. I mean, I know I ranted about it. I hope people listening didn't buy this turd, but Mordor had a lot going on, right? And it felt like a new system that was going to be kind of this cool thing, this Nemesis system. And if they had time to build on it, a very cool Lord of the Rings setting. They played fast and loose with the license, so it didn't have to be, shot for shot from the movie or anything. But man, everything about the new one just kind of not memorable. Not even the Italian feels boring. This overall story is basically, are we as bad as the Dark Lord? Well, no, you're not. It's the Dark Lord. He's supposed to be the worst thing in the world. Yes, you're controlling orcs, but there's kind of this problematic angle to it. We're enslaving their minds to do our bidding. It's the same thing Sauron does.
Okay, just let me jump in here for a second. I hate when games do stuff like that because there's an interesting ethical dilemma, right, at the center of do we enslave orcs or like hijack their minds or what have you. But when you take it as far as bad as Sauron, well, no.
Yeah.
You've taken an interesting moral conflict, and by taking it to a ridiculous extreme, you've removed all the nuance from it and made it uninteresting.
Yeah, and
you've shot yourself in the foot.
That's exactly what that game does. I mean, the elf spirit is just over the top. I mean, they make him like a mustache twirly bad guy right from the get-go. And Talion's still kind of like, trying to retain some of his humanity. But the whole thing just feels like somebody created it in like a fifth grade writing class and spiced it up a little bit with cooler graphics. It's really not good. The story, the Shelob as a ancient elf, it's just all, I mean, it's all comes together in this mishmash. It might as well not even have been a Lord of the Rings property, to be honest with you. I mean, they could have made the orcs robots, and there's a big bad evil robot. It wouldn't have changed nothing about the game. The orcs somehow had more personality, but less personality. I didn't give a shit about any of them. I didn't want to enslave them because they were boring, and I could beat the game without them. They didn't help me. Half the time they got in my way. When they would die, it would take me out of the combat. They had these 3-minute long monologues that were just kind of goofy. Then they say the same thing over and over and over again. Like, yeah, okay, maggots brought you back to life or something. I don't care. Let's fight, The loot was somehow, you got too much of it, but none of it was any good. None of the stats ever really made sense. Unless you had
it's like the first Mass Effect where you're just drowning in loot.
Yeah, you're getting you're getting one every time you kill an orc. And it's like, you have to sit there in the menus and be like, okay, well, it's the same damage, but this one, has this effect. But if I kill 5 captains, then it unlocks this effect. And it's like, man, it's a sword I'm going to replace in 20 minutes because I'm going to get a new level, and I'm going to be doing the same thing over and over again.
It's like playing a JRPG.
Yeah,
see, JRPGs at least you're like min-maxing. Like getting around in the menus feels like strategizing. This just feels like busy work.
It is, and I mean the orcs level with you, but at the same time, if you're good enough, you can kill one. I mean the combat's not particularly hard. It's Batman combat still, So yeah, I mean everything about that game just seemed like nothing. It's such a hodgepodge. It doesn't work. I don't want to talk about it ever again.
And it had microtransactions.
Yeah, exactly. Don't stay away from
loot boxes. So that's delightful. And what other titles for this year disappointed you?
This one is kind of in a disappointment and a worst of Dawn of War 3. I'd say more of a disappointment. I love RTSs. RTSs are my go-to genre for comfort gaming. And Dawn of War 3 is such a weird mistake of a game. I don't know what they were kind of going for. I think they've tried to explain it a couple times, and even said that they screwed up the game and, hey, come back, look, we've patched all this stuff. But the battles play out really weird. I feel like they cribbed too much from their Call or their Company of Heroes games and kind of try to just reskin it all with orcs and stuff. But the units don't support each other well, which I think is one of my biggest annoyances. The sides kind of all have like the same type of unit that does the same type of thing, which makes sense in a World War II game, but doesn't really make sense in a Dawn of War game. None of the units kind of feel like they do much. It's got that kind of blobby fighting style where you throw everything together and things fight for a lot longer time than you'd expect them to, and then one starts to die, and then one runs away, and it's I don't know. I mean, just everything about it didn't feel like a good RTS to me.
And it doesn't help that another Warhammer strategy game came out this year and was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Total War Warhammer.
Yeah, and Dawn of War though is supposed to be the RTS, but they focus a lot on the MOBA side of it. I think because that's so like when you play a versus, it's like you have to conquer certain areas to get to certain areas to beat the enemy base, which I know they've scaled back since the release. That's one of the things people were like, this does not work in an RTS. Like it matches like people. I only played a couple versus matches. People would say it was like they were like 3-hour matches and stuff because you have to take stuff in steps, and that's not always easy in an RTS.
I can't play a 3-hour match. I'll have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is. That's just what people said. I mean, it's probably a 6 or a 7 as a game goes. I mean, it's not awful, but I mean, they try to do too weird stuff, and it lost a lot of like the tactical focus that I liked about Dawn of War 1 and 2, which was where you're playing kind of a small group of Marines trying to kill 10 million orcs or whatever. It lost a lot of that to go more with a MOBA direction, and that was a mistake to me.
Yeah, it sounds like they really took the wrong tack for what could have been a pretty like it should have been a slam dunk.
Yeah, I mean it's not a MOBA. That's one thing. It's like an homage to a MOBA. It's the best way I could describe it. It's like somebody heard of the concept of a MOBA. I was like, yeah, I think I can do that, but then just kind of,
just half-assed it.
Yeah, and then there's like this meta game with what they call them elites. So like you can bring in certain heroes at certain points of the battle. It's supposed to be like a MOBA, but when you're one person, you're controlling you're trying to manage it all. It just gets too much too fast, especially with the way the armies lay out. You're having to go back and manage your base and manage your heroes. It's a good game, but it's not what I wanted a Dawn of War 3 to be. I wanted that squad based small RTS.
All right, so what's your worst game of 2016?
Ark Survival.
2017, sorry.
Ark Survival, always and forever will be Ark Survival.
Is that out of early access now?
Who cares? The game's a trash fire at this point. I don't know. I mean, I guess they're getting.
It's out of early access. Okay.
Hooray! Don't buy it. How do you fuck up guns, dinosaurs, and survival? Right? I mean, isn't that? It's all supposed to be there, right? This game's been in development forever. I mean, I would guess 3 years or something like that. But it is a mess on PC. I don't know what it's like on consoles. I think it's got an Xbox release, a Switch release, maybe. I mean, it's the setting, the idea behind it is cool, but man, just having to like grind through all the stuff that you have to grind through. I mean, like, I bet you that if you like were able to like search like Ark Survival grind, you'd probably get like 1 trillion hits. Because I mean, you're grinding for everything. I know. I think they put some. I think you can buy like kind of like cheats or something. I don't want to say cheats, but I think you can buy like shortcuts and stuff like that. They've announced a whole bunch of expansion packs and like downloadable content and I mean stuff like that. And the game's only been out of early access. Man, I don't know, a month or two maybe.
I can look it up. Let's see. Ark Survival Evolved on Wikipedia, our favorite resource. It's been out since the end of August.
Yeah, there you go. They've already they probably got like 2 DLCs and an expansion planned already. So, and yeah, you're paying for those, even though
they're selling a $45 season pass.
Yeah. So I mean, the game, everything about it is geared to me, and everything I played about this game was awful. It's horribly optimized on PC. Nothing runs right. You get to areas that just are really weird. You'll get killed by dinosaurs 2 seconds into the game just because you have a bad spawning part. You're constantly needing to go eat like food in the game. It's really weird.
Simulating eating and pooping. That's what we want to play.
Yeah, it really is. You can do stuff with your poop because that's important. I mean, but yeah, the grind is it's grind the game, and then I think the reason that it's like that is because I don't know if it was one of the things that they talked about, but there's little things you can buy that I think make things easier. I don't know what it does, but it's awful, and man, what a game that it could have been. So. Ark Survival is
a shame.
Disappointment. I'm pretty much done on survival games overall. I'm just gonna swear off them because I've never had one.
The cycle with all these games is they look really promising. They have like a neat art style or a neat gameplay gimmick, and they get positive reviews in early access. Then they get bogged down with shit or microtransactions while they're early access. Everybody hates them. By the time they come out, everybody fucking hates these games, and they have no, like, that's what's going to happen to fucking DayZ. Everybody loved the idea.
Yeah.
Right? Now it's still in development, and every recent review on DayZ is just like, this game is a fucking pile of shit.
Yeah. It's going to happen with PUBG eventually, right? I mean, like, people burn out on these games for whatever reason they are. I mean, like, how hot was Conan Exiles for? Do you remember Conan Exiles? Exactly.
I've heard of this game, but I can't tell you what the fuck it's about.
It's the one where you can hang dong.
Oh, sweet. Dong. Yeah.
It's also in early access. I think it's been in early access for probably 2 years now.
How long do they need to tweak the damn kits?
I don't know. And there's not much to it. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it's kind of this weird survival games that stay in early access for multiple years. They're off my plate from here on out.
Yeah, it's just a shame because I think there's scope for making a good game in that genre, but they just keep going through this cycle, and I don't know what to do to break it or why they keep going through the cycle in the first place.
Yeah.
All right, Radio Cat, why don't you tell us about the year's biggest disappointments?
So I think I've made some good decisions with my gaming this year, so I haven't really played a ton of things that I've been disappointed with. One of them is it's not really much of a game because it's Animal Crossing for the phone. Pocket Camp. There we go.
Yeah.
Hot Pocket Camp?
Pocket Camp.
That's the X-rated version. It's a little different.
I would play Hot Pocket Camp. Yeah, get
your finger right up in there.
It generally was kind of like it has some of the spirit of Animal Crossing, but they really stripped away a lot of what I loved about Animal Crossing. Sure, you can make your campsite and stuff, but it really is just kind of like a grind to get new characters and stuff. And like, I feel like your choices in what you can build and stuff, it's just not as thorough as the other games. You can't collect, like, there's no museum aspect of it, which was another key part. That's like
one of the few things that kept me into Animal Crossing when I was into it.
Exactly. There's not even fossils. Like, it's essentially you're just collecting fish, fruit, and bugs, and then like people will ask you for the some combination of those items, and you give it.
You're just collecting food.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yeah.
That's insane. Yeah.
And there's still the house building thing, but it's like you have a campsite, so you don't even get to pick like the flooring or the walls. It's just outside, and like you're like a hillbilly because you have couches out on your lawn. Like it's.
I mean, I think the draw of the whole series of Animal Crossing is the persistence, right? I mean, wouldn't?
Yeah.
Like you every time you come back to your city, things happen and things change, and that, at least to me, that's what kept me coming back. And I mean, it's not I don't know. It sounds like they're kind of like making the Sims light or something.
Yeah, and I know so far they already have had their first seasonal event because right now they're doing Christmas stuff. So I'm sure if they'll keep up sort of stuff like that, so people keep playing. But I just can't see popping in every day to play this game. It really is limited in what it does, I think.
Yeah, that's a shame. So what have your other disappointments been this year?
My only other one really is kind of one we talked about. It's the whole Battlefront 2 thing. It's just like, because I played the beta and I had a good time with it, but with all this other crap about it, I'm not gonna buy it. And so I'm disappointed that this is how it is, and that I'm not gonna be able to play it unless there's a severe discount or a severe change of how they operate the game.
It's crazy that you can fuck up Star Wars.
Exactly. I love Star Wars. I want to play Star Wars, and you're not letting me play Star Wars.
The thing about Battlefront 2 is it looks absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's one of those games that just looks good in every way. So yeah, I mean, it's to mess this one up, I think is awful. I don't know.
And by all accounts, the mechanics are solid.
Yeah.
It's just it's riddled with. It's saddled with this shitty economy.
I don't know about this. Do they still do the if you want to become a hero or a TIE fighter, you got to pick it up in the middle of combat?
No, they fixed that. They pretty much took. That was the other thing. It's like Battlefront 1 was whatever. It had a lot of issues, and to me, this from the beta at least it seemed like they listened and took the advice and fixed a lot of those issues, but then they tacked on this bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, you earn credits through the game, and then as you get more credits, you are able to select when you're spawning. I want to spawn as this other character who has, or like a robot, like that has the power levels, that has specific weapons, or like it's like a boost, and then you can save up all your credits and then eventually get to be a hero.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's... Man.
Oh, my God.
I'm with you.
Like that grind.
I didn't buy it, as much as... I didn't enjoy Battlefront 1, and that was part of the reasons why. The fact that, like, you were always just kind of had it luck upon whatever bonus there was.
Yeah, and then people end up camping it.
Yeah, and then someone gets in, like, the AT and just destroys everyone on the map. Like, it was a very weird game that was based around I don't even know how to explain it. Based around kind of like a luck system than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes. Those are RadioCat's disappointments. I should name my least favorite games of the year, and these are actual like least favorite. These are the worst games I played in 2017. And at number 3 and number 2, respectively, are two 3D platformers, Yooka-Laylee and Poi.
It hurts me a little bit to hear you say Yooka-Laylee.
Yeah, did you enjoyed it a little bit, right?
I had a good time with it. It wasn't great, but it was okay.
Now you know how I feel.
Will say
about
I don't
Andromeda.
hate Yooka-Laylee. I'll say there's a big gulf in quality between Yooka-Laylee and Poi. Like, Poi is just a straight up bad game. Yooka-Laylee is a game that should be so much better than it is.
Yeah, man. That's the thing. I felt like I wanted more from it.
I mean, there was a lot of hype for it too. I feel like it was as hyped, if not more, than some of the other games that were coming out around that same period.
Yeah, for sure. It's just it ended up with really poor pre-release reception, and that just sank it. What I will say though is that these are both games that look back to the N64 era of 3D platforming. Yooka-Laylee wanted to be the new Banjo-Kazooie. Poi wanted to be the new Super Mario 64. And both of them utterly failed to understand what made both of their inspirations good. So Yooka-Laylee is just like a shitty version of Banjo-Kazooie. And Poi is just like a garbage version of Super Mario 64. You'd have more fun going back and playing those old games than playing these new ones. And so that's why they're near the bottom of my list for 2017. They're games that not only just like ignored the past 20 years of game development, what they were looking back at trying to do, they ended up fucking up.
So, I mean, do you think it's like, were they too faithful, or were they? It's
not. I would say it's a matter of not being faithful or being too faithful. It's a matter of just not understanding what made those games good in the first place. Okay. If that makes any sense. It's like, for example, when you play Banjo-Kazooie, collectibles are arranged in a way that guide you through the level. So it's very easy to get around. Yooka-Laylee, collectibles are arranged haphazardly. There are no landmarks. You can get lost in a level really easily.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to kind of get your bearings. And then similarly for Poi, take Super Mario 64. Engaging with enemies in that game is actually interesting because they all try to attack you in a different way, and you can combat a bunch of them by jumping on them or running around them, or sometimes knocking them into lava. With Poi, every single enemy, with the exception of bosses, is attacked by rolling into them, and you have to time the roll perfectly, or you'll take damage. The window on the roll is so narrow that if you don't time it perfectly, you're just going to take damage, even if you hit them in a way that looks like you hit them perfectly. So engaging with enemies is just a gigantic pain in the ass.
You know, and hearing all that, it's crazy because platformers have really upped their game the past couple of years, if you think about it. I mean, not just Cuphead, but a lot of the other tough stuff we've talked about. I mean, Ori.
I love Ori.
Yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest. Like, brutally difficult, but also very fair and gorgeous and well constructed. And if you want to go the 3D route, Super Mario Odyssey this year is really good. A Hat in Time this year is really good. It's possible to make a good 3D platformer in 2017. And the fact that these shitty ones came out near the start of the year, I think, kind of poisoned the well. That's why they're on my list.
It's just weird to me. I mean, I think if you're going to try to make a spiritual successor to anything right now, you've really got to pull your shit together. You can't just be rooted in nostalgia and hoping people are like, oh yeah, I remember that, and then acknowledge that some of the new systems out there exist. Because man, I mean,
because if all you have is nostalgia and you can't live up to those older games, then you're just going to look really foolish by comparison. All right, so moving on to the worst game of 2017. In some sense, it's a little unfair. I picked a visual novel, and we all know that there are mounds of garbage visual novels on Steam, but I do think putting it on this list is fair for one reason. So it's called Stay, Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Okay.
It's a it's supposed to be, the name is a reference to this surprisingly popular visual novel called Go Go Nippon, My First Trip to Japan. So it's both, the game itself is sort of a parody of that. The premise being you're somebody who goes on a tourist visit to North Korea, and your tour guides are two beautiful ladies, and the story proceeds from there. But it has no satirical bone in its body, really. It makes Grand Theft Auto has calls Facebook Life Invader. Right? And that's the height of humor or satire in Grand Theft Auto. That's the a level of satire we're dealing with in Stay. It's just, you have the opportunity to create this biting satire of the North Korean regime, and you're as toothless as Life Invader. And on top of that, sorry, go ahead.
Maybe you do something like a Papers, Please type, angle to it, but what you're describing,
it doesn't even have to be serious. It can be a parodic game. It can be funny, but your satire has to have some teeth. And this game's satire has no teeth whatsoever. On top of that, it tries to be a legitimately serious dating sim, and no, if you're setting up a dating sim, don't make a dating sim, right?
Yeah.
You have to send up the tropes of a dating sim if you're making fun of dating sims. And then finally, towards the end, it becomes deathly serious and sincere out of nowhere. And you didn't earn that. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
you were making fun of the shit.
Why not just set it somewhere fictional? I mean, I feel like North Korea's, it's not a fun place. No matter how you look at it, it's...
Of course it's not fun. And I think there's the opportunity, you could have made a game that ended like this game that was just a serious visual novel. Or you could have made a parody. You could have made a satire. You could have made
but North Korea, yeah.
Yeah, you could have made The Interview, right? But this is not that game, and it's disappointing because it was getting positive Steam reviews. It looked really funny from the outside, and when I played it, I was just this is what when people think of shitty visual novels on Steam, this is what they have in mind.
Yeah.
So that's why it's the worst game of 2017. Other reason I'm going to call this game out. Their publisher says that they're willing to publish anything except for, I believe they say, stuff involving yaoi. So anything except for the gay
Google
stuff.
That.
Yeah.
I'm just always one step behind whatever the news.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody's playing Stay, and nobody cares about the publisher. It's never going to cause controversy. Not that really should, publishers can publish whatever the fuck they want, but still, little sketchy. You're yeah, girl, great. Guy, nuh-uh.
Now I gotcha.
Yeah, a little weird. So yeah, worst game of 2017, right there. Stay, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Buy a better visual novel, or play a good free one like Katawa Shoujo. All right, so weeb shit out of the way. What were your biggest surprises of 2017?
I talked about this a little bit earlier, but somebody's got to write a book about how Rainbow Six Siege is right now the number 3rd most played game on Steam. That is insane, guys. To go from, a hard flop to, with enough developer support, pull out that kind of number, to me is, and we talked about how the shooter community is just moving on. This was a niche game to start, right? It is a hardcore 4 versus 4 asymmetrical shooter, one shot you're dead. It's as slow paced and tactical as you can get. The fact that it's still got a community to me is awesome. Every bit of credit goes to the guys who have been supporting that game. That's just really good news. I guess there is hope for some of the other shooters that kind of got mixed support at launch.
Yeah, 2018 is going to be the year that Lawbreakers comes back.
Yeah. But I think that there's a message there, right? It's the opposite of the Andromeda message, right? If you believe in a game, if you believe in your vision for a game, then get out there and support it. Make patches, listen to the fans, but don't make every change that fans want. The fact that game right now is killing it is really good news. It kind of came out at a weird time. There wasn't really a comparable game to it. It was not a Rainbow Six game in much ways, besides the name. But yeah, what a cool game. I've enjoyed the time I spent with it. I'll drop in and drop out on it every now and then. I feel like that and For Honor were kind of like test cases, For Honor kind of fell by the wayside. It's kind of a online multiplayer fighter. And I don't think it worked for a lot of different reasons, mostly because the servers were awful. But Siege kind of did its own thing, and I'm glad that there's a space for that kind of game.
All right. Any other surprises you have from 2017 you want to share?
Madden 2018's long shot mode. I guess it's 27. Whatever, the new Madden. Long shot mode was really fun. I know a lot of people have kind of moved on sports games. Not very popular for most people, but
there's still a huge part of the culture that I think is under-discussed.
Yeah, the idea of a football RPG, I think, is a really neat angle. And it takes you from draft day to getting picked, to taking to basically being tutored to how to become a quarterback. What's the different things you need to watch for? How to read the different coverages. Taught me a lot about football. I never played quarterback. I played football, but not quarterback. But it taught me a lot about, what to look for, how to diagnose blitzes, how to, where the safety coverage is going to come from in a cool way. If you made the wrong read, it affected your stats, which affected your draft day, type thing. It was a really neat game.
Is this the story mode with Mahershala Ali?
Yeah. And then what happens when you beat it, you can import that guy into your team based on where he gets drafted. Which I thought was a really neat little nod. It's a custom roster. You can't take him into, but I thought that was a really cool little nod that you can play, basically this guy's NFL career as well. They added a lot with this new Madden. I'm every year with Madden, it's not even one step forward. It's one step forward, one step back. It just always kind of equals out somehow. But I really hope. It's EA, so who knows? Probably put it under a microtransaction. But I really hope they hear and see that people enjoyed Longshot and put a lot more behind it, because I could play an entire RPG length football game after this little. It was probably like a 4 or 5 hour mode, I would guess, depending on how much you want to save scum it. But really enjoyed it.
They can make like a 20-hour RPG out of this.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Those are my two surprises.
Okay, so Radio Cat, what are your surprises this year?
I gotta say, I was not entirely surprised this year. There was just, I was surprised by the announcement of, I think it was announced this year, right? Samus Returns, the remake of Metroid 2. Yeah, that was a pretty cool thing. I still haven't picked it up, but I will eventually. I'm excited that it exists. So that was
they also announced Metroid Prime 4. Which
was
also a pretty good surprise.
That's a good surprise. That's mine too. That was completely unexpected. I thought they had, done away with Prime series, but it coming back to Switch is another big get for the console.
Yeah, it's I thought after the failure of Federation Force that Nintendo was just going to be done with Metroid, but apparently this is a franchise that they care a lot about. Now, if they could give the same love to Earthbound and F-Zero, that would be really nice, but
yeah, I don't see that happening.
It's Nintendo. They're like maybe they'll make like another Ice Climbers game for the Switch. It's just gonna blow everyone's mind. But I think Nintendo, once a franchise, has been dead for 10 years.
Are you saying
it's
people aren't invested in Nana and Popo?
I am. Okay, so we had this debate earlier this year. So everybody thought they were lovers, and then a whole bunch of other people thought they were siblings, and they had this huge argument about it. And apparently they're neither. They're just friends, although originally they were intended to be lovers. I don't know what's going on there.
I thought they were siblings, so I learned something.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with those two, but hopefully they work it out. I'm rooting for them. Rooting for those crazy kids. Do you have any surprises?
No, not really. Not that I can. Oh, actually, the thing they just did like 2 days ago, they released the Zelda second DLC the night they announced it. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and thus sticking to their promised release schedule. Nintendo actually just didn't delay any games this year.
Yeah,
it's really weird. Yeah. Most platform holders and most developers, publishers, they delay at least 1 or 2 games. Not every game hits its target, so Nintendo's doing really well on that front. Okay, so I should mention what my surprises this year were. One that really came out of left field was Golf Story. I was just not expecting that game to that game came out of left field. Like, they're making a golf RPG. How is this even going to work? The combat is golf, but it actually works really well. And this is a golf game where you actually have to build up your stats and level up, and getting a really long drive is crucial to playing the later courses. So leveling up is crucial. You have to do side quests that involve weird variations on golf, like hitting crabs with golf balls. That's the thing you do in this game.
You might not know this. Does Golf Story have anything to do with the Kairosoft company that does games on Android, I guess, and that they have like Game Dev Story?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
This is made by Sidebar Games. Is Kairosoft an Australian developer?
I'm not sure, but
okay,
they definitely.
Because Sidebar Games is Australian. So
yeah, I just didn't know about that story.
They might be from the same scene. We can look that up later. But yeah, Golf Story was built by this Australian team, and it's unabashedly Australian in a lot of ways. There is some Aussie slang in there. There is a golf course entirely populated by bogans, like Australian rednecks. The humor is weird and wild and out there. I was not expecting this game to exist and then to be so good after buying it. So yeah, a weird golf RPG that's like a top-down 16-bit RPG is one of the best games of the year. So go ahead and plop down $20 on it if you're a Nintendo Switch owner.
I will.
All right, and possibly this ended up being a great game, but this is possibly one of my biggest surprises of the year. Late Shift. It's an FMV game. It's an FMV choose your own adventure game, and it didn't suck.
What?
Yeah. Her story, sort of paved the way for an FMV renaissance, but FMV games have had a reputation for the longest time for just being garbage. And Late Shift isn't like an amazing game by any means, but it's good.
You know what's crazy?
It's a solid title.
I saw this on Steam and I thought it was a movie until you just said it was a game. You know how Steam sells movies, right?
Wait,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like an interactive movie. You're just picking what to do at certain points, and it mostly plays out like a movie. But there are a dozen decision points over the course of the story. It's really well made.
Wow.
It's professionally produced. It looks like it doesn't have, I wouldn't say it has the budget of a network TV show, but it has the budget of a cable TV show. It has explosions and stuff. It's really well put together, and I'm glad that this thing exists, because if nothing else, just as a proof of concept that this is a viable genre of games that people can make. So Late Shift turned out to be a pretty good surprise.
I didn't even know it was I thought it was like a Night Trap thing, but that's cool.
Yeah, so it's legitimately pretty good. So go check it out if you want. So those are all my surprises for the year. Is there anything else about 2017 and gaming that you just are itching to tell the rest of our audience?
Oh man, I don't know. I feel like this is the year that like gaming's kind of left me behind culturally. Like I still play a lot, but man, it's harder and harder to keep up. And I'm just so burnt out on the anger at a lot of the places I frequent. So I don't know. I just kind of get all my news from you guys these days.
Yeah, I think this is a year where culturally I felt very out of touch with games, but in terms of the games I played and in terms of the deluge of quality titles that were coming out, it's been one of the best years.
You can't deny it was a fantastic year for gaming.
Yeah, it is, and it's just. I mean, when I hear people talk about it, it's like, it feels like all we ever hear about is the bad stuff, and that's why, like, what we've kind of got going on our site, which is you hear the good stuff too. It's not all just complaining about EA constantly, which is okay, we get it. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's yeah, we all hate them.
Didn't buy Battlefront. Okay, did my part. Leave me alone.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a great year for video games. It's been a great year for this podcast. This is still going. This is our second year in review podcast. So we've been at this for a while, and somehow we're still going, and somehow people listen to us. Like, I can check that there's enough download. Like, I can check our download page and views page, and people outside the Avocado listen to us.
Oh my god,
so
that's scary.
Yeah, that's a little weird. So you can check out the Avocado at the-avocado.org. That is the community that spawned this amazing podcast. And they have a whole bunch of other stuff on that site. Basically chat rooms and articles about movies and TV and video games and plays and books. So if you're into pop culture, it's a place to go. We also have our own separate website for the podcast where we post link dumps and fact check what we say on here. That website is avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. We're also on iTunes, Google Play Music. Just search for us. Search for Avocado Gamescast. You can subscribe to us if you like listening to us on your iPod. Do they even make iPods anymore? On your iPhone, I guess.
They don't make Zunes, and I'll tell you, I'm not happy about that.
Hey, I was a Zune love till I die.
You're a Zune enthusiast?
Oh, man. I was a Zunester.
Zunester. A Zune aficionado. All right, guys. This has been fun and time-consuming, but mostly fun. So we will call this podcast to a close now. Hopefully your ears aren't bleeding after like 5 hours of listening to us drone on about shit. We'll be back at some point in 2018, so stay tuned. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.